Right. Okay. So let's start the class. Anyway, the seminar. Good morning. Right. What about the online students? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Ayana? Right. So got a bit delayed to start the seminar. So we'll start it now. So what's the plan today? Someone surgery occurred. Right. So what's the plan today? So now it's 10:20. So the seminar is the human skeleton system. So in the theory class, I covered the introduction about skeletons in general and skeletal muscles and the side filament theory. Right. So those sections are covered, but I give a brief introduction on the type of skeletons. But mama me side filament theory, sarcomeres and skeletal muscles karani nada. Right. It's mainly about the human skeletal system. Right. So we'll break it into 3 sessions. Right. So now it's 10:20. So first session එක අපි දාමු 10:20 to 12. Right, 10:20 to 12. Then 12:15 break. 12:15 to 2 the other session, and then 1 hour break lunch. 3 to 5:30 actually. 3 to 4:30 විතර. ඉතුරුත් break එකක් දෙන්නම් ඊට පස්සේ. Right? මේ බලමු. Right? But I think we can take a break around 4:30 and then start again at 4:45 and finish by 6 hopefully, right? Okay. Right. So let's start off now. You'll be getting a tute. Rashuni, I gave the what is it again? Gave the shop to print the tutes, and adu they karannalu, right? And they printed it, and now they had sent a message that they had printed it and stapled them. So in about 45 minutes, you get the tutes, right? For the online students, I have uploaded it to the website as well. I'll upload it to the Zoom chat as well then. Right. So this is the tute. So first we have the past paper questions, right? We have the past paper questions from 2010 or 11, 2011, MCQs, structured essays, and then essays. And then some of my own questions, MCQs. And then here you have something called short questions, right? The short questions, those are made directly from the resource book. While referring the resource book, using the content in the resource book, short questions were made, and there are about 200 something, I think. Yeah, there are 220 short questions. So within those 220 short questions, you get all the possible structured essay questions that might come to your exam, right? So you can score that structured essay, right? And then I have some guest essays as well. So that's about the tute, and you'll be getting it in about 45 minutes. Okay, right? Okay, so let's start then. Now, skeletons. Are there organisms who do not have skeletons? Inna. Inna. Are pain kondan nati. Right? So there are organisms who do not have skeletons. We call them invertebrates. However, some invertebrates even have skeletons, right? But they are not the skeletons that are we supposed to know, right? They are skeletons called hydrostatic skeletons, right? අපි ගත්තොත් in annelids ගත්තොත් they have a skeleton, right? It's not a skeleton like we have, but we call it a hydrostatic skeleton, right? So again, different organisms have different types of skeletons, right? So hydrostatic skeleton is the most basic skeleton where they use this fluid filled cavities. Then in annelids, there's this coelom. Nematoda, what do they have? Nothing. Pseudocoelom, right? So again, they have these fluid filled cavities which are filled by this pressurized liquid which aid in their movement, right? So those are known as hydrostatic skeletons, right? But a very minute amount of organisms have them, and there are organisms who do not have a skeleton as well. Cnidarians, platyhelminthes. Platyhelminthes, do they have a skeleton? No, they don't have a skeleton. However, they are gastroesophageal cavity. They have this branched gastroesophageal cavity. Right? So they have branched gastroesophageal cavity where it can act as a hydrostatic skeleton. It's not a hydrostatic skeleton, but it can act as one, right? So again, different skeletons are there, right? So why do we need a skeleton? Why do we need a skeleton? Why do we need a skeleton? So imagine yourself without a skeleton. You'd be just like a just like a pulp again, right? So you need a skeleton mainly to maintain the shape and form, for support, right? Then for protection, your heart, your lungs, and all that are protected by your ribs, right? So you need them for protection, for support, but mainly for what? Movement, right? All your muscles are attached to skeletons, right? All your muscles are attached to skeletons so that when the muscles contract and relax, they will induce a movement, right? That's how you move. Right. So again, the first basic skeleton is a hydrostatic skeleton, where the organisms have this fluid filled cavity, and in the cavity that fluid is under pressure, and so aided with the muscle contraction. අපි ගත්තොත් these nematodes have longitudinal muscles, right? They have longitudinal muscles in their body wall. So aided with those longitudinal muscles and the body cavity, what can happen is they can move, right? So it's not only the fluid cavity, but also the muscles also should aid in movement, right? Always with the skeleton, the muscles are involved if locomotion is involved. Then when we come to arthropods, what do they have? Arthropods have exoskeletons, right? They have exoskeletons. So usually we define three types of exoskeletons. පළවෙනි එක අපි කියනවා just chitinous exoskeletons, right? Chitinous exoskeletons. Chitinous exoskeletons. Then we have calcium carbonate exoskeletons. Then we have something called bony plates. Right, okay. Chitinous exoskeleton ගත්තොත්, who has a chitinous exoskeleton? Of course, anyone would know arthropods have a chitinous exoskeleton, right? And this chitinous exoskeleton, now it's not only chitin that they contain, right? It's not only chitin that they contain. අපි ගත්තොත් crabs and prawns, both of them are arthropods, right? Crabs and prawns, both of them are arthropods. But do they have the same type of exoskeleton? ඉස්සෙක් කන්න පුළුවන්, sorry, කකුල එක ඉස්සෙක් කන්න පුළුවන්, right? That's because the crabs have a chitinous exoskeleton with calcium carbonate, right? Their exoskeleton is mixed with calcium carbonate. So this can be mixed with other compounds to be hardened, right? While these prawns and all that, they have an exoskeleton mixed with proteins, right? So according to the composition, the exoskeleton can vary. So you might get statements in the exam stating that all the organisms or all organisms who have an exoskeleton have the same composition, right? Just a simple statement. They're wrong, right? With the type of, again, usually with the class and all that, with the class of organisms, it can change, right? Even with the species, it can change. Then calcium carbonate exoskeleton nathina කාටද? Snails, right? Snails have a calcium carbonate exoskeleton. Anyone would know snail exoskeleton? දැකලා තියෙනවනේ, ගෙදර තියෙනවනේ. Right. Bony plates තියෙන කාටද? Reptiles. Example? Tortoise, right? Tortoise. By cutter, that's an exoskeleton. They are not made up of chitin or calcium carbonate. They are just bony plates. So those are the type of exoskeletons. Exoskeletons කියන්නේ exoskeleton. Exo means it's found outside the body, right? Hydroskeleton කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? අර take it from the word hydro නම් that's a fluid, right? Hydro නම් that's a fluid. Exo නම් it's found outside the body. Then what about our skeleton? Where is it found? It's found inside our body. Then we call it an endoskeleton, right? We call it an endoskeleton. හරිද? So අපි ගත්තොත් other than humans or other than the other vertebrates, name another phylum who have an endoskeleton. Echinodermata, right? Echinodermata has an exoskeleton of bony plates, right? They have an exoskeleton of bony plates. So do us. So ඔයගලන්ට ඇහුවොත්, you might get a question, write two phyla which contain endoskeletons. What would your answer be? Mammalia and Echinodermata. Chordata, right? Chordata and Echinodermata. Okay? දන්නවනේ Echinodermata and chordates are genetically related කියලා දන්නවනේ. දන්නවනේ they belong to the same superphylum. මම මතක නැහැ. They belong to a group called deuterostomes. Right? In the previous resource book, it was there, deuterostomes කියන වචනේ තිබ්බා. Now in the new resource book, it's not given. So Echinodermata and chordata, both of them are called deuterostomes. Why? In deuterostomes, the anus forms before the mouth, right? So the anus forms before the mouth. So any one of us, before we became, before we became a full being, we were just an anus, right? So everyone started with an anus, and some are still believed to be in that stage, right? So okay, so deuterostomes, ecandemata, and chordata. You don't need to know it now, but right. Okay. Now our main topic today is the endoskeleton, right? So that's a brief introduction of the skeletal systems present. Our main topic is the endoskeleton, or basically the human skeleton, right? The human skeletal system, which consists of the endoskeleton, of course. When we consider the skeletal system of humans, there are two main parts, right? Two main parts. First, we call it the axial or the axial skeleton. Then you have the appendicular skeleton. Right? So what's axial? Axial again. Axial again. What does axial mean? In your body, you have an axis, right? In your body, you have an axis. What's the axis of your body? It goes to the center, right? Any axis, it goes to the center, right? So close to the center is what axial means, right? In your body, you have an axis which goes through your head, through the center of your body, right? So close to that axis, you have the axial skeleton, right? So in the axial skeleton, what it contains is basically, first you get the skull, right? The skull, it's close to the axis of the body, right? Then you get the vertebral column. Vertebral column, again your spinal cord or vertebral column, it's close to the axis, right? Samanati. You have your sternum and ribs. Sternum and ribs, right? Mainly, right? Then the appendicular skeleton. The appendicular skeleton is found connected to the axial skeleton, right? Axial skeleton is found in the centralmost part of your body to your central axis. Then you get the appendicular skeleton. Appendicular skeleton it's found joined with the axial skeleton, right? The bones of your upper limb, the bones of your lower limb, they are appendicular. They are parts of the appendicular skeleton because they are found connected with the axial skeleton. Right? So those are the two main. So you get the bones of the lower limb and bones of the upper limb in the appendicular skeleton. Is it clear? Any doubts? What about the online students? Is it clear? Until here. Axial skeleton near the axis of the body, appendicular skeleton found connected to the axial skeleton. Right? Is it clear? So some of you might have done the skeletal system. Oh, right. Okay. So now we have started the main topic of the seminar. So let's go into the main topic, right? Right. Let's start off with that. Right. Okay. So we'll start with the axial skeleton. So now the axial skeleton has three main components. You get the skull, the vertebral column, and the sternum and ribs. Right? Right? Don't try to buy hard them. always use the meanings given in the words to remember, right? Axial nang towards the center, and then you know what the bones are present towards your center, right? So you don't need to separately study it. So you get the skull, vertebral column, sternum, and ribs, right? So skull now in the skull, what's the main function of the skull? What are the main function? It encloses your brain, right? It encloses or protects your brain. That's the main function, right? And it forms your face. Without the skull, you wouldn't have a face, right? It forms your face. The appearance you have, that's formed by the skull, right? With the need of the skull, right? So අපි ගත්තොත් the skull has two main parts, right? The skull has two main parts. Two skull එකක් තියෙනවානේ. Right. Now this is not a real one, මේක synthetic එකක්. Very heavy actually. But I have a real one in the bag. Now, ඒක නිකන් serial killer vibe එකක් එනවනේ. මිනිස්සෙක් මරලා chop him up and put him in a bag and අරන් ආවා. Right? It's one of my friends කියන්නේ it's it's she took it for her studies, right? Not her, but she studies using it. Okay. So this is the skull, right? So මේක ගත්තොත් this part is called the මොකද ඒකට කියන්නේ? මේ මොකද්ද මේ තියෙන්නේ? This is your face, right? හරිද? මේකට face and this is the brain case, right? Brain case කියන්නේ මේකට. It encloses your brain, right? It encloses your brain. හරිද? So මේක ගත්තොත් now it encloses your brain නේ. In your brain, how many lobes do you have? How many lobes? You have 4 lobes, right? You have your frontal lobe. කොහෙද තියෙන එක? In the front, of course, right? Frontal lobe පිටිපස්සට ගිහිල්ලා නම් ප්‍රශ්නයක්, right? So in the front you have the frontal lobe, right? Then at the back you have the occipital. In the two sides you have the temporal lobes, and on the middle wage you have the parietal. So exactly like that, අපි ගත්තොත් this total skull is divided into 22 bones, right? Which are the 22? ඒක මතක තියාගන්න විදියක් කියන්නද? සෙමින එක තියෙන තිබ්බේ කවද්ද? 22. හරිද? So seminar එක තියෙන දේ 22. Okay, so the seminar was supposed to happen on 22nd April නේ. So 22 bones in the skull. Now that's an important thing because MCQs වලට අහනවා මට මතකයි number of bones කියන එකෙන් සාමාන්‍ය MCQ එකක් වුණත් එන්න පුළුවන්. I remember it was being asked for the past year මට මතක නැහැ මොන අවුරුද්දේද කියලා, but it's important, right? In the previous resource book it was 21, right? පරණ එකේ it was 21, but in the new one it's 22, right? So note that 22. Then අපි ගත්තොත් this brain case is formed by 8 bones, right? The brain case is formed by 8 bones. හරිද? එතකොට according to the lobes, right? According to the lobes you can classify them. In the frontmost part you get the frontal lobe. Nah, it's the frontal bone, right? Frontal lobe එක කවගන්නේ මොකද්ද? Frontal bone එක, right? Then at the backmost part you get the occipital bone, right? Then on the sides you get the temporal bone. Now the thing is, in the brain you had only one parietal lobe, but in the brain case you have 2 parietal bones. Then තව අමුතු වචන දෙක ඉගෙන ගන්නවා ethmoid and sphenoid කියලා, right? Ethmoid and sphenoid. So total කීයද එතකොට? It's 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 7 8 ethmoid sphenoid, right? So frontal, occipital, temporal දෙකයි hari temporal දෙකයි. Then you have 2 parietal, so until now 6 ethmoid and sphenoid. Shall we study it now? Then පාඩම් කරගන්න ඔය 8. Starting with frontal, occipital, 2 temporal, 2 parietal, ethmoid and sphenoid. හරිද? දැන් මාත් එක්ක කියමුද? අර බාන කියනවා වගේ ආමුදුරු මුලින් කියනවා ඊට පස්සේ අර මාත් එක්ක කියමු කියලා ආයෙ කියනවා. Right? So මාත් එක්ක කියමු. Right? So what's the first one? Frontal. Second, occipital. Third, temporal. Fourth, parietal. Then ethmoid and phenoid. So online at a page done, but can you see here? I pass these around for you guys to see as well. Can you see here like nikang මොනවාද කියන්නේ නිකන් අර මහලා වගේ එකට like it's being sewed together වගේ පේනවා නිකන් rough edges you can see them මේ පේනවා නිකන් rough edges තියෙනවා ටිකක් so that's where the bones connect right that's where the bones connect I'll show you in a diagram as well that's where the bones connect we call them the sutures right sutures after a surgery doctors suture the wounds කියන්නේ ආදිනවා right so we call them sutures නිකන් එතන නිකන් මැහුම් දාලා වගේ right it's නිකන් මැහුම් දාලා වගේනේ පේනවා නිකන් right so you can see here now this is the frontal bone this is the frontal දැන් මෙහෙමනේ ඉන්නේ මෙයා right so this is the frontal this is the left parietal this is the right parietal right so you can see how the frontal joins with the parietal with the suture then the two parietal bones join with the suture right so ඒ වගේ මේ search එකක් මැද තියෙන්නේ one individual bone and the sutures together will form the whole brain case හරිද so sutures කියන දේ that's where the bones connect got it right okay so just know that නිකන් sutures නිකන් කොහෙද තියෙන කියලා දැනගෙන ඉන්න ඕනේ just know that bones connect via these sutures right just something like this I'll show you in a diagram so imagine you have your temporal bone like this temporal bone මෙහෙම තියෙනවා නම් you get your parietal bone like this and your occipital bone like this right so these borders in the meva these are called then no in the skull you get many because so many individual now in the skull you get 22 bones right in the skull you get 22 bones all of those 22 bones are joined with each other right all of those 22 bones are joined with each other and they are connected to each other via sutures right those bones are connected to each other and make the skull in a whole level by these sutures got it Hare. Now let me show it to you properly right so this is a skull and you can clearly see the sutures right these are the sutures where you can see now this is the frontal bone right this is the frontal bone this is the right parietal and this is the left parietal so you can see how each of those bones are joined to each other via sutures right so in a brain case you can individually identify those bones right so this is the right parietal over again you can identify those this is the occipital right that's the occipital then you get the temporal here okay, that's the temporal okay so all those individual components are joined together to form your brain case right so how many bones in your brain case it's 8 right? 8. Atayne anam pulane, right? So it's one frontal, how many parietal? Two parietal, how many temporal? Two temporal, one occipital, and ethmoid and sphenoid, right? Ethmoid and sphenoid. Let me show you those two bones as well. Eva, you can actually see them very clearly in a live picture, but let me show it to you. In a real skull area, khari amaru bala ganna. So right, it's fine. Eva pasti bahan pulane ay. So apa pena ni? Apa pena de? Pena ni? The online students can also see me. Okay, apa pena ay. So Eva pasti balmu. So that's the brain case, right? So remember the number of bones, because I remember in our A levels they asked an MCQ regarding the total number of bones in the lower limb or something, right? So again, they might ask you the number of bones. Even in the structured essay, they would still question it, right? So that's very important, right? Then let's move on to the next part. Okay, let me show it to you now. Right, so Mehdi, you can see the ethmoid bone, right? It's like the Now the thing is, this part is your brain case, right? This part is your brain case, and this part is called the face, right? So the ethmoid is found somewhere between the brain case and the face, right? It's found, it's like almost inside your nose, right? It's found almost inside your nose, right? So that's the ethmoid, okay? You don't need to know the location of the ethmoid at the moment. Ethmoid and sphenoid, you don't need to know the location. But if you know the location, it's going to be important for another part, right? So that's the ethmoid. And I'll show you the sphenoid as well. Right, so can you see the green color part? That's the sphenoid. Within a sphenoid, right? That's the sphenoid. Okay. So you have the ethmoid and sphenoid, which are like it's like found inside your face again. Okay. So you don't need to know the exact location of them, but just know them because they'll be important, right? You'll be finding them in another section, right? So that's the important. Okay. Right. So brain case, the brain case is also called the cranium, right? It's called the cranium. Now, you know the term cranial, right? What does cranial mean? Cranial nerves can they have. What does cranial mean? It means it's a Latin word for brain, right? Cranial means brain. Okay. So cranium came from the word cranial, and the brain case is also called the cranium, right? Usually this is about දැන් මේක බැලුවම තියෙනවා almost කියන්න පුළුවන්, but it's about 1.5 liters, right? This is about 1.5 liters. හරිද? ඕනනම් එකක් කමුණොත් මේ වතු ටිකක් දාලා බලන්න කොච්චර ලීටර් ප්‍රමාණය එනවද, right? Usually in males the cranium is larger than in females, right? Even the brain is larger in males නේ. මේකක් තියනවාද research පොතේ? නැද්ද? Okay, මතක නැහැ. කොහොම හරි the brain case is larger than in the females. Okay, right. Now let's go to this side. Okay, you see a giant hole, right? Right? So that's called the එල්ලවල මොකද්ද කියන්නේ? ඔකට කියනවා අපි නම් ගොඩක් තියෙනවා ඔකට. ඕගලන්ට තියෙනවා දැන් foramen magnum කියලා එකක් තියෙනවා. එහෙම වචනද තියෙනවා ඕගලන්ට? foramen magnum වෙන්න ඕනේ නේ. I think that's the word that you have, right? So this is where the spinal cord joins with the brain, right? This is where the spinal cord joins with the brain, right? In biology, if you hear the word foramen, okay, foramen, foramina, වගේ වචනයක් આવත්, what they mean is it's like a giant hole or a hole, right? Foramen කියන්නේ hole එක, right? So this is where the spinal cord join with the brain, okay? So the spinal cord runs out of here. Got it? Then can you see two round structures here? The online students, I'm not sure that you can see it, but there are two small round structures, right? Now the skull rests on what? The skull rests on the vertebral column, right? The vertebral column is joined to the skull, or the skull rests on the vertebral column. So the skull rests on the vertebral column via these two condyles, right? We call them condyles. Condyles කියන්නේ මොනවද? Condyles කියන්නේ they are like knobs. They are called condyles, right? ඒවට අපි කියනවා occipital condyles කියලා, because they are located in the occipital bone, right? So දැන් මේක එහෙමයි. Skeletal system කරද්දී අලුතෙන් වචන ගොඩක් ඉගෙන ගන්නවා. Condyles, articulate. What does articulate mean? Articulate again. Articulate means basically bones don't join with each other. Imagine you are මෙතන තියෙන bone එකයි පස්සේ කියන්නේ මොකද්ද කියලා. මෙතන තියෙන bone එකයි මෙතන තියෙන bone එකයි. If they touched each other, then that means you have osteoarthritis or osteoporosis, right? So they never touch, right? They articulate. They articulate between the cartilages present, right? When bones join or when joints are made in anywhere, in any place where they have joints, there's a cartilage, right? There's a cartilage, right? So the bones articulate with each other with a cartilage in between. The word that we use is articulate. Okay, articulate again basically two bones joining with each other. Okay, right? Okay, got it. So you get the foramen magnum and you get the occipital condyles which articulate with the vertebral column. Okay, right. Right. Have you heard something called ලෙඩ වුණාම කියන්නේ sinus block වුණා කියනවනේ. හරිද? Sinus block වුණා කියලානේ. Right? So in your skull you have something called sinuses. මගෙත් මම sinus block එකකින්. My voice is a bit different. I was sick. So sinuses are basically these air-filled cavities present in your brain. First of all, why should they be air-filled, or why are they air-filled cavities present in your brain? To reduce the weight, right? Even birds have air-filled cavities in their brain to reduce the weight, right? So one thing is to reduce the weight. Okay, so those air-filled cavities are lined by mucous membranes. When you get sick, those air-filled cavities, what they have mucous membranes, so they secrete mucus, and those mucus gets accumulated on the sinus. And sinus block වුණාම තමයි ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ voice එක වෙනස් වෙන්නේ. Why is that? Because those sinuses are cavities which provide resonance. Resonance, physics resonance. So your voice resonates in those cavities. So according to the level of blockage, the resonance vary, right? Goda block kala nam, your voice becomes sometimes deeper, right? So according to the level of blockage, the resonance varies, and so what happens is your voice changes, right? So sinuses තියෙන්නේ දැනට ඉගෙන ගත්ත ටිකෙන් it's frontal, ethmoid and sphenoid, right? Frontal, ethmoid and sphenoid. ඉස්සරහට තව එකක් හම්බ වෙනවා, right? Frontal, ethmoid and sphenoid. Is that clear? හරි. Then මම මේ resource පොතේ order එකටම මේ යන්නේ, right? Okay, දැන් මම හිතන්නේ skull එක නම් almost done. So let's go to the face, right? Face එකට ගියාම first of all ගත්තොත් I'll talk about the maxillary bone. The maxillary bone is called your upper jaw bone, right? The upper jaw bone. Now, is your upper jaw bone connected to your skull or is it not connected? Connected, but you can move it. You can't move the upper jaw bone. You can't. You can't. Right now, I'm moving it. Right? So it's connected to the skull, but you can move it. Come on. Move can I mean, not individually. Along with the skull, you can move it. Right? Okay, along with the skull, you can move it. So that's called the maxillary bone. Maxillary bones දෙකක් තියෙනවා. මම මතකයි කලින් resource පොතේ අපි ඒ level එකදී මම හිතන්නේ ඕකේ තිබ්බේ එකයි කියලා. I can't remember properly, but you have two maxillary bones, the left and right maxillary bones. So ඒක ලස්සනට පේනවා මෙතනට. So this part is the left maxillary. This part is the right maxillary. Okay, and then you can find a suture in between as well, which connect those bones. Right? So that's the maxillary bone, which is the upper jaw bone. So upper jaw bone නැති නට මොකක්ද තියෙන්නේ? They should have a lower jaw bone as well, right? Lower jaw bone move කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක move කරන්න පුළුවන්, ඒක move කරන්න බෑ, you can't talk, right? So the lower jaw bone is called the mandible. Called the mandible. Right? Maxillary and mandible, right? So the mandible is movable and it's just one bone, right? You can see it's completely one bone, right? So yeah, in the මෙහෙම. Let's make this guy smile. Okay, so you get the maxillary bone and the mandible. Okay, and the teeth are embedded in the maxillary bones and the mandible, right? So ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ අහන්න පුළුවන් in what bones are the teeth embedded, right? So in the maxillary bones and the mandible. Okay, okay, right. So how many bones make the face? Here, two. So now in the skull is divided into two, right? අපේ එක ලිව්වා. The skull is divided into two. The cranium and the face, right? The cranium and the face, right? So the cranium has how many bones? It has 8. Cranium has 8 bones. Sorry, 8 bones. The skull in total has how many bones? අවද සෙමිනක තියෙන තිබ්බේ 22, right? It's 22. 22 minus 8, it's 15, 14, right? Okay, so මේක දීලා නැහැ resource book එකේ. දීලා නැහැ, but they have given the individual bones as well, so you can definitely count them, but අනිවාර්යයෙන් මේක deduct කරලා මේක ගන්නනේ තියෙන්නේ. So you might get an MCQ. ඊට පස්සේ ගියාගෙන එපා out of syllabus questions අහනවා, right? It's just maths, okay? So yeah, I'll explain sinus again, don't worry. So cranium and face. Cranium has 8 bones, face has 14 bones. In total you get 22 bones. Okay, so අපි පටන් ගත්තේ මොකද? Maxillary and the mandible, right? Then you have your cheekbone. මෙතන අල්ලලා බලන්න. You can feel your cheekbones, right? තියෙනනේ මොකටද? Right, okay. So those are cheekbones. We call them the zygomatic bones, right? Zygomatic bones. Right? They are your cheekbones. They are called the zygomatic bones. Okay, so you get 2 zygomatic bones, right? So 2 zygomatic bones, 2 maxillary bones. Then you have a mandible as well at the bottom. Okay, right. ඊට පස්සේ දැන් තියෙන්නේ නිකන් පොඩි bones ගොඩාක් තියෙනවා, which you don't need to know the location very specifically, right? There are something called the worm. Worm එක නම් මම පෙන්නන්නම් ඕන්න. in the middle, can you see inside the nose? Inside the nose, can you see a bone separating the face into two? Separating it into two. Yeah, in the middle. Right? So that's called the vomer, right? And you get two nasal bones. You don't need to know the specific locations of those, but you need to know something called the palatine bone, right? So the top of your mouth is called, but the roof of your mouth is called the palate, right? Called the palate, right? So the palate is made up of the palatine bone. It's made of the hard palate and the soft palate. But it's made of the palatine bone, right? Palatine bone palatine bone here. Now, this is part of the maxilla, right? This is part of the maxilla, and you get the palatine bone here. Okay, you can't feel it because it's covered by cartilage, right? But you get the palatine bone on the palate. හරිද? So මම බෝඩ් එකේ මුකුත් ලියන්නේ නැහැ කියලා හිතන්න එපා. මොකද මට ලියන්න දෙයක් නැහැ ඉතින්. right? අනික මට ඇත්තට හොඳට අඳින්නත් බෑ. right? I can draw that skull emoji. That's it. Right, okay. Let me show you some bones again. Right here, පේනනේ bone එක නේද? Let me share it as well for the online students. Right, this is the bone. Right? It's called the bone. Okay, it's called the bone. Right, තව ටිකක් බලමු. So that's your zygomatic bone, right? The cheekbone. Okay, that's your zygomatic bone. හරිද? තව මොනවද ඔයගන්ට ඕනි වෙන්නේ? Let me show you the palatine bone as well. Right, here you can see the palatine bone, right? Within you get the right palatine bone and the left palatine bone, right? Both are there, right? So you get the left palatine and the right palatine. This is the right palatine bone, right? And you get the maxillary bone, right? That's the maxillary bone. Within the two maxillary bones, and you get the suture in between, right? So again, all those individual bones are joined to each other by the sutures, right? It's present throughout your skull. Okay, so those are the most important bones in your skull. Let's go through the resource book and see what they have. Right, මෙතන නිකන් තේරෙනවද where the structures are there? නිකන් general idea මතකෙට ඉන්න නැහැ actually ඉක්මනට මට මතක නැද්ද කොයි සමහර ඒවා. Right, but is it clear නිකන් generally? What about the online students? Is it clear? Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Let's read through the resource book then. Organization of the human axial skeleton. So, in the left hand side, you get a skeleton. We'll uh, break that down into parts and first go to the skull. Okay. So, skull in humans, the skull rests on the upper end of the vertebral column. The human skull consists of 22 bones which are mostly connected together by ossified joints. Right. They are called sutures. Again, like usually between bones, or usually between joints. What do you get? You get cartilages. Right. Usually between bones, you get cartilages. Right. Like in your elbow joint, your wrist joint, your knee joint, ankle joint. Those are also joints, but you get cartilages. But in the brain, cartilages තිබ්බොත් හරියන්නේ නැහැ, right? Then basically ඔළුව නිකන් මේ බිත්තිය දෙන ගමන් ඔක දෙකට කැඩෙනවානේ, right? So you have ossified joints. What's ossified? Ossified means it's ossification කියන්නේ it's a process where cartilage is converted to bones. Okay? It's a process where cartilages are converted to bones, right? So ossified joints කියන්නේ they are bones, right? Bony joints. Okay? They are called sutures. Skull is divided into the cranium, brain case, and the face. The bones in the cranium are the frontal bone, two parietal bones, um, the occipital bone, two temporal bones, the ethmoid bone, and the sphenoid bone. In addition to the frontal bone, 14 other bones form the skeleton of the face, right? So 22 welling, 8 form the brain case of the cranium, the rest of the 14 form the face. Okay, right. There are two zygomatic bones. Zygomatic bones can have cheekbones, right? They got now. Then you get two maxilla united to form the upper jaw bone, right? The upper jaw bone consists of the left maxilla and the right maxilla, right? Then you get two nasal bones, two lacrimal bones. They are found inside your nose, right? And very small bones. Some are very small bones which you don't need to know, right? You don't need to know the location of them, right? So nasal bones and lacrimal bones. The vomer, I showed it to you, the vomer, and two palatine bones, right? The palatine bones also I showed it to you, right? It's just after the maxillary bone. Okay. Two inferior again conky කියලා කියන්නේ conky කියලා, but ඒකත් you don't need to know it that much. And the mandible is the lower jaw bone, right? So out of these, you know the locations of the zygomatic, maxilla, vomer, palatine, and mandible, right? So අමුතුවෙන් මතක තියාගන්න තියෙන්නේ මොනවාද? The two nasal bones, two lacrimal bones, and the two inferior ඔයගොල්ලෝ මේක මතක තියාගන්න conche කියලා, right? Right? මොකද ලියන්න පුළුවන් වෙන විදිහට මතක තියාගන්න, right? They don't ask you for oral exams නේ, right? So conche කියලා මතක තියාගන්න, මාත් ඒ level මතක තියාගත්ත එහෙම. Right, okay. Cranial region. The human cranial capacity is nearly 1.5 liters. Cranium protects and encloses the brain, right? So you can have brain case again. It's called the brain case because it encloses and protects the brain, right? It also protects the inner ear, middle ear, olfactory organs, and eyes, right? So the inner ear, middle ear, in what bone is it present? In the temporal bone, right? In the temporal bone, you get the inner ear and the middle ear, right? What's this? In pinna, right? So this is the pinna, and inside it you get this is part of the outer ear. Inside you get the inner ear and the middle ear. They are found inside your temporal bone. There was something called a bony labyrinth, right? A bony labyrinth. So that bony labyrinth is found inside your temporal bone. Okay, it's found inside your temporal bone. Then you get the olfactory organs and eyes, right? Olfactory organs can the organs which sense your smell, right? They are found inside bones, nasal bones, lacrimal bones. Okay, so they are found in that area. Then you get your eye sockets as well, of course, right? Bony eye sockets provide attachment to the eye muscles that move them. On the inferior side of the cranium, there is the foramen magnum to provide passageway for the spinal cord, right? That's what we saw as that big hole. So you will be learning about more foramens and foraminas, right? So always know foramen both that's a hole, right? So the spinal cord is provided passageway through this foramen magnum, right? Foramen magnum, and surrounding or near the foramen magnum, you get the occipital condyles. right? Condyles are like knobs, right? They are like knobs, okay? Two smooth rounded knobs, right? Two smooth rounded knobs called the occipital condyles on either side of the foramen magnum articulates the first strip atlas vertebrae which permits steady movement. ඒක අපි පස්සේ ඉගෙන ගන්නවා, right? So මෙහෙම එකක් තියෙනවා දැන්. The skull rests on the vertebral column, right? Skull rests on the vertebral column. Okay, ඒක දන්නවනේ. The vertebral column is made up of vertebrae කියන එක දන්නවනේ, of course. And the first vertebra is called atlas. Atlas. Why is that? There's a reason for it. Why is it called atlas? ඒක atlas කියන්නේ. Nothing related to the stationary. Atlas කියන්නේ. Now, all of these medical terms and all that, they were Greek and Latin terms. According to Greek mythology, the giant who holds the earth is called Atlas. According to Greek mythology or Latin, Roman or Greek, right? There's a giant. There's a giant who's holding the earth. Right? So, related to that, they have named the first vertebrae which holds the skull as the Atlas vertebrae. Right? That's how the relationship is there. Okay? So, ඒක නිකන් ඒ වගේ දේවල් මතක තියාගන්න පුළුවන් and it makes it easier to remember. Right? Okay. Now, a giant holds the earth, but actually the Atlas vertebrae is the smallest vertebrae that you get. Right? Okay. Right. Okay. Now we come to something called the fontanelles. Fontanelles. Now, when you were born, these joints, now these are called surges and they are ossified joints, right? These are called surges and they are called ossified joints. But during the time you were born, they were not completely ossified, right? Still the cartilages were present, right? You can hear me now, right? Right. Okay. You don't need to draw these structures. Skull එක නම් අඳින්න ඕනේ නැහැ. There are some other structures that you need to draw, and I'll tell you what they are. And no, I won't be giving notes, right? I won't be giving notes. The note you need is in the resource book. Right? So whatever note I give you, the resource book right? So the note, whatever note you need is in the resource book, right? So fontanelles, I'll tell about it again. May definitions are what are fontanelles, right? It's been asked in the past paper as well. Okay, so fontanelles got when you are born, okay. Now even right now, now what's your age? 18, 19. Okay, 19. How is this? Right. So 19, right? 19. Yeah. Okay. So even in some of your major bones, you get cartilages in between, right? You get cartilages in between. Like, let's take your thigh bone, for example. Right, in your thigh bone, in the middle, you get something called the epiphyse. You get something called the epiphyse, which are like small soft tissues or cartilaginous tissues. So you guys continue to grow, right? You guys continue to grow because of the epiphyse. In the middle of the bone, you get this small epiphyse or cartilaginous structure, right? So your bones can grow, but after about 21, 22, those cartilaginous structures ossify. They become bones. The epiphyse closes. After that, you won't grow tall, right? It was a basically you have to do surgery and increase your height, right? Naturally, it's not happening, right? So even like small kids, they have epiphyse, right? Epiphyse කියන දේ ඒගොල්ලන්ට තියෙනවා කොහොමද, right? That's why they grow tall. So ඒ වගේ when being born, in between these major bones, the frontal, parietal, occipital, and all that, you had something called fontanelles. You can right? So there was something called fontanelles, which are soft membranous tissues, right? When being squeezed out of the birth canal, they will allow these slight compressions so that the birthing process is facilitated, right? So those are called fontanelles, and board right? Right. So here you get the fontanelles. So in between the major bones, you get these fontanelles. Right? So these are like soft membranous tissues which will facilitate birth and allows your skull to squeeze a bit. Right? Right. Okay. So in the cranium, soft membranous tissues, soft membranous regions called fontanelles are present, which allow slight compressions and birth, facilitating parturition. Right? Parturition can the process of giving birth. Right? Parturition. Fontanelles become replaced by bones within 1 to 2 years of life. Right? Before 1 year if a baby falls down and knocks his or her head, sometimes that deformity becomes permanent, right? Because during the 1 to 2 year process, those fontanelles become bones, right? Before they become bones, they are still membranous structures, and your skull can still compress, right? එතකොට වැටුනොත් මෙහානින් පොඩ අස්සට ගියොත් ඒක හැමම තියෙනවා, right? So they ossify later නිසා. Okay, right? So immovable joints or sutures are present between the skull bones to provide more protection, right? Several air-filled cavities lined by ciliated mucous membranes are present in the skull, right? Right. So මේවට තමයි අපි sinus කියන්නේ, right? So what are sinuses කියලා ඔයගොල්ලෝ අහුවොත් කියන්න ඕනේ මොකද්ද? That definition. Several air-filled cavities are lined by ciliated mucous membranes. So in your brain you have small cavities, right? You have small cavities. එකක් to reduce the weight of the brain. So not to reduce the weight of the brain, to reduce the weight of the skull, right? So in your skull, you get these small cavities which are called sinuses, right? So in four major bones, the sinuses are present, right? They are always connected with your nose, right? Now, you get these mucus coming out, sema කියන්නේ mucus, right? So right? So basically, these sinuses are connected with your nose. Okay, so the four major bones are the frontal. It's closer to the nose, frontal. Then you get the sphenoid and ethmoid pinone. It's found inside me. So you get the ethmoid and the sphenoid and the maxillary. Maxillary is the upper jaw bone, right? So the four bones are related to your nose. So it's found at the front of your face. The four bones are found at the front of your face. They are the frontal, ethmoid, sphenoid, and maxillary, right? Frontal, ethmoid, sphenoid, and maxillary. Okay, right. Ciliated mucous membranes are present in the skull. They are called sinuses. They all communicate with the nasal cavity, right? So these are needed for resonance. Now, like you can talk by closing your nose, right? But your voice changes, right? You can still talk, of course, but your voice changes, right? Your voice changes because when you close the nose, some of these cavities get completely closed, right? So some are unable to provide resonance. Your voice changes, right? Even right now, when I'm talking, the sound is of course coming from the vocal cords when the air rushes out of the vocal cords, but the air cavities are also vibrating and providing the resonance, right? According to the level or degree of being blocked by these mucus, the sinuses can change your voice. Okay, right. So sinuses provide resonance to voice and reduce the weight of the skull. Okay, so the major function of the sinuses are provide resonance and reduces the weight of the skull. Okay, is that clear? හරිද දැන් ස්කල් එක ඉනිෂියල් පාර්ට් එක අවුලක් නැද්ද? ඔව්ද අපි ගත්තොත් brain case එක හරි. Right? So I hope it was clear. Communication, they are like those cavities have pathways to the nasal cavity. Yeah. Right. What about the online students? Is it clear? It's good if you can respond. What about the online students? Okay, good to see so many responding. You need to know how exactly the frequency changes. You know, the physics are taken. Are cavity ke volume mekai, cavity length. Sorry, column length එක වෙනස් වෙද්දී resonance changes කියන දන්නවනේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ. Okay, so you don't need to exactly know how it happens. Just have an idea. Okay. Right. Let's go to the facial region. So facial region is situated below the cranium. It's obvious, right? No one has a facial region above the cranium. Okay. Facial region is situated below the cranium. Some facial bones form the walls of the posterior part of the nasal cavity and from the upper part of the air passages. So අපි දැක්කනේ how those vomer and those nasal bones and lacrimal bones, they are found inside the nasal cavity, right? Almost inside, right? So that's what they mean. Some facial bones form the walls of the posterior part of the nasal cavity, right? So nasal cavity के posterior part එක actually form කරන්නේ අර මෙයා nasal bone, right? So ඒ වගේ there are these bones which form the parts of the nasal cavity, right? And from the upper part of the air passages. What forms the bottom part of the nasal cavity? What forms the bottom part of the nasal cavity? Now between your mouth, now this is your mouth, right? You have your mouth and you have the nasal cavity on top. What separates it? The palate, right? So what should be the bone that separates your nasal cavity and the buccal cavity? The palatine bone, right? The palatine bone, right? So the palate is present between your nasal cavity and between your mouth. So here, what separates it is the palatine bone. Okay, right? Maxilla and mandible provide ridges in which teeth are embedded. So maxilla is the upper jaw bone or the lower jaw bone. Maxilla, upper, sure. Yeah, maxilla is the upper jaw bone. මේකේ වන්න මත තියාගෙන අර මේ දැන් අපි ගත්තොත් මේක mandible. Mandible is a longer word than maxilla. Mandible is a longer word than maxilla. The maxilla has 7 letters, mandible has 8 letters, and 8 is greater than 7, right? So the mandible has gone to the bottom because it's heavier, right? මොකද ගොඩක් අය පැටල ගන්නවා. maxilla and mandible කියන එක මේකට maxilla කියලා මේකට mandible කියනවා සමහර, right? So ඒක නිසා one way to remember it that the mandible has a longer name, so it's more heavier කියලා මතක තියාගන්න. And heavy objects go down, right? So ඒක මතක තියාගන්න පුළුවන්, right? Right. So upper jaw is fused with the cranium, right? Anyone's maxilla or the upper jaw is fused with the cranium, and the lower jaw bone is found articulating with the skull. Lower jaw bone it's part of the face, but it's not joined with the face. Okay, connect it just articulates. Okay, lower jaw bone is movable. Right? Yeah, so an online student suggested another thing. Max is high. max කියන්නේ high කියන එක maximum වගේ. So it's high, so it's found at the top, right? ඒක පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්. That's also good, right? So you can see the mandible articulates and it can move, right? It can move, right? So this is what happens when you talk. Anyone talking looks like this if you don't have your skin and muscles. Okay. Right. So upper jawbone maxillaris uses the cranium, lower jawbone mandible is movable, right? It's movable. And hard palate and soft palate separate the buccal cavity from the nasal cavity, right? So hard palate can, of course, the palatine bone, right? That's the bone. Soft palate can, soft palate is the cartilage present, right? Now, with your tongue, touch your palate, and it's a bone and it's cartilage, right? That's a cartilage, right? So you get the soft palate and the hard palate then, which is the bone. Okay, is that clear? 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 Okay, question. Do you know? Hey, biology. Hard palate, soft palate, dekam dina. Right. And the lower jaw article is the cranium, right? Okay. Then you can see this, right? Now this is your cheekbone, right? This part is your cheekbone, right? This is your cheekbone, and you can like feel a small process, right? And you can feel a small process, right? So it's this, right? It's this. This is called a zygomatic arch. Zygomatic arch. It's an arch, right? It's called a zygomatic arch. Right? So this zygomatic arch is formed by the zygomatic bone, right? This is a zygomatic bone. Okay, this is zygomatic bone, and the what's this bone? Temporal bone, right? So zygomatic arch is formed by the zygomatic bone and the temporal bone. Okay, right. So zygomatic arch formed by parts of the zygomatic bone and the temporal bone provides the surface of muscle attachment for the movement of the lower jaw. All right. So now touch your zygomatic arch. Then you have the cheekbone, and here you have the zygomatic arch. Right. Now move your lower jaw. Can you feel contracting and relaxing here? Near the zygomatic arch, you can feel muscles contracting and relaxing. Right. So the muscles which move the lower jawbone or the maxilla are attached to these zygomatic arches. Right. When you move the lower jawbone, the muscles will contract and relax. There are some there are some exercises to reduce the fat in the face. So basically when you move the lower jawbone up and down, your muscles contract and relax, right? So that would break down the fat. Like continuously exercise. So yeah, you get the muscles attached to the lower jawbone from the zygomatic arch, right? Zygomatic arch. What attaches muscles to bones? Muscles to bones? Hold on. Muscles to bones. Huh? Tendons, right? Monkey animal, remember the biceps tendon? Biceps tendon, right? Remember that word, biceps tendon. And get in a muscle done biceps, right? Biceps, right? So biceps is done, right? So remember the biceps tendon. Biceps is a muscle, right? So tendon means biceps muscle is attached to the bone via the biceps tendon, right? You can even feel it, right? Just slightly keep your arm at an angle and touch your elbow joint, right? You can feel your tendon, right? That's your tendon, right? That's your tendon. Not your vein, okay? You can't take blood from your tendons, okay? So the tendon is also present, and above that you get the vein, okay? Right. Yeah, you can tell that. Yeah, an online student has asked a question where the palate is formed by both the palatine and the maxillary. Maxillary එකේ කෑල්ලක් තියෙනවා. Right? It's mostly the palatine bone, but I showed you maxillary forms the initial part again. Right? You don't need to know that. Right? Just know that the palate and the soft palate and the hard palate, and the hard palate is mainly made up of the palatine bone. Okay? Right. Then when you come to the mandible, you get two processes, right? Now another word that you learn in skeletal system is process, right? Process processes, right? In temporal bone, you have three processes. Process it's like a structure protruding out. Okay, that's what you call a process. So again you have two processes, right? This is called the condyloid process. And then condyloid process again. Condyloid, right? Condyloid, right? It's called the condyloid process. Let me show it to you properly. Right. So this is the condyloid process, and this is the coronoid process. Okay, so you can see the mandible here, and this is the condyloid process, and this is the coronoid process. So the large one has a larger name, right? The condyloid is the larger name and the coronoid, and you get the condyloid process as the larger one, which is found at the behind, right? Behind, and in front you get the coronoid process, right? So again, processes, when you come to medicine, you learn so many processes. So you have condyloid, coronoid, caracoid, choroid, coronoid. Condyloid, coronoid, caracoid, choroid, acromium, right? Processes. It's so much fun. Right, okay. So when you consider the condyloid process, this is the condyloid process, right? This is the condyloid process, and it is a process, or it is a part of the mandible which articulates with the temporal bone, right? So make it තියෙන්නේ මෙහෙමනේ. මෙහෙමනේ තියෙන්නේ. right? මෙහෙම තියෙන්නේ. okay? So පේනවද මේ මෙතන නිකන් මේ රබර් එකක් වගේ දාලා තියෙනවා. පේනවද රබර් එකක් වගේ? පේනවද රබර් එකක්? So there's a rubber here, right? So that's like that මෙතන මේ සමහර තැන්වල rubbers දාලා තියෙනවා, right? So they are the cartilages. So this is part of the temporal bone, right? This is part of the temporal bone. Okay, this is part of the temporal bone, and this is the what process? The large one is the condyloid process, right? The condyloid process. So the condyloid process articulates with the temporal bone. Okay, so it articulates with the temporal bone. පේනවනේ. මෙන්න මේක වටේ තමයි මේක අරගන්නේ, right? මේ ඔළුව නෙමෙයි අරගන්නේ මේ යට එක. right? Is that clear? Right? So the temporal bone articulates with the condyloid process. Okay, condyloid bone කියලා ලියන්න එපා. It is a bone, but the best word is process. Condyloid process. Okay, then you get these two structures, which are the again, condyloid and coronoid. Condyloid and coronoid, right? ගෙදර ගිහිල්ලා මේ පාඩම් කරද්දි ගමටම හැන කියන්න, right? Condyloid and coronoid, right? Condyloid and coronoid, and write it, right? Definitely write it, because if you don't write it, you won't remember it when during the exam. Okay, so definitely write it. So what's this for? මේක මොකක්ද? It doesn't attach to anything. It just attaches. It doesn't attach to any bones. It attaches to the ligaments, right? Now, in your in your face, you get the muscles, right? So you get tendons and ligaments, right? So it attaches to the tendons and ligaments. So coronoid na tendons and ligaments, and condyloid na it's the what bone? Temporal bone, right? Always on factory remember that. You can feel the mandible around here, right? Around here, right? And you can feel it, exam right? So it's connected to the temporal bone, right? Connected to the temporal bone. Right. So lower jaw or the mandible contains two processes. Condyloid process, which articulates the temporal bone to form the temporal mandibular joint, and coronoid process, which gives attachment to muscles and the ligaments, right? So muscles are attachments, then go on, the muscles don't directly connect to bones, right? The muscles connected to bones via tendons, right? So attaches to muscles and ligaments. Then make you at the base of the skull, you get occipital condyles, right? Occipital condyles. One pair are present on the occipital bones to form a hinge joint. Our hinge joint can right? Hinge joint with the atlas vertebrae, right? Then when you consider the temporal bone, what's the temporal bone, right? This is the temporal bone, right? Temporal bone. And what's this main structure? This is it's an arch, right? It's the only arch that's present in the skull. So it's a zygomatic arch, right? Zygomatic arch. And it's formed by the zygomatic bone and the temporal bone. And we call this the zygomatic process of the temporal bone. Okay, zygomatic arch the zygomatic process of the temporal bone, right? You can see it's clearly separated by here. Method rina podi search එකක් පේනවද? පේනවද? නෑනේ. පේනවා. Right. So here you get the temporal bone, right? This is the temporal bone, and this is the zygomatic bone. Right. So this is the zygomatic bone, and this is the temporal bone, and you can see a suture here, right? It is suture, right? You can see a suture here, and this is the zygomatic arch. Zygomatic arch, the zygomatic process is this part. Okay, right. Then you get two more processes. Make a pain on. One skull pain. Right. So that's the zygomatic process. Then other than that, can you see a small like knob-like thing here? Knob-like small process here. That's called the mastoid. Right? This is called the mastoid. Mastoid. It's in your book as well. It's called the mastoid. Right? This is called the mastoid. Then this very sharp one, the sharp process is called the styloid. Right? The sharp process is called the styloid. So you get three processes. One forms the zygomatic arch, which is called zygomatic process. Then this one is called the mastoid, and the sharp one is called the styloid. Okay, then on. Right? So those are the three processes which are present in the temporal bone. Right? So I think the skull is done. So was it clear? I just go through it again, but was it clear? Right. What about the online students? What about the online students? Is it clear? Right. Okay. Hari. Then let's go through the skull again, roughly. How many bones? 22. What are the two parts? The cranium and the face, or the brain case and the face. Right? Brain case and the face. Brain case has how many bones? 8. The face has 14. Brain case has 8 bones which are similar to the lobes of the brain. Right? So you get a frontal bone, 2 temporal bones, an occipital bone, 2 parietal bones, and the ethmoid and the phenoid. Right? Those are the 8 bones. Right? Then අපි ගත්තොත් the face. What are the bones? What is the first bone that should come to your mind? It should be either the maxilla or the mandible. Right? ඔය දෙකනේ මෙතන මුලින්ම හොයාගන්න තියෙන්නේ. Right? So let's start with the mandible. So you get the 2 mandible bones. Right? 2 mandibular bones. This is called the mandible, the upper jaw bone. Sorry, maxilla. Okay, මගේ මඩක් පැටලෙනවා. Right? This is called the maxilla. Yeah, maxilla. Then you get the mandible here. Right? Mandible is just one bone. Right? It's one bone, and you get the 2 maxillary bones. Right? Then at the inside, in the middle, what do you get? The vomer. The vomer. Then you get 2 nasal bones, 2 lacrimal bones. What about your cheekbones? Right? You get the zygomatic bones as your cheekbones. Right? How do you know? So අපි දැනට කරා මොනවද? 2 maxillary bones, 1 mandible, 1 vomer, 2 lacrimal bones, 2 ethmoid bones, 2 cheekbones. So 4 are left. තව nothing. 2 palatine bones. Right? 2 palatine bones forming the hard palate, which separates your buccal cavity and your nasal cavity. තව nothing. Frontal is part of the brain case. තව nothing. Okay, conky කියලා. Right? So 2 inferior conchae. Right? 2 inferior conchae. Right? So those are the bones. Okay? Right. Then what's this structure? It's the only arch that is present in the skull. So it's an arch. What's the arch called? The zygomatic arch. Right? It's called the zygomatic arch. And one end of it is connected to the cheekbone. Okay? So sorry, මේක නෙමෙයි මේක. මොකක්ද මම පෙන්නේ මේක. Right? මේක. මම මොකක්ද මේක නේ පෙන්නේ මම. ඒක නේ මේක. Right? මේක. Right? So it's connected to the cheekbone. Right? The cheekbone is your zygomatic bone. Right? Zygomatic bone. And in the other end, it's connected to the temporal bone. Okay? Right. Then අපි ගත්තොත් in your temporal bone you have 3 processes. තුනක් තියෙනවා. So one is connected to the zygomatic arch. That's called the zygomatic process. Then you get a mastoid process, right? Mastoid. Then the sharp one is called the styloid process. Okay? Sharp one is called the styloid process. Right. Then at the bottom you get a large hole. It's called the foramen magnum. What does it mean, foramen magnum? Yeah, large hole කියන එක. Right? Foramen means hole. Magnum means big. Right? It's like something called maximum again. Magnum කියන්නේ නිකන් ලොකුයි කියන එක. In Latin it means big. Right? So it's called the foramen magnum. Right? Foramen magnum. And this provides passageway for the spinal cord. And alongside that foramen magnum you get 2 occipital condyles. Right? You get occipital condyles. Right? They are like knobs. Right? මම පස්සේ වෙන්නන ඒක කොහොමද වෙන්නේ කියලා හරියටම. but they are like knobs. You get the occipital condyles. Right? So they will help articulate with what vertebrae? Who's the giant? Atlas, right? With the atlas vertebrae. Okay, right. So that's the skull. Was it clear? Right. Okay. Then we'll move on to the vertebral column. Anna, before that, let's do some questions. Let's start off with some past paper questions. Right. Do question number 4 in past paper MCQs. Question number 4 and 13. Do question number 4 and 13. Then in the model paper questions, in the MCQs, do question number 4, 5, 6. Yeah, A, I think. 4, 5, 6. Do it. Do them. Right, let's see. So the fourth question, which of the following statements regarding the skull of a normal adult man is incorrect? It's the same for the woman, don't worry. Its cranial capacity is about 2 liters. No, it's 1.5 liters, right? 1.5 liters. B, mastoid process is found in the lower jaw. No, right? The lower jaw bone has 2 processes, yes. But what are they? They are the condyloid process and the coronoid process, right? Condyloid and the coronoid process, right? So it's not found in the lower jaw. Maxillary bone has air sinuses. Yes, right. What are the 4 bones? You get the frontal, ethmoid and sphenoid, the maxillary, right? Frontal, ethmoid and sphenoid, and the maxillary. Right, take a hurry. Facial region is made up of 12 bones. No, it's 14. Right, it's 14 bones. Upper jaw has 6 molars. But does it have 6? Does it have 6 molars? No, it usually has 4. Right, usually 4. Right. So anyway, E is false. So the answer is C and D, right? C and D. It's the fourth. It's the fourth one. Right. 13. In the human skull, vomer contributes to form the cranium. Does it? Vomer. Cranium. Okay. You have 8 bones. Is the vomer included in it? No. Right? That's wrong. Okay. Vomer. It's part of the face. Ethmoid and sphenoid bones are facial bones. No, right? They are parts of the cranium. Okay. They are parts of the cranium. Zygomatic and parietal bones contribute to form the zygomatic arch. Zygomatic and temporal, right? Temporal bones will form the zygomatic arch. Mastoid process of mandible articulates the temporal bone. No, mastoid is present in the temporal bone, yes, right? Mastoid process is present in the temporal bone, yes, but the mandible articulates with the temporal bone with what? With what? The condyloid, right? Condyloid process. Maxillary and frontal bones contain sinuses, yes, right? See, monkey, that's very important. You need to know where sinuses are, right? Always remember, in the front of the face, you get the sinuses, right? Frontal, ethmoid, and sphenoid, maxillary. Okay. Then, number of bones found in the human face, 20. Model paper questions are the fourth thing. What's that? Model question. Okay. So, number of bones in the human face is 22, right? Human face, human face. Nee, number of bones in the human skull. Human face. That's a good question. So it's 14, right? 14, right? Human skull, it's 22, right? That's a good question. Nee. The question that I would get thrown definitely in A levels if I had it. Then 5. See the correct statement regarding human skull. Human skull is made up of 21 bones. No, that's wrong. The only paired bones of human cranium are a pair of temporal bones and a pair of parietal bones. In the cranium, you get one frontal, one occipital, ethmoid, sphenoid, paired temporal and paired parietal, right? So, right? Second, sinuses are present only in ethmoid, sphenoid, frontal, and it's also in maxillary. The articulation between axis vertebrae and occipital condyles permits nodding movement of the head. Axis name, it's the atlas, right? Atlas, not the axis, it's the atlas. Okay, always remember, skull atlas, right? Remember the giant. The human cranial capacity is 1.5 liters. That's in wrong. Which of the following process is not attached or articulated with the temporal bone? So zygomatic process, it is attached. Styloid process is attached. Mastoid process attached. Coronoid the condyloid the articulated. It's the condyloid, right? Coronoid does not, right? So it's the fourth answer, right? So wagi questions result right? Then past result right? So it's not that hard, right? It's very easy actually. Skeletal system right? It's very easy when you practically remember with the examples, right? Fourth, fourth question. So the fourth question is C and D. incorrect. Incorrect ටික අහන්නේ. Okay. Incorrect නේ අහන්නේ. එහෙනම් A B E එක අපි ගන්න නැතුව මොකද අපේ syllabus එකේ නෑනේ ඒක. So A and B is incorrect කියලා ගන්න. Right? A and B is incorrect. Incorrect නේ අහන්නේ. So that's A and B. Okay, sorry. The third answer. Third answer. Right, so skull is done. We'll take a break and we'll start the vertebral column. And before lunch, vertebral column එක ඉවර කරමු. So I'll give you guys a skull to look at. Right? මේ so එක දෙන්න එක බලන්න. Just see where the bones are and all that. Okay. So the online students can also take a break. Yeah, okay. D is also incorrect. Hari hari. Fourth එකේ A B D නේ? Yeah, okay. A B D. D තැරදි නේ? So it's the second one. නේ? First one. Okay, sorry for that. A B D is incorrect in the fourth question of the past papers, right? So it's A B D, the first answer. Okay. Right, okay. You can take a break. It's 12:05 ne? Be back by 12:20, right? Be back by 12:20. I'll start again at 12:20. Right, okay. So there's a small statement in the resource book that I missed actually. So under the skull, it states that in addition to the frontal bone, 14 other bones form the skeleton of the face. Right. So what that means is mehmai, right? So basically, the the uh, the skull is made up of 22 bones. It has the cranium and the face, right? The cranium and the face, and for these bones are called the facial bones. Okay, these bones are called the facial bones. Right? These bones are called the facial bones. Right? So you get 22 bones, cranium and the face. Face is made up of the facial bones. Right? Facial bones තියෙන්නේ 14යි. Right? Facial bones there are only 14. Right? But the frontal contributes to form your face as well. Right? The frontal එක ගත්තොත් මේ හරියටම එනවනේ. Frontal comes until your මොකද මේක කියන්නේ forehead. So the frontal comes under your forehead, right? And forehead is part of your face, right? So the frontal bone forms the skeleton of your face, right? Not that it's a facial bone, right? Make it again, it just forms your face, okay? So know the difference. Know the difference. So facial bones and cranial bones, or in the cranium you get 8 bones. So it contributes to form the face. Right? Okay. So අර MCQ එකක් කරන්නේ අපි number of bones found in the human face, right? Found in the human face කියව මෙමය. මේ වගේ ප්‍රශ්නයක් ඇහුවොත් දැන් එක තැනක රිසෝස් පොතේ දීලා තියෙනවා දැන් the skull is categorized into cranium and face කියලා කියලා දීලා තියෙනවානේ. ඊට පස්සේ face එකේ 14 කියලා තියෙනවා, right? And facial bones 14 කියලා තියෙනවා, and ඊට තව statement තියෙනවා addition to the 14 bones you get the frontal bone as well කියලා, right? So make it 14 and මෙතන answer 14, right? But imagine you had 14 and 15 as well. Well, 14 plus the frontal is 15, right? 15 කියලා answer තිබ්බොත් ඒක ගැහුවත් වැරදි නෑ, right? ඒක ගැහුවත් වැරදි නෑ. මොකද that's a bone that forms your face. Okay? තේරුණානේ මම කියපේ? I hope structure එකට ආවොත් number of bones found in the human face කියලා ලිව්වොත් 15 තමයිනේ. Facial bones ගැහුවොත් definitely it's 14, right? But human face කියලා කිව්වොත් that's 15 වෙනවා. Okay? Right. Let's hope that you don't get it. Alright, okay, now we'll move on to a very important part. Okay, so this is the most important part, I would say. It's the vertebral column, right? Alright. So the skull encloses and protects the brain, right? Right. What does the vertebral column do? It protects the spinal cord, right? It protects the spinal cord, right? It protects the spinal cord. Okay, that's the main function. There are other functions, but that's the main function. Okay, so it protects the spinal cord. හරිද? හරි. එතකොට දැන් මෙතන එකක් තියෙනවා. So when you take the vertebral column, so you can see the vertebral column, right? When you take the vertebral column, in the vertebral column you have 26 vertebrae, right? Vertebrae එකක් කියන්නේ අපේ individual sections. You can see these individual sections, right? These are called vertebrae and vertebrae. So you get 26 vertebrae, right? 26 vertebrae. Okay, so a 26 හැදෙන්නේ මෙහෙමයි. So you get these individual මේ පේන පොඩි ඒවා තියෙනවා. Individually you get 24 individual vertebrae, right? You get 24 individual vertebrae. Then at the bottom at the bottom you get this is called a sacrum, right? So can you see, are these individual vertebrae? Individual vertebrae? No, right? They are formed by fused vertebrae. Okay, five of these මේ වගේ vertebrae පහක් එකතු වෙලා or fused together to form the sacrum, right? Then at the bottom මේක තියෙනවද මෙතන නැට්ටක් එක තියෙනවනේ cock මේකට කියන්නේ අපි coccyx right coccyx නෙමෙයි coccyx 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 right so under the sacrum you get the coccyx right coccyx is made up of 4 fused bones right this is made up of 5 fused bones this is made up of 4 fused bones right so 24 of these vertebrae together with the sacrum and the coccyx you get 26 parts in the or 26 bones in the vertebral column is that clear right okay so now the vertebrae differs අපි බලමු so මේක ඔයගොල්ලෝ ඉගෙන ගන්න ඉතින් nervous system කරද්දි නැත්නම් දන්නේ in the vertebral column you have 4 major regions right 4 major regions we name them as cervical thoracic lumbar and sacral right so cranium එකට ළඟයි නම් we call it cervical okay cranium එකට ළඟයි නම් we call it cervical okay cranium එකට ළඟයි නම් we call it cervical so these first 7 vertebrae first 7 මේ තියෙන හතක් මේ තියෙන හතක් මේ පළවෙනි හත 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 මෙන්න මෙතන එනවා right these first 7 vertebrae are known as the cervical vertebrae ඔයගොල්ලෝ අහලා ඇති vertebrae එකක් මේක නම් දන්න ගොඩක් අය the C7 කියන එක අහලා තියෙනවා C7 කියන අහලා තියෙනවා C7 vertebrae කියන එක අහලා නැද්ද so there's a vertebrae called C7 C7 කියන්නේ මොකද්ද cervical 7 කියන එක right you can feel a knob here මෙතන දැනෙනවා බලන්න අල්ලලා මෙන්න මෙතන දැනෙන ඕගලන්ට පොඩි knob එකක් වගේ දෙයක් දැනනවනේ දැනන්නේ right that's a C7 vertebrae right it's a C7 vertebrae so ඒ දැනෙන්නේ මේක ඒ දැනෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේක right this is what you feel okay so ඒකෙන් මතක තියාගන්න cervical එකට තියෙන්නේ 7යි right cervical vertebrae there are 7 the last one is the C7 vertebrae right so we actually name this is called the C1 this is called the C2 C3 C4 C5 C6 C7 okay එතනින් පළවෙනි දෙකට we'll be learning it later පළවෙනි දෙකට we have names what's first one called we learned it it's the atlas vertebrae so this is the atlas vertebrae right it's the atlas vertebrae then එක යට තියෙන axis vertebrae කියලා right we will learn why we call it axis vertebrae as well හරිද right then මේ region එක මොකක්ද සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කියන්නේ this region is called what it's called the thoracic region right so in the thoracic region what do you get is the thoracic vertebrae okay so you get the cervical near the brain thoracic in the thoracic region okay so මේකත් මතක තියාගන්න දෙයක් තියෙනවා there are 12 thoracic vertebrae okay there are 12 thoracic vertebrae and how many ribs do you think you have or pairs of ribs do you think you have what's up ribs pairs rib pairs you have 12 pairs of ribs in your body right you have 12 pairs of ribs in your body okay 12 pairs of ribs so for each pair there's one thoracic vertebrae right for each pair there's one thoracic vertebrae so 12 pairs you know 12 thoracic vertebrae okay so cervical kiyak tiyanawada 7යි how do you remember it with the C7 right then in the thoracic region you have 12 for what for the 12 pairs of ribs okay right ඊට යට තියෙන lumbar right it's called the lumbar vertebrae you have 5 මේ තියෙන lumbar region එක this is called the lumbar region කියන්නේ lower back කියනවා වගේ lower back region එක තමයි අපි lumbar region එක කියන්නේ right that's the lower back region so you can see 5 vertebrae 1 2 3 4 5 right these 5 vertebrae are called the lumbar vertebrae and there are 5 okay ඒක ඉතින් ගන්න පුළුවන් කොහොමද ඒක ගන්න ඒක මතක තියාගන්න ඕනේ ගන්නේ කොහොමද මෙතන 7යි මෙතන 12යි total කීයක් vertebrae තියෙනවද I said that there are 24 total vertebrae and the sacrum and the coccyx ඒකත් එක්ක 26ක් right but දැනට only 24 so 24 වලින් 12ක් ගියාම that's 12 remaining ඒ 12න් තව 7ක් ගියාම only 5 is remaining right so in the lumbar region you get 5 vertebrae okay so cervical region thoracic region lumbar region and this region the sacrum මේ sacrum එකේ තියෙන හරියට we call it the sacral region okay sacral region හරිද? so ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ මම මේන් ප්‍රශ්නයක් අහුවොත් මොනවා වගේ ප්‍රශ්නද අහන්න. from where do sympathetic nerves arise? sacral විතරද? sympathetic sacral විතරයි. කොහෙද ඒක තියෙන්නේ? you have it in your syllabus, you need to know it. කොහෙද තියෙන්නේ ඒක? yeah කොහෙද තියෙන්නේ? so under the nervous system in the first parts ඉන්න මම පෙන්නන්න. so in page number 11, right, page number 11 in the resource book under the human nervous system, they have given a diagram, right? So this is the spinal cord and it's divided into sections, right? Cervical, thoracic, lumbar and sacral. Sympathetic nerves in thoracic and lumbar, right? Sympathetic nang thoracic and lumbar. Parasympathetic nang it's cervical, sorry, sacral and cervical එක ගන්න අපි usually cranial කියලා කියන්නේ. Cranial. Then on parasympathetic now you get cranial nerves and spinal nerves both, right? So spinal nerves in sacrum එකේ, right? Sacral region එකේ. හරිද? තේරුණාද? මොකද මම දන්න තරමින් cervical එකෙන් autonomic nervous system එකට එන්නේ නැහැ. right? ඒක දීලා නැහැ නේ මොකද cervical එකේ එනවා කියලා. right? so අර උඩින් එන්නේ cranial nerves. What are cranial nerves? Cranial nerves are nerves arising from your brain, right? Spinal nerves arising from your spine. Right. Okay. Hari. So let's see the regions again. What's this region? Cervical region. What's this region? Thoracic region. What's this region? Lumbar region. This sacral region. Right? Hari. How many vertebrae are there? How many individual vertebrae are there? 26 along with these 24 individual vertebrae. Then you get a large bone which is fused with 5 vertebrae. That's called the sacrum. Sacrum, right? Sacrum is present in the sacral region, right? Then the last one is called the coccyx. Coccyx, okay? COCCYX. Coccyx, right? So it's formed by 4 fused vertebrae. Okay, so that's like the general structure of the vertebral column. Right, okay. Now, when considering the vertebral column, when considering the vertebral column, there are 4 major curves. Now, make that campaign on that it's not a rigid straight structure, right? It's not rigid, right? The vertebral column is like this. Yeah, something like this. Okay. So when you were born, when you were in your mother's womb, were you like standing and doing all that? No, right? All your limbs were close to your body and you were like a ball, right? So the vertebral column of a baby is something like this, right? Something like this. Just a curve, right? Ekka curve එකක් තියෙනවා. එහෙනම් මේ curve එකනේ. Something like this. And so now you need to know the regions as well, right? අපි ගත්තොත් what's anterior? Anterior is the front, right? Anterior is the front, posterior is the behind. Okay, හරිනේ? so ඒ දෙක දැනට ඒ දෙක දැනගන්නකො පස්සේ අපි ටික බලමු. So this is the anterior region, this is the posterior region, right? so when you were in the womb you were like this, right? so it was curved. so අපි මේකට කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? Initially when you were born, anteriorly your vertebral column is concave or convex? Concave, Anteriorly it's concave. Okay, posteriorly it's convex. ඒක තේරුණාද? You know the two lenses නේ, right? Cave නම් ඇතුළට, vex නම් එළියට, right? Okay, right. Then so anterior and posterior. So when you were born, you didn't have many curves, just one curve with a convex posterior and a concave anterior. හරිද? Got it? තේරුණාද? තාම ඉපදුනා විතරයි. හරිද? Then after about 3 months මොනවද කරන්න පටන් ගන්නේ? හරිද? මාස 3කුත් ගියා නිකන් හිටියා. නේද? ඔලුව උස්සන්න හදනවා. Right? So ඔලුව උස්සද්දි මොකද්ද වෙන්නේ? So you are like this නේ. Right now you are like this. Right? මෙහෙම ඉන්නේ. Your head is also facing down. So මාස 3ක් විතර ගියාට පස්සේ you are trying to lift your head. Okay? When you are trying to lift your head, what happens is vertebral column එක මෙන්න මෙතනින් චුට්ටක් නැමෙනවා. මෙන්න මෙහෙම යන පොඩ්ඩක්. Okay? පොඩ්ඩයි. Right? So this is called a secondary curvature. Right? It's called a secondary curvature. Okay? It's called a secondary curvature. Initially you had a primary curvature. Now at about 3 months a secondary curvature is formed. This curvature is anteriorly concave or convex. It's anteriorly convex, posteriorly concave, right? So the first secondary, right? The first secondary curvature happens in which region? What is this region? Cervical region. Why? Because you are trying to lift your head, right? Or keep your head upright. So ඒකයි පේනවද? This goes something like this. එහෙම වල තියන්නේ පොඩ්ඩක්. හරිද? මගේ එකේ නම් මොකක් හරි වෙලා වෙන දෙයක්. But this is slightly curved, right? මෙහෙමනේ තියෙන්නේ. It's like this, right? So this is the anterior part. So it's convex anteriorly, concave posteriorly. හරිද? හරි. Then at about 7 to 8 months මොකද කරන්න දැන්? දැන් ඔළුවත් ඉස්සුවා. ඒක මොකද කරන්න දැන්? You try to stand, right? You try to stand. Then try to stand and you try to keep your body upright, right? You try it. So when you try it, what happens? Another curvature starts forming. Right? It forms around here. Right? So then cervical region ekuna. What's this region? This is the lumbar region. You know how your lower back is slightly curved, right? Anyone's lower back is slightly curved or convex towards the anterior, right? So penani, it's convex towards the anterior and towards the posterior it's concave, right? You can clearly see it. Lower back එකේ curve එක ගොඩක් පේනවා, right? So this is your lower back, right? You can see how it's curved, right? How it's curved, convex towards the anterior side and towards the posterior it's concave. ඒක ඉන්නේ 7 to 8 months. Why? When you try to keep your body upright. Is that clear? Right. So එතකොට අපි කියනවා there are two secondary curvatures and two primary curvatures. හරිද? So the first secondary curvature formed in the cervical region at about 3 months. Second secondary curvature formed 7 to 8 months in the lumbar region. ඒ දෙක curve වෙද්දි මොකද්ද වෙන්නේ? The primary curvatures are retained at the region මොකද්ද? Thoracic region and the sacral region, right? So the primary curvatures are retained at the thoracic region and the sacral region. ඒක හොඳට පේනවා. You can see how this thoracic region is still convex towards the posterior side, right? And the sacrum, it's also like this. It's also convex towards the posterior. So those are like adaptations in the vertebral column that actually help you keep your body upright, right? All right. So this is actually also very flexible, right? Now you can bend, right? I mean, it's not a rigid structure, right? So you can bend. So it's also a very flexible structure. මේ තව adaptation එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒක මේකේ පේනවද දන්නේ. ඒක අපේ syllabus එකේ නෑ, but usually ඕනිම කෙනෙක්ගේ vertebral column එකක් it's it's slightly shifted to the right. Slightly shifted towards the right. Slightly. ඇයි මතක නෑ left or right මොන පැත්තද කියලා මතක නෑ කොහමද ඇයි shift කරන shift වෙන්නේ there should be a force right so you have your heart here right the heart pumps blood right the heart pumps blood when it pumps blood it exerts a large force so due to that force the vertebral column slightly shifts towards this side right slightly ඒක ඔයගලන්ට ඕනේ right so just know the curvatures okay so vertebral column එක තේරුණාද is it clear මොනවද ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවද ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවද ඈ right අපි කියවලම් බලමුකෝ right so page number 74 vertebral column. Vertebral column is a strong flexible rod consisting of 26 linear arranged bones, right? So in total it has 26 bones, right? 26 bones but 24 vertebrae, right? 26 bones, 24 vertebrae. It consists of 24 separate vertebrae extending downwards from the occipital bone of the skull. The sacrum formed from 5 fused bones and the coccyx, right? So write down the bones present in the vertebral column කියලා. You should write 24 separate vertebrae, the sacrum and the coccyx. හරිද? Formed from 4 small fused vertebrae. The vertebral column is divided into regions. There are 4 distinct regions. The cervical region or the cervical spine අපේ කියන cervical spine එක කියලා. Spinal cord එක මොකක්ද යන්නේ, right? So cervical region has a cervical spine, right? It is made up of how many? 7 vertebrae. Thoracic spine is formed by 12 vertebrae. Okay, 12 vertebrae for the 12 pairs of ribs, right? Then the lumbar spine is formed by the next 5 vertebrae, right? And the sacrum to which the lowest vertebrae of the lumbar spine is articulated. So ඒක අපි බලමු ගන්න පේනවනේ කොහොමද ඉතින් lumbar region එකේ අන්තිම vertebrae එකට තමයි sacrum එක join වෙන්නේ, right? So this is the last vertebrae of the lumbar region, the last vertebrae of the lumbar region, and you get the sacrum which articulates with the last vertebrae of the lumbar region. Okay. Then you get the coccyx which articulates with the sacrum. Right. Right. Curvature of the vertebral column. In humans, there are 4 curves in the vertebral column: cervical, thoracic, lumbar, and sacral. They can be categorized into 2 main types: 2 primary curvatures and 2 secondary curvatures. So primary curvatures can initially තිබ්බේවා. Secondary කියන්නේ they came later in life after birth, right? So the secondary curvatures are present in the cervical region and the lumbar region, and they came later in life, right? Main function of the curvature is the maintenance of the erect posture, right? So these curvatures are essential to maintain an erect posture, right? If only the initial primary curvature was present, can you maintain an erect posture? No, right? Then if you had just the first secondary curvature, can you maintain erect posture? No, right? So those curvatures are essential for you to maintain an erect posture. Primary curvatures. In the fetus, there is only one curvature in the vertebral column, right? In the fetus, only one. At birth, there's one. When secondary curvatures are formed, the primary curvature is retained only. It's retained. පස්සේ ගියාම හොඳ නැවෙන එක. ඕකට කියන්නේ ඔය මචං මේක ඔයා කියන්නේ මම කියන්නේ ලොරඩොසිස් and kyphosis right ඒක වෙනම එකක්. එහෙම මේ වයසට ගියාම අර වාට නිකන් new achievement වගේ මේ ආයෙත් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක vertebrae weak වුණාම වෙන එකක්. right? In the fetus, there is only one curvature in the vertebral column. when secondary curvatures are formed, the primary curvatures are retained only in the thoracic and the sacral regions, right? Thoracic and sacral regions, which are known as primary curves. They are concave anteriorly, right? දැන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ මේක මතක තියාගද්දි මේ curvature මතක තියාගද්දි මතක තියාගන්න එපා anteriorly concave, posteriorly convex කියලා, right? එකක් මතක තියාගන්න. anteriorly concave කියලා මතක තියාගන්න. anteriorly concave නම් ඉතින් පිටිපස්සට අනිවාර්යෙන් convex වෙන්න එපා, right? So එකක් මතක තියාගන්න. Secondary curvatures formed after birth, right? It's formed after birth. First cervical curvature develops at about 3 months of birth. Then the child can hold his head upright. Second lumbar curvature develops when the child is around 7 to 8 months. Then the child can hold his body upright. These secondary curvatures are convex towards the anterior, right? Convex. Convex, right? Mekai. Mekai. The cervical region and the lumbar region, right? So initially you are like this, then you lift the head up, then you stand up straight, right? The curvatures are formed. Is that clear? Right, okay. What about the online students? Is it clear? The fourth region is a sacral, right? Sacral. What about the online students? Is it clear? Yeah, what about the others? Right, okay, good. Right, types of vertebrae. On the chutta kamaru na menna මේක තමයි මතක තියාගන්න තියෙන්නේ, but it won't be that difficult, right? Right. So when you take a vertebrae, any vertebrae has two main parts, right? Any vertebrae has two main parts, right? Two main parts. So it's called the body. It's called the body and the vertebral arch, right? Arch at the arc, right? So this is the body. You can see it's a body, it's like a body structure, right? It's like the largest structure in the vertebrae, right? So this is called the body. This is called the body. This is called the vertebral arch. Vertebral arch, right? මේකටම කියන අපි neural arch කියලා. Neural arch. හරිද? vertebral arc කියන්න පුළුවන්, arch කියන්න පුළුවන්, ප්‍රශ්න නැහැ. මේ arc කියන එක better මම හිතන්නේ arc, right? මේක h එකක් තියෙනවද ඊට පස්සේ පොතේ? ඉතින් තියෙනවා. arc කියන එක better, right? but කමක් නැහැ. ලියන්න පුළුවන් නම් එච්චරයි, right? So you get the vertebral arc and the body. This is also called the neural arc, right? Any vertebrae would have this, right? So when we did connective tissues, we learned about this typical connective tissue. What's the typical connective tissue? It's the areola, right? The areolar connective tissue is a typical connective tissue. It has all of those components that are present in connective tissues. In the vertebral column, there are different types of vertebrae, but the typical vertebrae is a lumbar vertebrae, right? The lumbar vertebrae is a typical vertebrae. So, of course, the body is there. So, bodies. So, you can see the bodies here. Bodies. These are the bodies. You can see them, right? Bodies. These are the bodies, right? These are the bodies. So, the body has increased in size as it goes down. Why is that? Why is that? Yeah. This is about the body weight, right? to support the body weight, the size of the body of the vertebrae has increased. හරිද? So මේ තියෙන lumbar region එකේනේ. මේ තියෙන lumbar region එකේ. Right? Lumbar region එකේ vertebrae. This is called a typical vertebrae. හරිද? This is a typical vertebrae as shown. And අපි ගත්තොත් මේ cervical, thoracic ගත්තොත් they have their individual unique characteristics. Right? Individual unique characteristics. හරිද? So අපි lumbar vertebrae එකක් ගමු. Right? මේ පේනවද දන්නේ. So this is what you call a lumbar vertebrae. Right? This is a lumbar vertebrae. හරිද? මේ අර අතන තියෙන එකක් එළියට අරයි. Right? So this is a real one. So it's a lumbar vertebrae. Now this is the body. In a vertebrae, this part is the body. Right? This part is the body of the vertebrae. And this part is called the vertebral arc or the neural arc. Okay? So in the neural arc, the body එකේ තියෙන body එක විතරයි. Right? Body එකේ තියෙන body එක. එච්චරයි. Right? But in the neural arc අපි ගත්තොත් මේ එන කැතයිනේ. Right. So this is the neural arc, right? So in the neural arc, you get two lateral processes. What's lateral? In the body, you have to learn two words called lateral and medial, right? Lateral and medial. Medial කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? Medial කියන්නේ it's found towards the center or towards the midline of the body. Lateral කියන්නේ going away from the body, right? Going away from the body. So there are two lateral processes called transverse processes, right? Transverse processes, right? Transverse processes. So මේකටයි කියන්නේ අපි මොකද්ද? It's called the transverse process. Transverse process. හරිද? So මම මේකේ පෙන්නුවොත් you can see these two. මේක නම් පොඩක් කැඩිලා, but these two are the transverse processes. හරිද? මේකේ හොඳට පේනවා මේක මාර බරයි. ඉතින් transverse process, these are the transverse processes. Right? You get the transverse process. Right. Then අර ඔයගොල්ලෝ දැකලා තියෙනවද the spine in the fish කියලා කියනවනේ. මාළුගේ spine එක අයින් කරනවා. එහෙම අහලා නැද්ද? Right? දැන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ නැමෙද්දී you can feel something here, right? You can feel your spine vertebral column, right? ඒක කියන්නේ spine එක දැනෙනවා කියලා. නේ? ඕනේ කෙනෙක්ට ඒක දැනෙනවා, right? නෑ පොඩ්ඩක් මහතයි නම් දැනෙන්නේ නෑ. You have to dig deeper, but usually ඒක දැනෙනවා, right? So අපි ඒක කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් spine එක දැනෙනවා කියලා. You feel your spine කියලා කියන්නේ. It's not the spine that you feel, right? It's the spinous process, right? So these are called transverse processes. මේකයි we call them transverse processes, right? This is called the spinous process. Spinous process. හරිද? මේක තියෙන්නේ යටට නෙමෙයි, right? මේක තියෙන්නේ යටට නෙමෙයි. හරිද? මේක පේන්නේ යටට වගේ, but යටට නෙමෙයි මේක තියෙන්නේ towards the posterior part, right? Not downward, but towards the posterior part. ඒ කියන්නේ this is the body, right? This is the body. මේ තියෙන්නේ spinous process එක. Right? This is the spinous process. Right? So you get the body, මෙහෙමනේ තියෙනවා. You get the body and towards the side goes the transverse process and then downwards. It's mostly posterior. මේක පල්ලෙහාට යන වෙලාවක් තියෙනවා, but අපි කියන්නේ posteriorly you get the spinous process. Is that clear? Right. So here you can see all the spinous processes. Right. So meaning මේ උගාට දැනෙන්නේ the spinous process. මෙතන අර දැනෙන්නේ එකක්. That's actually one of the longest spinous process. You get the spinous process of the C7 vertebrae, right? The spinous process of the C7 vertebrae is what you feel here. Okay. So those are the main components, main processes, and other than that, at the center you get a foramen, right? It's a foramen. What do we call this foramen? It's called the vertebral foramen, right? It's called the vertebral foramen because it's found inside the vertebrae, right? This is called the foramen, right? So කාටරි propose කරනවා නම් ඔන්න vertebrae එකකින් පුරුස් ගන්න පුළුවන්, right? So you get a foramen. It's called the vertebral foramen because it's part of the vertebral column. Why do we need the vertebral foramen? Why do we need the vertebral column? To provide passageway for the spinal cord, right? So the foramen magnum. From the foramen magnum of the skull, the spinal cord comes out, enters the vertebral column, and it goes in the vertebral foramen in the vertebrae, right? So make a these vertebrae are kept on top of each other like this. So you get the vertebral foramen as a long tube, right? It's like a long tube, and that tube is filled by what? The spinal cord. Is that clear? Right. No, make syllabus again, but now spinal cord the spinal nerves, right? The spinal nerves should come from the spinal cord, right? Brain cranial nerves, spinal cord you get the spinal nerves, right? So they should come out they come out through this gap. Gap you don't need to know this, but the gap between the vertebrae, right? So between every two vertebrae, you get these spinal nerves coming out, right? You get the spinal nerves coming out, right? So that's it about the typical vertebrae. In the spinal cord, cerebrospinal fluid is present inside the spinal cord. In the spinal cord, you get a central canal, shooty central canal. Spinal cord it's like a it's like a long bundle of nerves. It's like a long bundle of nerves which runs through this vertebral foramen. Right? So it's a long bundle of nerve that runs through the vertebral foramen. Okay. All right. So that's then you have the body and the vertebral arc. Right. So a lumbar vertebrae can be considered as a typical vertebrae or vertebra. A typical vertebra consists of the body and the vertebral arch, right? Body and the vertebral arch. The body is the largest, broad, and flattened part of the vertebrae. The flattened surface of the body of each vertebrae articulates with the corresponding surface of the adjacent vertebra. So that the vertebrae are stacked together in the vertebral column. Right? All the bodies are stacked together, right? However, the two adjacent vertebrae are not in direct contact. All right. So bones are never in direct contact, right? Bones are never in direct contact with each other. If the bones are in direct contact with each other, what are formed? If the bones are in direct contact with each other, where can you find them? In the skull, as sutures, right? But every other place, all the joints are formed by cartilages, right? So even here, now these are the bodies, right? These are the bodies. So you can see how the bodies of the vertebral column are stacked together, right? They are stacked one by one, one after the other. They are stacked together, and in between you get these rubber, but rubber. So in between these vertebral column, you get cartilages, right? You get cartilages. So you get the vertebral cartilages in between, right? Intervertebral discs, right? Why do we tell it? Because you get two vertebrae, and it's found in between the two vertebrae, and intervertebral, and it's like a disc, right? So it's called the intervertebral disc, right? Intervertebral disc. It's a cartilage, right? මේ cartilage එක ගත්තොත් මෙතන තියෙන interesting fact එකක් that not many know, but මම නිකන් කියන්නම්. So when you take these intervertebral discs, you get a outer cartilaginous ring, right? So the outside is a cartilaginous rigid fibrous disc, right? And then in the middle you get like a jelly-like substance, jelly, right? So this part, the outer part is called the it's called the annulus fibrosis, and this is called the nucleus pulposus. But the outside fibrous ring is called the annulus fibrosis, and the inside the jelly-like matrix is called the nucleus pulposus, right? Notochord notochord notochord, right? So notochord is present only in the embryonic stages, right? Notochord is present only in the embryonic stages. That notochord becomes this nucleus pulposus, right? In the embryo, it's the notochord. Then when you become an adult, and when you are born, what happens is it becomes the nucleus pulposus. Okay, it's an interesting fact. So it becomes the nucleus pulposus, and of course the spinal cord runs through this, right? Runs through this. Right. So, however, the two adjacent vertebrae are not in direct contact with each other, as there is a tough pad of cartilage called the intervertebral disc between the two vertebrae. Right, between the two vertebrae. The size of the body of the vertebrae increases downwards of the vertebral column to support the body weight. Right, the body of the vertebrae would increase in size to support the body weight, of course. Right, that increases. Vertebral arch encloses the vertebral foramen, which provides passageway for the spinal cord. Right, so vertebral arch has the vertebral foramen. Right, the whole is called the vertebral foramen, right? It's called the vertebral foramen. Processes arising from the neural arch provide surfaces of muscle attachment, right? So all your muscles in the back, right? Back muscles. In your back you have muscles, back muscles, biceps, right? Back muscles monad. You get a large triangular muscle called the trapezius. Right? Trapezius. The trapezius in the methane, it goes down as a triangle. Then you get your latissimus dorsi. Latissimus dorsi is a large back muscle, right? All of those muscles are attached to these processes, right? When the main spinous process and these transverse processes, they are attached in muscles, right? In your lower back. Okay. So you don't need to know the muscles, just know that the spinous process and transverse processes are attached to those muscles. Okay. Two lateral processes. One lateral away from the body. Lateral processes are transverse process going away from the body. Then in the posterior part, you get a posterior process called the spinous process. The vertebral arch has 4 articular surfaces. All right. The other thing that I want to tell you. So what's articulation? Articulation means when bones are joined to each other via a cartilage. And make articulate with the articulate you get a vertebral column, intervertebral disc in between. පේනවද මෙන්න මේ දෙක? These two surfaces. Now මෙන්න මේ තියෙන transverse process එක, මේකේ transverse process එක කැඩලා මේ පැත්තට. Right? These are transverse processes. Right? Transverse processes. This is the spinous process. Right? Spinous process. මේක මෙහෙම තියෙනවා. Transverse process, spinous process. And මේ තියෙන surfaces දෙකක් පේනවද? Two surfaces. Those are called articular surfaces. Right? They are called articular surfaces. And මේක ගත්තොත් මෙහෙමනේ තියෙන්නේ. So what happens is these two surfaces අපි වලට කියනවා superior articular surfaces කියලා. Superior කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? උඩ තියනවා කියන එක. Right? Superior. Inferior කියන්නේ යට තියෙනවා නම්. Right? So superior articular processes articulate with what? මේ යට තියෙන vertebrae එකේ the vertebrae at the bottom has superior articular processes which articulate with what? With the inferior articular processes of the vertebrae above. තේරෙනවද? උඩ vertebrae එකේ යට articular surfaces දෙක articulate with the superior articular surfaces of the vertebrae below. තේරෙනවද? යට එකේ උඩ දෙක, උඩ එකේ යට දෙකත් එක්ක. හරිද? So මෙතන නම් පේන්නේ නැහැ මේ දෙක ලොකුවට, but they articulate. හරි. අමිති එන්න මේ දෙක. These two are the inferior articular processes. Even in this you can see the inferior articular process. Right? So every vertebrae has some. Right? සමහර ඒවාට නැහැ, but mostly they have. Right? So that they can articulate with each other. Is that clear? තේරුණාද? Right. So the vertebral arc has four articular surfaces, two superior articular surfaces. Each vertebra has two superior articular processes. With what do they articulate? With what do the superior articular processes articulate? With the inferior articular processes of the vertebrae above. And two inferior articular surfaces articulate the adjacent vertebrae below. Right. Okay. Then you can see the diagram: body, foramen, vertebral foramen, superior process, sorry, superior articular process, spinous process, transverse process, of course. Right. Then let's do some questions. So මෙතන නිකන් තේරෙනවද? vertebral column එක ගැන. ඔයාලා නෑ. ලේසි නේ. බය ලේසි නේ. What about the online students? Is it clear? Is it clear? I'll just show you guys typical vertebrae, make it. No, the spinal nerves don't arise from the intervertebral disc. මම ඒ නිකන් කිව්වේ. But ඔන්න ආයි කියන්නම්. Basically it doesn't arise from the intervertebral disc. එන්නේ මෙන්න මේම get a small hole here. ඔතනින් එනවා spinal nerves. Right? Right, මම මේක පෙන්නන්න. එතකන් I'll give you some questions. So try these past paper questions. 14, 15. In the past papers, 14, 15. Past paper questions are 14, 15. Model paper questions, okay. $28. Try there. Right. Let's see. Past paper මොකක්ද දුන්නේ question 15th. 14 and 15 නේ. Okay. Right. In the human vertebral column, 24 bones are linearly arranged. 24 vertebrae, yes. 26 bones. Right? That's wrong. Cervical curvature develops at about 7 to 8 months after birth. No, that's the lumbar curvature. Lumbar. Thoracic region is formed by 12 vertebrae. Yes. Right? Ribs 12. Sorry, rib pairs 12 තියෙනවා. එහෙනම් 12 vertebrae. Cervical vertebrae contain foramen for vertebral arteries. Cervical vertebrae ඒක දැනට දන්නේ අපි බලමු ඒක. But lumbar vertebrae contain bifid spinous processes. ඒකත් දැනට දන්නේ. Right? ABC ගත්තොත් A is wrong, B is wrong, C is correct. Right? 15 after birth, anteriorly convex curvatures of the vertebral column of humans are developed in the anteriorly convex. Anteriorly convex කියන්නේ මෙහෙමනේ තියෙන්නේ. Right? Anteriorly convex මෙහෙම. ඒ කියන්නේ the curvatures which were retained, which were in the embryonic stage. Right? So ඒ curvatures මොනවාද? The thoracic curvature and the sacral curvature. Right? So that's the thoracic and sacral. Anteriorly convex නේ. Convex නේ. convex මේකනේ. Okay, sorry. මේ concave. බලන්න ඔයගොල්ලෝ සිහියෙන්ද කියන්නේ. Good. So convex, yeah, convex, sorry. So that's cervical and lumbar. Then මොනවද දුන්නේ මම model level 28 එච්චරනේ. Which of the following statements regarding the curvatures of the vertebral column is correct? Cervical and thoracic curvature are secondary curvatures. Cervical and thoracic secondary. Cervical and thoracic, no, cervical and lumbar. Cervical and lumbar is secondary. Lumbar curvature is the first secondary curvature. First secondary curvature is the cervical. Lumbar curvature is convex anteriorly. Yes, right? It's convex anteriorly. Lumbar curvature. There are only primary curvatures on birth. At birth, yes. There's only one curvature, right? Only one curvature, which is a primary curvature, right? That is concave anteriorly. Curvature. Secondary curvature start forming at about 3 months. Okay? Yeah. The on birth, I mean, initially during birth also the primary curvature is there. After birth, the secondary curvature is formed. Right? Only secondary curvatures are important to maintain direct posture. That's true. Padedi. So මෙතන තියෙනවා මතින් right. So අහන්නේ secondary curvature දෙන්නේ බඩේ දිනෙන්නේ කියලානේ. So තියෙන්නේ මොකද්ද? Formed after birth, first cervical curvature develops at about 3 months. So birth is usually when you're coming out. Right? So after birth, දැන් බඩේ ඉද්දි ඔලුව උස්සන්න යන්නේ නැහැ නේ ඉතින්. බඩේ ඉද්දි මොකටද ඔලුව උස්සන්න යන්නේ? ඔලුව උස්සන්න බෑ. Right? ඒක ඇයි ඔලුව උස්සන්න බෑ. හරිද? මං හිතන්නේ. මං දන්නේ නැහැ. බැරුව ඇති. Right? So that's just like a ball. Then when you come out, you try to lift your head. Right? That's 3 months after birth. Then at about 7 to 8 months, ඉන්න බැරි ගමට ඇවිදින්න පටන් ගන්නවා. ඕ හිට ගන්න වලනවා. Right? So that's about 7 to 8 months after birth. After birth. Right? After birth. හරිද? එන්න. Right. For the 14th question. So මරි මේකට ආන්සර් එක මොකද්ද එතකොට එන්නේ? ACD, right? ACD second one නේ. ඒ වැරදිද? ඒ වැරදි. So C and D fourth one. 14th එකට we didn't discuss an answer yet because D and E we didn't learn D and E yet. Right? Okay. Now we learn the different adaptations of different regions. Right. So we'll start with the cervical. Right. Then මම මේකේ හෙව්ව atlas vertebra එකක් හොයාගන්න නැහැ. right? Atlas එකක් හොයාගන්න නැහැ. So I'll just show the one here. Right. So when you take an atlas vertebrae, now this is a cervical region. This is a cervical region, right? අපි මේ හැම C1 to C7 එක එක වෙන separately උගන්නන්නේ නැහැ. Right? C1 to C7 separately උගන්නන්නේ නැහැ අපි. Right? Just the atlas, then the bottom one is called the axis, and ඉතුරු ටික අපි region wise කරන්නේ. Right? So you need to learn about the atlas first. Atlas. Right? So this is where the skull joins to. Right? This is where the skull joins to. එතකොට අපි ගත්තොත් in the skull, in the occipital region, you have occipital condyles. Right? You have occipital condyles which articulate with what? It articulates with the atlas vertebrae. Right? So here you get two very smooth articular surfaces. Right? Very two smooth articular surfaces which articulate with the occipital condyles. Right? They articulate the occipital condyles. එතකොට මේකේ මට ස්කල් එක ඕනේ. ස්කල් එක කාගාවත් තියෙන්නේ. ගෙදර ගෙනියන්න එපා හරි. අර අයියා කෙනෙක් අක්ක වෙන්නේ නැති කෙනෙක් එහෙම තනි පාළුවේ ඉන්න බැරි ගමට ගෙනියයිද දන්නේ. Sure. Right. Right. So we're connected මෙහෙම. හරිද? එහෙම පේනවනේ the occipital condyles. ඔයගොල්ලෝ පේනවනේ හැමෝටම. Right? The occipital condyles are connected to the articular surfaces present in the cervical vertebrae, present in the atlas vertebrae. හරිද? එතකොට now these occipital condyles are like knobs, right? They are like two knobs. එතකොට මේක මෙහෙම හරවන්න බෑ. මේක ගන්න පුළුවන් මොකද්ද? මේක විතරයි. Right? This is the only movement that can be done on this vertebrae. On this vertebrae. හරිද? Because they are like a ball is connected to a certain නිකන් socket වගේ. Right? So here now these are not like completely circular as well, right? It's just a smooth surface. So what happens is this connection gives a nodding movement, right? So when you nod, what happens? What happens is this occipital condyle articulates on the articular surfaces of the atlas vertebrae. Is that clear? මේ වගේ joints වලට we call them hinge joints. Hinge දොරේ මොනවද තියෙන්නේ? The door is connected to the wall by a hinge joint. දොර අරින්නයි වහන්නයි පුළුවන්. right? දොර අරින්නයි වහන්නයි පුළුවන්. So it's like a hinge, right? area and වැහුවා. right? දැන් මෙහෙම පිටිපස්ස කරද්දි මෙතනින් lock වෙනවා. මෙතන lock වෙනවා මොකද it can't go further. right? දැන් ඕගොල්ලන්ට ඔළුව පිටිපස්සට කරලා ආයේ එන පිටිපස්ස කරන්න බෑනේ. and මෙතනිනුත් පස්සේ lock වෙනවා. right? So you get a nodding movement, and this is a hinge joint. තේරෙනවද ඇයි hinge joint එකක් වෙන්නේ කියලා? like a hinge, right? Got it? හරි. So that's the atlas vertebrae, right? So api cervical vertebrae in general gathot, you can see them as very small, right? They are very small than the other vertebrae, right? They are very small, but you can see their vertebral foramen. Their vertebral foramen is very large. ඇයි Now, as the spinal cord runs through this, what happens? The spines exit, right? The spines will the nerves would exit, right? Then අර මේ හරියෙන් එන nerves ටිකයි මේ ඔක්කොම they should pass through this area, right? දැන් මෙතනින් spine the spinal cord is like a bundle of nerves, right? The spinal cord is like a bundle of nerves. හරිද? එතකොට as the spinal cord runs through this vertebral foramen, what happens is the spinal nerves would exit, right? The spinal nerves would exit. So all of those spinal nerves would run through this, right? Almost every nerve. And they should have a larger vertebral foramen because the spinal cord is larger in that area. Is that clear? Body එක ඔව් ඒක තමයි. යවන් එකට එන්න. දැනට in the cervical region they should have a larger vertebral foramen. ඒක තේරෙනවද ඇයි කියලා? හරිනේ? Because majority of the spinal cord should run through that area. Okay? හරිද? තේරෙනවද? තේරෙනවනේ? නැද්ද? තේරුම් නැත්නම් අහන්න. I can මෙහෙමනේ. Now the spinal cord runs through the vertebral column. Okay, so as the spinal cord runs through the vertebral column, it gives out the spinal nerves, right? So මෙතනින් එන spinal nerve එකත් it should connect to the brain anyway, right? කොහොමම it should connect to the brain. එතකොට මෙතනින් එන spinal nerves ටිකයි all of these spinal nerves should go up, right? So initially the initial part of the spinal cord is very large, right? So ඒක නිසා they should have a large vertebral foramen. Do they need to bear any weight? No, right? It's just a skull, right? It's just a skull. So their body is highly reduced. Almost all of them don't have a body. You can see how small the body is, right? So they have very small body because they don't need it much, right? But the body is mainly to bear weight. They don't have any weight to bear, right? And the size of the body would decrease. Is that clear? Okay, තේරුණා? ඩයගනලි කරන්න එපා. ඒතර මට හිතා ගන්න. තේරුණාද? ඇත්තටම අහන්න. මොකක් ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවද අහන්න. So I'll show you a cervical vertebrae. අර ඔයගොල්ලෝ දැකලා තියෙනවද ඉන්න මොකද්ද? In Insta they have these posts see how happy the C7 vertebrae is to carry your weight every day කියලා අහලා තියෙනවා. It's like a happy face, right? තේරෙනවනේ? Like happy face නේ? No? This is the mouth, these are the two eyes. Right? It's like happy face නේ? Okay. So you can see now compared to this lumbar. Now this is a lumbar vertebrae, right? This is a lumbar vertebrae. This is a cervical vertebrae. Right? So you can see the body is very large, but here it's a very highly reduced body, right? They don't need a large body because there's less weight to carry, right? Then make it at the vertebral foramen and the vertebral foramen here. This is very large, right? This is very large, so that majority of the nerves can pass through. Right? Majority of the spinal cord can pass through because the initial part of the spinal cord is very large. Harida. Therunad. Therunad. Therunne. What therunad? Yatrana body size then body body is needed to bear weight. Right? So you cut yourself from here. Okay, then you weigh your skull, weigh your head. Then you cut yourself from here. Then you weigh that part, right? එතකොට weight එක වැඩි වෙන්නේ පල්ලහැට යන යන්නේ නේ. Right? So the lower parts have a larger weight to bear, right? As the vertebral column descends, the lower parts have a larger weight to bear, right? And the body size increases. Great. නෑ එහෙම නෙමෙයි. overall size එක වැඩි වෙලා. Initial yeah. අපි ගන්න එහෙම අපි overall size of vertebrae ගැන කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ. Generally size of vertebrae increases downwards, but මෙතන mainly අපි කතා කරන්නේ body එක and the vertebral foramen, right? So the body is where the weight is based, right? Weight එක bear කරන්නේ කවුද? The body of the vertebrae. එහෙනම් it should increase as it goes down. And the initial part of the spinal cord is the largest. එහෙනම් the cervical vertebrae would have the largest vertebral foramen. හරිද? Right. What about the online students? Is it clear? Was that part clear? Is that part clear? Right. Right. Okay. Then another specialty in these cervical vertebrae is that now this is a cervical vertebrae. You get the body, you get the spinous process, right? You get the spinous process and you get the transverse process. Can you see two holes in the transverse process? Yeah. You get two holes in the transverse process. Now in the middle one you get the spinal cord. Why do you get two holes in the transverse process? to allow passage for the arteries, right? The arteries, which arteries are veins which carry blood, mainly veins and arteries, right? Arteries which carry blood to the brain, right? The vertebral arteries, they are passing through this transverse foramen, right? Transverse foramen. මේ මොකද්ද? vertebrae එකේ තියෙන foramen එකනේ. So we call it the vertebral foramen. This is present in the transverse process. So it's called the transverse foramen. හරිද? That provides passageway for the vertebral artery. හරිද? තේරෙනවද? Right? So those are the main adaptations in the cervical vertebrae. So atlas එක ගත්තොත් atlas වල තියෙනවා අර two articular surfaces, two articulated occipital condyles, right? ඊට articulated occipital condyles and එයාගේ body එක almost nil. ඒ කියන්නේ නෑ. එයාගේ body එකක් තියෙනවා කියලා පේනවා. Can you see body? No, right? Highly reduced, right? හරි. Then ඒක යට තියෙන axis vertebrae එක, right? Axis vertebrae. දැන් මෙතන axis එකක් නෑ. අපරාධ නැත්නම් පෙන්නන්න තිබ්බා. But the thing with the axis vertebrae is, other than the transverse process and the spinous processes, what you get is you get something called an odontoid process. So you get the vertebrae like this. So in the axis vertebrae, you get something called odontoid process, right? මෙන්න මෙහෙම odontoid process කියලා එකක් යනවා. මේකට කියනවා dense කියලාත්. But in your syllabus, it's odontoid process, right? So what it does is, then imagine this to be your atlas vertebrae, right? So the odontoid process, what it does is, now inside the atlas vertebrae, there's a ligament ring, right? Ligament ring එකක් තියෙනවා, right? Ring shaped ligament, right? So what happens is the odontoid process would fix into that ligament. මෙන්න මෙහෙම, right? What movement does it allow? It allows your head to move sideways, right? So around the odontoid process, the axis can, sorry, the atlas can rotate. තේරෙනවද? So here මේක මම දෙන්නම්, මේක බලද්දි පුළුවන් වෙයි හොයාගන්න. So the axis can rotate, right? මේක ගත්තොත් the axis can rotate around the odontoid process of the, sorry, the atlas can rotate around the odontoid process of the axis, right? Axis එකෙන් දෙන odontoid process එක for the atlas to rotate around. ඒකෙන් තමයි you can move your head sideways. හරිද? So nodding movement එක දෙන්නේ කාගෙන්ද? Nodding movement is by the atlas, right? Is by the atlas. The occipital condyles of the atlas will allow the nodding movement, right? Axis එකෙන් මොකද්ද කරන්නේ? Sideways. තේරෙනවද? හරිද? Axis එක තියෙන්නේ atlas, sorry, atlas එකට යට තමයි axis එක තියෙන්නේ. Movable, only movable part. Yeah, එහෙම කියන්න පුළුවන්. Movement of the head, yeah. It's the atlas, but I think the atlas move at, it rotates around the odontoid process. So axis එක move වෙන්නේ නැහැ අතට. Atlas එක තමයි move වෙනවා පොඩ්ඩක් කර වෙන්නේ. Right? එහෙම දෙයක් අහන්න නැති වෙයි, but නෑ නෑ odontoid process එක කරගෙන. Right? So it's like this. This is the odontoid process and the axis can rotate around that odontoid process. Right? Let me check whether we can see one. right? So here you can see it clearly. So you have the atlas, right? Within atlas, right? It's just like a ring, right? This is the atlas. Then what are these? Mekai mana? What are they? Mekai. What are they? They are the articular surfaces for the occipital condyles, right? Occipital condyles on the occipital lobe of the skull, right? Or the occipital bone of the skull. These are the articular surfaces for the occipital condyles. Okay, what's this? This is the odontoid process. Right? So you can see how the atlas or the odontoid process goes into the atlas, and there's a ligament, right? Ligament athina menna mema cover karනවා මේක. It covers this like a ring. මෙන්න මෙතන ඉඳන් මෙතන join ligament එකක් තියෙනවා. Right? මෙන්න මෙතන ඉඳන් මෙන්න මෙතනට. Right? Then what happens is the axis can rotate around the atlas can rotate around the axis vertebrae. හරිද? තේරුණාද? තේරුණාද? Okay. Right. There's just one more adaptation which is not very important actually. I just know that can you see there are like two processes coming out of the spinous process? Right? Two processes coming out of the spinous process. We call that nature bifid, right? Bifid spinous process. Bifid. Right? Fids or heads right? Bifid spinous process in the cervical vertebrae, but know that it goes only from C2 to C6, right? Again, second cervical vertebrae to the sixth cervical vertebrae. Okay, 7 negate 1 negate right? Okay. So කියවල බලමු. Region specific vertebral characteristics. Cervical vertebrae. Cervical vertebrae are the first 7 vertebrae in the vertebral column. When compared to other types of vertebrae, cervical vertebrae are the smallest, right? So again, are bearing body weight. So of course, cervical vertebrae are smallest. Body of the cervical vertebrae is smaller compared to other vertebrae. In addition, transverse processes of a cervical vertebrae have a foramen on each side to provide passageway for the vertebral artery, right? Vertebral artery ekata passageway එක දෙන්නේ that transverse foramen. Okay, transverse foramen එක. හරිද? The spinous process of most of the vertebrae is bifid. Right? Organ statement at the spinous process of cervical vertebrae. All the cervical vertebrae are bifid. Is that correct? No, right? That's wrong. And not all, only some. Okay? Only some. C2 is the axis vertebrae, C1 is the atlas. Right? So from the axis to the C6, they are bifid. Right? Bifid. The first cervical vertebrae is the atlas, which is the bone on which the skull rests. It is a ring-shaped vertebrae with no distinct body or spinous process. Yata body ekut nae, spinous process ekut nae. It has two short transverse processes. The atlas contains two flattened facets which articulate with the occipital bone of the skull. Right? So up here, they are facets. They are facets which can articulate with the occipital bone of the skull. Up here, in the vertebrae, there are superior articular facets and inferior articular facets. Right? Facet can the surface. Right? Facet is called surface. So metana අපි ඉගෙන ගත්තේ superior articular surfaces and inferior articular surfaces. ඒකට facets කියලා කියන්න පුළුවන්. Superior articular facets, inferior articular facets. හරිද? So ඒ වගේ the axis contain facets to articulate with the occipital bone of the skull. හරිද? Condyloid joints permitting nodding movements. Right? So එයා කරන්නේ nodding movement එක. මම පෙන්වන්නේ එක. Vertebral foramen of this vertebrae or vertebra is relatively larger to provide passage for the larger upper part of the spinal cord. Right? The upper part of the spinal cord is very large. So to provide passageway for that, the vertebral foramen is large. Right? The second cervical vertebrae is the axis. It has a small body with a superior projection called the odontoid process, which articulates with the axis vertebrae above. Right? It articulates with the axis vertebrae above. The head pivots or turns on side to side on this joint. Right? The head pivots or turns on side to side on this joint. Right? Right. So thoracic vertebrae මං පස්සේ කරන්න lumbar and sacrum and coccyx ඉවර කරලා ඉන්නම්. So lumbar නම් අපි ඉගෙන ගත්තනේ. As a typical vertebrae what we learned was lumbar, right? So it has the largest body කියලා මතක තියාගන්න. එච්චරයි special දෙයකට තියෙන්නේ. It has the largest body, right? The lumbar vertebrae have the largest body and the lowest or the last lumbar vertebrae articulates with what? Below it articulates with the sacrum, right? Sacrum. හරිද? sacrum එකක් තියෙනවද බලන්න. sacrum එක නෑ මේකේ. මේකේ. Right. So sacrum එක මොන shape ද? What's the shape? අර regrade වල වගේ. මොකද shape එක? It's triangular, right? Rectangular කියනවා. Triangular, right? So the sacrum is a large fused bone, right? It's a fused bone with how many vertebrae? Right? 5. Right? 5 vertebrae fuse to form the sacrum, and it's a large triangular bone, right? Yeah, anteriorly convex, the concave. We learned that sacral region is anteriorly concave, right? එහෙනම් මෙතන the sacrum is concave anteriorly, right? Now, other than that, in the sacrum, can you see some holes coming out? Right? You get many holes, right? We call them vertebral foramina, right? Vertebral foramina. Foramen means usually a large hole. Foramina can chuti holes, right? Vertebral foramina, right? Why are they needed? Because the spinal cord ends there and it comes out through the vertebral foramina, right? Spinal cord එක ඉවර වෙනවා ඒ හරියට එද්දී and just branches off from that area, right? From that area it just branches off, right? හරිද? So ඒ spinal cord එක ගත්තොත් ඒක කොහොමද තියෙන්නේ කියලා බලුවොත් like this. The initial part is large and it decreases in size and it just branches off from the sacrum, right? It's something like this, right? So initially between two vertebrae you get the spinal nerves coming out, so you get vertebrae and the spinal nerves coming out between the vertebrae. Then as it moves to the lower part, so what happens is it just branches off, right? මේ part එක නමකුත් කියනවා. We call it coda aquina කියලා කියනවා. Coda aquina කියලා කියන්නේ. So after the sacrum, of course, through the vertebral foramina, the spinal cord would branch off. හරිද? Right. coccyx එකේ නම් ලොකු ෆන්ක්ෂන් එකක් නැහැ අතන. මේක නිකන් තියෙන්න ඕනි කමට තියෙනවා වගේ එකක්. මේ but some organisms the tail is formed by the coccyx, right? අපිට නැට්ටක් නැහැනේ. And even some humans, right? I mean abnormalities, they get tails, right? That is formed by the coccyx, right? So lumbar vertebrae, the 5 lumbar vertebrae are the largest of the vertebrae because they have to support the weight of the upper body, right? Lumbar vertebrae is the largest. The size of the body and the lumbar vertebrae is larger compared to other vertebrae. For attachment to the muscles of the lower back, the lumbar vertebrae have relatively large spinous processes. So they also have large spinous processes. Okay. Sacrum and coccyx. Sorry. Sacrum. Coccyx නෙමෙයි. Coccyx. Sacrum is a triangular shaped large bone consisting of 5 fused rudimentary vertebrae. It has a concave anterior surface, right? Concave anterior surface, anteriorly concave. The upper part articulates with the 5th lumbar vertebrae, right? The last lumbar vertebrae is called the L5, right? L5 කියලා. L5 is the last lumbar vertebrae or the fifth lumbar vertebrae which articulates with the sacrum. On each side, the sacrum articulates the pelvic girdle. But what they mean by the pelvic girdle is this, right? Pelvic girdle එක කියන්නේ මේ තියෙන්නේ pelvic bones දෙකට, and this whole structure is called the pelvic girdle. මේ මුල වෙන කියන්නේ pelvic girdle කියලා. In this region you have the pectoral girdle. This is the pelvic girdle, right? So you can see how the pelvic bones articulate with the sacrum, right? Sacrum එකත් එක්ක articulate වෙනවා pelvic bones. Okay? ඔක දන්නවද pelvis එක බලලා male female හොයන්න පුළුවන් කියලා? හරිද? කොහොමද හොයන්නේ? Usually අපි ගන්නේ පේනවද මේක? Here, එතන, if it's like this, it's like this, it's a female. If it's like this, it's a male. Right? So මේක අපි ගත්තොත් it's something like this නේ. So it's a male. තේරෙනවද ගන්න? ඉක්මනට බලන්න මේක බරයි. Like the gap, right? Females have a larger pelvis නේ, a wider pelvis, right? So එතකොට if that gap is something like this, මෙහෙම නම් gap එක තියෙන්නේ, it's a female, මෙහෙම නම් gap එක තියෙන්නේ, it's a male. Right? Right. The inferior tip of the sacrum articulates with the coccyx. A series of vertebral foramina are present on each side of the passage of the nerves. Coccyx consists of four terminal vertebrae, fused four terminal vertebrae to form a small triangular bone. The broad base of the coccyx articulates with the tip of the sacrum. Right. So, right. Common functions of the human vertebral column. Helps to maintain the erect posture. Of course, you need the vertebral column to maintain the erect posture, right? It supports the skull and articulates with the ribs and girdles, right? So the skull cannot rest if the vertebral column is not there, right? So the vertebral column is needed for the skull. Then the pelvic girdles and the pectoral girdles and the ribs all are attached to the vertebral column, right? Backbone, it's the backbone, right? Without it, the other bones are even not attached to our body, right? So you need it. It also provides a protection for the spinal cord. Yes, it's the structure which provides protection for the spinal cord. Vertebral foramens provide spaces for spinal nerves and blood vessels and lymph vessels. So vertebral foramen කියන්නේ මොනවාද? Vertebral foramens කියන්නේ vertebral foramens කියන්නේ මොනවාද? හරිද? Vertebral foramen. හරිද? The vertebral column allows flexibility in the body movements. The intervertebral disc acts as shock absorbers and protect the spinal cord. Right? They act as shock absorbers and will protect the spinal cord. Alright, so other than the thoracic vertebrae, we finished the vertebral column. Is that clear? 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 Alright, then say kadun liyan pulan. What the? An intervertebral disc, if it's broken, it's called a slip disc. We'll take a look at it later. So don't confuse it. Then transverse foramen we saw in the cervical vertebrae. Transverse foramen is present only in the cervical vertebrae, right? You don't get transverse foramens in the lumbar, thoracic, and the sacral regions, right? Only in the cervical vertebrae, the vertebral artery passes through that in the transverse foramen, right? Transverse foramen in the vertebral neck. Okay, that's a special characteristic of the cervical vertebrae, right? The initial part of the spinal cord is larger, and the initial part of the vertebral, the vertebral foramen is larger in the initial part. Rudimentary means are nikang before being developed again, nikang not matured yet. Rudimentary means mean not completely matured. Okay, I think I answered all of your questions, right? So was it clear for the online students? Was it clear for the online students? What about the others? Was it clear? Good if everyone can respond. Right, let's go to the sternum, then let's take a break. Break a day need to. Right. So sternum. So sternum is called this, right? It forms up again. It forms the anterior part of the thoracic cage. Right? This is like a cage, right? Like a cage, ne? It's called the thoracic cage, right? So this is the sternum, which forms the anterior part of the thoracic cage, right? It forms the anterior part of the thoracic cage. Right? So මෙයාගේ තියෙනවා එක එක structures, right? ඒ structures. So ඔක දන්නවද jugular notch කියන එක දන්නවද? jugular notch කියන එක අහලා තියෙනවද? jugular notch කියන එක අහලා නැද්ද? මෙතන අහලා බලන්න. You might feel something called a small notch is there, right? Between the two collarbones. Between the two collarbones, right? It's jugular notch. This is what you feel. This part. That's what you call the jugular notch. Right? Jugular notch. Then you get the xiphoid process here, right? This is the xiphoid process. Xiphoid process, and this is the body, right? Xiphoid process and the body. Right? So, අපි ගත්තොත් sternum එකේ main importance it of course forms the anterior part of the thoracic cage, but other than that, the main importance of the thoracic cage is its bone marrow, right? The bone marrow of the sternum is one of the most important bone marrows where it forms your red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. Right? And another importance is, can you see the ribs? We got the monkey. There are 12 pairs of ribs here, right? There are 12 pairs of ribs. Right? 12 pairs of ribs. Ethering got no, these are not ribs, okay? These are called clavicles. Yeah, clavicles. These are ribs patanga, right? This is the first, and this is the last. Okay. So ethering අපි ගත්තොත් from the 12 ribs අපි කියනවා two are floating ribs කියලා. Two are floating. පේනවාද මේ ribs දෙක, this rib and this rib, right? These two ribs, they are not attached to anything anteriorly, right? So අපි කියනවා floating කියලා. Floating එක පිටිපස්සෙන් attach වෙලා තියෙන්නේ, but in the anterior region you don't get any attachment, right? They are called the floating ribs, right? They are called the floating ribs. Then අපි කියනවා true ribs හතක් තියෙනවා කියලා, right? True ribs හතක්. That's basically the first 7 ribs. The first 7 ribs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Until here, අපි කියනවා those ribs articulate with the sternum directly, right? පේනවද? This rib is connected to the sternum by a cartilage, right? Cartilage. This rib to the sternum by a cartilage. So you get cartilages until 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. මෙතනට එනකන් it's direct, right? Directly යනවා මෙතනට එනකන්. After that, these form a collection and come here. So they do not articulate directly. Antima tuna, they do not articulate directly. But the first 7, they articulate directly with the sternum, right? Those 7 ribs, the first 7 ribs are called true ribs, right? So me tuna, they do not articulate directly, but the first 7 articulate directly. So we call them the true ribs. And these last 2 are called floating ribs. So the sternum provides attachment to the ribs anteriorly. Right. Right. The sternum is a long flat bone that forms the anterior part of the thoracic cage. It's a long flat bone which is made up of sternum. So thoracic cage sternum, ribs, and the thoracic vertebrae. Right. That whole thoracic region has the bones of the sternum, ribs, and the thoracic vertebrae. Okay. Then the uppermost section of the sternum is the manubrium. Right. This part is called the manubrium. In the main region. පේනවාද මේ මෙතන නිකන් triangle එකක් වගේ එකක් තියෙනවා. Almost a triangle, not a triangle. I know it's a rectangle උත් නෙමෙයි. අමුතු shape එකක්, but almost a triangle. මෙන්න මේ ටික. මෙන්න මේ ටික. We call that the manubrium. Right? This is called the manubrium. This part is called the body. This is the xiphoid process. Okay? Right. So manubrium එක කරන්නේ මොකද්ද? ඉගන්නකො මේක. ඔය කියන බරයි. Manubrium එක කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? What does it articulate with? Manubrium articulates with the clavicles, right? Clavicle එක දන්නවනේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ. clavicle එක කියන එක දන්නවනේ මෙතන දැනෙනවත් එක්කනේ එක. So you can see how the manubrium article is in the clavicle. Okay? Manubrium article is in the clavicles. Okay? තේරෙනවද? ආ ribs එක article එට එනවා. but මම කියන්නේ මේ other than that directly. එතන මේ ලොකු cartilage එක තියෙනවානේ. Directly clavicle article is the manubrium. Of course the first rib article is the manubrium as well. But it's the first rib and the clavicle. එහෙම ගමුකෝ. First rib and the clavicle. Right? මේ තියෙන manubrium. මෙන්න මෙතනින් උඩ ටික. මෙතනින් උඩ ටික manubrium. So you get the clavicles and the first rib. Okay? Then මේ xiphoid process එක මොකද්ද කරන්නේ? That's where your diaphragm attaches to. Right? Your diaphragm. Now the thoracic cage or the thoracic region and the abdominal region are separated by what? By the diaphragm. Right? The diaphragm is what separates the thoracic region and the abdominal region. So in a thoracic cage antimata, you get a sheet of skeletal muscle. Right? මෙන්න මෙතන තියෙනවා diaphragm එක. Right? You get the diaphragm here and the diaphragm attaches to this xiphoid process. හරිද? Right. The uppermost section of the sternum is the manubrium, which articulates the clavicles in the pectoral girdle and the first two pairs. First two pairs. මේක නම් එකක් වගේ තියෙන්නේ. හරි. First two pairs ඒ කියන්නේ. මේක එහෙම තියෙන්නේ. දෙකක් තියෙනවද නැත්නම්? දැක්ක එකයිද? Pectoral මේකනේ pelvic girdle එක. This part is the pelvic girdle. ඒ වගේම your arms attached to the exoskeleton by the pectoral girdle. Is either clavicle and the scapula. Right? ඒක අපි පස්සේ කරමු. So මෙන්න මෙතන can you see a searcher? පේනවද? මෙතන තියෙන search එකක්. මේ bone එකේ bone එක parts වලට කඩන්නේ not just according to මේ region එක මේක මෙහෙම මේක body එක කියලා නෙමෙයි. මෙතන මේ there are searches separate in the parts, right? So there's like a small crack like here. පේනවද? right? පේනවද? පේන්නේ නැහැ. හරි මම දුන්නාම බලන්නකෝ මෙතන එකක් තියෙනවා. හරිද? දෙද්දි නැති වෙයිද දන්නේ. So there's like a small searcher here, right? So that separates the manubrium from the body. So search එක තියෙන මෙන්න මෙතනින්. right? මෙන්න මෙතනින්. So you can see the clavicles and the first two pairs articulate the manubrium. හරිද? search එක තියෙන මෙතනින්. එහෙනම් the first two pairs and the clavicles articulate with the manubrium. හරිද? articulates with the clavicles in the pectoral girdles and the first two pairs of ribs. අපි බලමු pectoral girdle එක කියන්නේ මොකක්ද කියලා පස්සේ. The body, which is the middle part of the sternum, gives attachment to the rest of the ribs. The body, which is the middle part of the sternum, gives attachment to the rest of the ribs. So rest of the ribs කියන්නේ ඔය ඔක්කොම නෙමෙයි හැබැයි. Right? Not all ribs. Not all the ribs. Okay? The xiphoid process is the tip of the bone which gives attachment to the diaphragm and muscles of the anterior abdominal wall. Anterior abdominal wall. හරිද? The sternum provides protection to the organs and blood vessels that lie behind it, hearts and lungs from physical damage. The red bone marrow in the sternum is one of the main sites for production of red blood cells. හරිද? තේරෙනවද? දැන් ඇති වගේ. Right, okay. Then we'll take a break, but was what we did clear until now? Do you have any questions? මොනවද තියෙනවද අහන්න? මොකුත් නැහැ? ඒ කියන්නේ ඕගොල්ලෝන්ට හොඳට ඔළුවට යනවා නැත්නම් හොඳට උගන්වනවා? I think it's the latter, නේ. Right. Okay, so we'll take a break. It's 2:17 නේ. පැයක් ඕනේ නැහැ නේ කන්න. උයන්නේ නැහැ නේ. කැම ගෙදලානේ තියෙන්නේ. Right? So ඒක නිසා we'll start at 3. Right? We'll start at 3. උඩ පටන්. Okay? Yes, the clavicle is called the collarbone, right? Clavicle is called the collarbone.
இல்ல ஸ்பெஷல் 7 மணி ஆகும்.
Right. Okay. So let's start again. Hi, Padangam. So the bulk of the skeletal system is over actually. It was mainly the skull and the vertebral column that you have to learn a lot, right? So what's left is the ribs, the upper limb and the lower limb, right? That's all. Okay. ඊට කලින් මේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නවද මේ දැන් perfume ගහන්නේ කොහෙද සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ? කොහෙටද ගහන්නේ? perfume කොල්ලබෝන් එකට. ආ එතන විතරද? ඇයි ඒ? කොහෙටද ගහන්නේ? හැමතැනම ගහනවා. දැන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නවද දැන් ජෙනරලි ගහන්නේ මෙතනටයි මේ අතටයි කියලා නනේ. ඇයි ඒ? pulse points, right? Pulsations එනවනේ. arteries තියෙන තැන් වලට තමයි ගහන්නේ. මෙතන තියෙනවා carotid artery කියලා එකක්. then මෙතනටත් ගහනවා. මෙතන තියෙනවා brachial artery. and මෙතන තියෙනවා radial artery කියලා. Right? So your pulse points නේ ඔයගොල්ලන් pulsations දැනනවා එතනින්. So when you put the perfume to those areas, what happens is those arteries give pulsations නේ. So when those pulsations come, the perfume would spread. Right? So that's the basis behind it. Right? So ඒක දැනගෙන ඉන්නවද කියලා බලන්න මම බැලුවේ. හරි. Let's start. Right. Okay. So let's start again from the sternum. Right. Sternum again. Padangam. So the sternum has three major parts. Did you see the suture in the sternum? Like in the, between the manubrium and the body, you get a suture. Right. So අපි ගත්තොත් the sternum has three main parts: the body, the manubrium, and the xiphoid process. Right. So manubrium එක ගත්තොත් what does it attach to? The collarbones and the first two ribs, right? First two ribs can first two pairs of ribs can, right? First two pairs of ribs, right? Then you get the body. Body attaches to the rest of the true ribs, right? The rest of the true ribs, and then you get the xiphoid process, which attaches to the diaphragm. Right. Now what's left to look at is the rib cage or the ribs and the thoracic vertebrae, right? So as I told, there are 12 pairs of ribs. 12 pairs of ribs. The ribs start from what? The thoracic vertebrae, right? It starts from the thoracic vertebrae. අපි බලමු කොහෙන්ද හරියට පටන් ගන්න කියලා, but it starts from the thoracic vertebrae, right? So its posterior connection is the thoracic vertebrae, right? Then its anterior connection is the sternum, right? But sternum එකත් එක්ක it has cartilages with which it articulates. Okay? Hare. So thoracic vertebrae ගත්තොත් they have a specialty, right? It's almost like the lumbar vertebrae, right? It's almost like the lumbar vertebrae. දැන් මේවේ නම් පේන්න තියෙනවද දන්නේ නැහැ. heels එකට කියලා packet of vertebrae කියලා එල්ලුවා. All right. මේ පේන්නේ හරියට කමන්නේ. Right? So now usually the vertebrae අපි ගත්තොත් lumbar vertebrae එකක්, what does it articulate with? The lumbar vertebrae. අපි ගමු L2. L2 is the second lumbar vertebrae, right? So what does it articulate with? The lumbar vertebrae. L2 articulated මොකක්ද එකද? With L1 above and L3 below, right? L2 articulates with L1 above and L3 below. So they have articular surfaces, right? They have articular surfaces to articulate. අපි ගත්තොත් thoracic vertebrae have two extra. අපිට කියන්න පුළුවන් because each thoracic vertebrae carries two ribs. කියන්නේ එක pair එකක you get two ribs. So each thoracic vertebrae is connected to two ribs, the left and the right, right? So they have four extra articular surfaces, right? They have four extra articular surfaces. Okay? So ඒක පෙන්නන්නම්ම. So එකක් තමයි it's given in the resource book as well. Right? You can see it in the resource book, but let me show you a clear diagram. All right, මේක තියෙනවා. Right, okay. So let me share the screen as well. මම ඒක කියලා ඉන්න. So when we consider the thoracic vertebrae, now other than the normal facets which articulate with the vertebrae above and below, in the body, right, in the body and the transverse processes of the thoracic vertebrae, you get facets, right, you get articular surfaces in the body and the transverse processes. So that's a facet or articular surface in the body. Then මේ transverse process එකක් තියෙනවා. හරිද? right. So ඔක වෙන්නේ මෙහෙමයි. so මම මේකේ එවන්නම් බලන්න. මේකේ පේනවද දැන් ඔයගලන්ට මෙතන තියෙනවා කියලා පොඩි පේනවා මෙතන නිකන් surface දෙකක් තියෙනවා. these two surfaces පොඩි දෙකක්. right? okay. So now if I am standing like this, my vertebrae is like this naturally. මෙහෙමනේ තියෙන්නේ. The spinous process is downwards and posterior, and you get the body towards the anterior direction, right? Ribs තියෙන්නේ කොහොමද? මෙන්න මෙහෙමනේ, right? So the rib has two articular surfaces. අපි ගත්තොත් it articulates like this, right? So the head of the rib, අපි කියනවා මේකට head එක කියලා, right? The rib has a head, right? That part articulates with the body, right? The head articulates with the body. හරිද? And you get another facet called the facet of tubercle. Facet of tubercle කියලා. ඔක තියෙන අන්ති වචනේ. Facet of tubercle. දීලා නැද්ද? එමෙයක් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. දීලා තියෙනවා මං හිතන්නේ, right? So you get the head articulating with the body, and then another facet is present, and that is called, right? That is called the facet of tubercle. It articulates with the transverse process. හරිද? ඒක articulate වෙන්නේ මෙහෙම. මෙන්න මෙහෙම. right? දැන් ගොඩක් අය හිතන්නේ දැන් head is the initial part of the rib. එහෙනම් ribs එන්නේ මෙහෙම කියලා. right? ඒ කියන්නේ එහෙම නෙමෙයි. The rib curves in, right? The rib cage එක ගත්තොත් the ribs in the rib cage curves in until it reaches the body. Okay? Then you get the facet of the head articulating the body and the facet of the tubercle articulating in the transverse process. Is that clear? So අපි ගත්තොත් in thoracic vertebrae you get 4 extra facets. Okay? So even in this පේනවද දන්නේ නැහැ අපි බලමු. Even in this අපි ගමු මේ rib එක. Take this rib. Right, මේක ගන්න. So here this joins to the body, right? The head, the initial part of the rib joins to the body. හරිද? Then this arm like structure joins to the transverse process from here. Is that clear? ඒක තේරෙනවද කොහොමද වෙන්නේ කියලා? So it like curves in, okay? It curves in. So that is how the thoracic vertebrae is unique, and that's how you can identify a thoracic vertebrae, right? That's how you can identify thoracic vertebrae when if they state that the body has an articular surface or the transverse process has an articular surface, that's definitely a thoracic vertebrae. Right. Okay. ඉන්නේ නැහැ නේ මයික් වලින් යන මේ ස්පීකර්ස් වලින් යන නැහැ නේ. Right, turn to page 77. So the 12 thoracic vertebrae are larger than the cervical vertebrae, as this region of the vertebral column has to support more body weight. So of course the vertebrae would increase in size as they go down, right? Because the amount of body weight that they support would increase, right? That's obvious. Okay. The body and the transverse process of thoracic vertebrae have facets for articulation with ribs, both the body and the transverse process. Right? So ඔයගලන්ට statements දෙන්න පුළුවන්. එක එක જાති statements දෙන්න පුළුවන්. Only the body of the thoracic vertebrae have articular surfaces. Is that correct? No, right? That's wrong. Okay. So මම පෙන්නවා ඒ articular facets දෙක පෙන්නවා, right? Right. So ribs වලට යන්න, the 12 pairs of ribs form the lateral walls of the thoracic cage. Okay, so what forms the posterior wall of the thoracic cage? Posterior wall එක. The posterior wall. Posterior කියන්නේ පිටිපස්සේ. What forms the posterior wall? The 12 thoracic vertebrae. Right, the 12 thoracic vertebrae. What forms the anterior wall? Sternum. What forms the lateral walls? Sideway walls? The ribs. Okay, so ඒක අර පාඩම් කරන දේවල් නෙමෙයි. ඉතින් you can practically think and take it. They are elongated curved bones. They articulate posteriorly with the thoracic vertebrae of the ventral, of the vertebral column. Anteriorly, 7 pairs of ribs articulate the sternum. Right? They articulate the sternum directly. That's why we call them true ribs. Right? They are true ribs because the initial 7 ribs articulate the sternum directly. Now there's a special adaptation. When we consider the first rib or the first pair of ribs, පළවෙනි pair එක ගත්තොත් it's very firmly fixed, right? This pair මේක it's very firmly fixed to the sternum. It's very firmly fixed to the sternum. Okay, it acts as a fixed point. Now between the ribs, what do you get? Between the ribs? Nothing. You get rib muscles or අපි කියනවා intercostal muscles, right? We call them intercostal muscles or rib muscles, right? එතන මෙහෙම දෙකක් තියෙනවා. එළිය පැත්තේ තියෙන external intercostal muscles, ඇතුළේ පැත්තෙන් තියෙනවා internal intercostal muscles කියලා. හරිද? So you get the intercostal muscles or the ribs, sorry, or the rib muscle between these ribs. හරිද? එතකොට now during respiration, when inhaling, your lung expands, right? Your lung expands. නේ? ඕනි කෙනෙක් කියනවානේ. Right? So your lung expands. The first pair of ribs act as a fixed point, right? Now imagine if this was not a sturdy structure. If this was not a sturdy structure, when the lung expands, what happens? The ribs would move out and upwards. Ribs කියන්නේ මගෙන් මේවා නිකන් මෙහෙම ඇරෙන්නේ නැහැ. I mean your chest would open up, right? And the muscles between the ribs would be stretched, right? The muscles between the ribs would be stretched. They would contract. So they will start pulling on each other. So if the first pair of ribs was not a fixed point, මෙයත් පල්ලහට යනවානේ. මේ second pair එකෙන් එන force එකට the first pair would also go down, right? So would the thoracic cavity expand properly? Expand another? No, right? So what happens is the first pair is fixed firmly, so it acts as a fixed point where the ribs below that can stretch. Ribs the muscles below that can stretch properly, right? Even a rubber band, right? If you don't hold it from one end, you can't stretch it, right? If you don't hold the rubber band from one end, can you stretch it? No, right? You can't. So the muscles, all these muscles, all the intercostal muscles, අපි ගත්තොත් නිකන් ඔක්කොම කනෙක්ට් වෙනවා කියලා මම කියන්නේ. හරිද? එහෙම හරි හිතන්න එපා. අපි ගත්තොත් මෙතන තියෙන intercostal muscle එක it connects between these two only. But basically, since this can act as a fixed point, all those muscles can contract and stretch. Right? තේරුණාද මම කියන එක? තේරුණාද? නැද්ද? තේරුණ නැත්නම් මට කියන්න මම ආයෙ කියන්නම්. තේරුණා? තේරුණා? කාට තේරුණ නැත්තේ? තේරුණා? Right? So now this is firmly fixed to the sternum so that it can act as a fixed point. So when the lung expands, the intercostal muscles can contract properly and increase the volume of the thoracic cavity. If this was not a fixed point, this would also move along with the move down along with the forces, right? So it should act as a fixed point. That's an adaptation present. Right. Then you get 7 true ribs which articulate with the sternum directly. Then තුනක් තියෙනවා which do articulate with the sternum but indirectly. And then you get two pairs of floating ribs. Medina floating ribs. So these are called floating ribs, right? Right. Anteriorly, 7 pairs of ribs articulate the sternum, true ribs. Next 3 pairs articulate the sternum indirectly. They do articulate the sternum, but indirectly, right? In both cases, costal cartilages attach the ribs to the sternum. So our cartilages which attach the ribs to the sternum is called the costal cartilages. We costal කියන වචනේ use වෙනවා when talking about ribs. Okay? When talking about ribs, මේ costal කියන වචනේ use වෙනවා. ඒකට හේතුවක් තියෙනවා. ඒක ඕනේ නැහැ හේතුව. Right? So intercostal muscles ගත්තොත් intercostal, right? Intercostal කියන්නේ between ribs. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒක මෙහෙමයි. එකක් කියන්නකෝ ඉතින්. So when you take a rib, we call this part. The මේ part එක head එකනේ. This is the head of the rib. Okay? This part is the head of the rib. It articulates with the thoracic vertebrae. This part is called the costal section, right? මේ part එක අපි කියන්නේ costal part of the rib කියලා. Right? This part, the long part is called the costal part, right? So between two costal parts, what do you get? Intercostal muscles. Is that clear? How the name came, right? The name came from this part, which is called the costal part. So you get intercostal muscles in between the two costal sections of the rib. So ඒක අපිට costal cartilages කියන්නේ because they attach the costal section of the ribs to the sternum. Okay? The lowest two pairs do not join with the sternum. Right. Head of the rib articulates with the vertebral bodies. Head articulates with the vertebral bodies and facets of tubercle articulate with the transverse process. Right. So මතක තියාගන්න විදිය තමයි tubercle එකේ T එකයි transverse process එකේ T එකයි. Right. Transverse process with the tubercle. Right. Transverse process with the tubercle. Head articulates with the body. ඔන්න ආයෙ පෙන්නන්න එක කොහොමද වෙන්නේ කියලා. So again, this is the head. This is the head and මෙතන costal section එක. So you get a facet here. මේක නා දිරලා වගේ තියෙන ගොඩක්. But it's like this, right? So it articulates like this. මෙන්න මෙහෙම. So the head joins with the body, right? The head of the rib joins with the body, right? Head of the rib joins with the body and you get a facet of tubercle, right? Facet of tubercle එක තියෙන rib එකේ, right? In the rib you get the facet of tubercle, which articulates with the transverse process of the rib. හරිද? තේරෙනවනේ? The thoracic cage, which includes the ribs and sternum, plays an important role in the mechanism of breathing. Between each ribs, intercostal muscles are present which move the rib cage during breathing. The first rib, is firmly fixed to the sternum and to the first thoracic vertebra. Therefore, it does not move during inspiration. Because it is a fixed point, when the intercostal muscles contract, they pull the rib cage upwards and towards the first ribs. And that will allow the intercostal muscles to stretch. And the presence of 12 pairs of ribs and sternum provides protection to the organs such as lungs and heart. Not hearts, heart. In the thoracic cavity. Right? So, is it clear? Right. What about the online students? Is it clear? What about the online students? Is it clear? This is what about the others? It's good if you can respond. No. Right, Hari. So you got the ribs and the vertebrae. Okay. So try to articulate it by yourself. We'll move on to the other parts. Right, so skeletal system එකෙන් ඇත්තට මේ තාම ලොකු essay එකක් ඇවිල්ලාම නැහැ. From 2000 to 24 ගත්තොත් ඇවිල්ලාම නැහැ. But you do get short notes. හරිද? එහෙම guess කරන්නෙත් නැහැ හැබැයි skeletal system එක එනවා කියලා. Right? මොකද ඇවිල්ලාම නැහැ. නිසා කියන්න බෑ. But this time you can get a short note also. Right? Short note එකක් හරි part B එකකට හරි you might get. Right? එන්න පුළුවන් මොකද අහලා නැති sections ඕනි තරම් තියෙනවා. හරිද? දන්නවනේ මේ පාර bio අයට ගොඩක් අඩුයි කියලා රිසර්ච් දන්නවනේ. බය අයිලන්ඩ් ෆස්ට් ගේ Z එක කීයද දන්නවද 2.9 ගානක් 2.9899 හරි ඒ වගේ ගානක් usually bio කරන අයිලන්ඩ් ෆස්ට් කෙනෙක් කෙනාගේ Z එක තියෙනවා 3.1 විතර usually so 3.1 එක 2.9 වලට බැස්සා කියන්නේ bio වලට ලකුණු ගොඩක් අඩු වෙලා right මොකද physics chemistry of course it's there for anyone නේ bio වලට තමයි ලකුණු අඩු වෙලා තියෙන්නේ right ඇයි bio වලට ලකුණු අඩු උනේ දැන් මම දැන් මන් දන්නා ඉන්නවා MCQ එකට 43 46 40 41 ගහපු අය and they still didn't get an A but C's S B ඔය තමයි ආවේ why is that so MCQ එක ගැහුවා කියන්නේ හරි ගහලා ඒක transfer කරාම ලකුණු ටික හම්බ වෙනවානේ 1 mark is 1 mark so it's the essay right of course it's the essay so this time the essay was quite big right and the marking was very strict. Did you see the marking scheme? Marking scheme දැක්කද තියෙනවා? The marking scheme, the marking was very strict, right? So in the 25 A level bio paper also you can expect that. So you can expect a longer paper and marking to be strict as well. මොකද the essays were not that hard, right? Essays එච්චර අමාරු නෑනේ. Essays lazy ඒවා දැන් මම මොකද්ද කරන්නේ? Marking strict කරනවා, right? So even though you write lots and lots and lots, if you miss 2 or 3 points, basically අර half point එකක් ලිව්වොත් you won't get marks, right? So ඒක නිසා try to improve your time management and try to improve the way in which you write structured essay. essay අවුලක් නැහැ කියමු. ගොඩක් අයට කෙලවෙන්නේ structured එක. They think that they have marks, right? They think they have marks but they don't, right? ලියලා එනවා but if that specific word එක වචනයක් නැති වුණොත් you won't get a marks, right? So ඒ වගේ එක තුල ලකුණු ගොඩක් අඩු වෙනවා, right? So මම කියන්නේ MCQ එකට 46 ගහලා result එක C එකක් වෙනවා කියන්නේ C එක දෙන්නේ 65 to 55 නේ 65 to 50 sorry 65 to 50 ද කොහෙද මම මතක නැහැ කොහමද below 65 නේ ඒ කියන්නේ MCQ එකට 45ක් ගහුවා ගේමු හරි that person got a C essay එකට කීයක් වගේ දැද්දේ definitely below 20 right I mean ලකුණු 20ක් තිබ්බොත් 45 20ක් එකතු කරාම 65යි නේ 65 කියන්නේ B එකක් right so B එකක්වත් නැහැ හරි so essay එකට ලකුණු 30ක් ගහුවා කියන්නේ ඒකක් නේ 45ක් MCQ ගහලා essay එකට ලකුණු 30ක් ගන්නවා that's definitely an A not a good one but an A right so ඒක නිසා essay එකට ඒ කියන්නේ ගොඩක් ලකුණු අඩුයි average හරිද so ඒක නිසා practice more essays right practice writing more papers okay from these vertebrae what you need to draw is the lumbar vertebrae right ඔයගලන්ට අඳින්න කිව්වොත් අඳින්න කියන්නේ මේ typical vertebrae එක which is the lumbar vertebrae right any other thing you don't need to learn that much but you should be able to identify right මොකද පොතේ දීලා තියෙන diagrams and they have asked you to label as well නේ so ඒක නිසා you should know but ගොඩක් වෙලාවට අඳින්න කිව්වොත් අඳින්න කියන්නේ typical vertebrae එක තමයි right the typical vertebrae the transverse process yeah the transverse process always acts laterally it always acts laterally okay right so මේකේ මගෙන S එකක් එන්න පුළුවන් අතන contribution of the human axial skeleton to maintain the upright posture right very essay like topic right අස්සෙන්ට essay එකක් ලියන්න පුළුවන් ඒ points ටිකෙන් short note essay එකක් කියන්නේ short note right presence of two primary curvatures so we learned that the upright posture is maintained by the primary curvatures and the secondary curvatures right so all of them would involve in making the upright posture okay so presence of two primary curvatures and two secondary curvatures in the vertebral column development of the two secondary curvatures in the vertebral column mainly contribute to maintain the erect posture so mainly it's the secondary curvatures. මොකද primary curvatures were anyway there. හරිද? Primary curvatures were anyway there. So mainly contribute කරන්නේ මොකද්ද? The secondary curvatures. හරිද? From the secondary curvatures, from the two secondary curvatures, what contributes more? What would contribute more to maintain an erect posture? මොන එකද වැඩිපුර contribute කරන්නේ? So there are two secondary curvatures නේ. You get the cervical and you get the lumbar. එතනින් මොන දෙකද වැඩිපුර contribute කරන්නේ erect posture එකකට? It's the lumbar, right? Lumbar. Cervical එක to keep your head upright, right? Lumbar contributes more to keep your body upright. Okay? Alright. So the size of the vertebrae, especially the body of the vertebrae, become larger towards the end of the vertebral column as they have to support the weight of the upper body. So the size of the vertebrae and the body, basically the body of the vertebrae would become larger to support more body weight. The sacral vertebrae. So the sacral vertebrae is a very strong bone, right? It's a very strong bone which is made up of 5 fused vertebrae. So of course that would also involve in maintaining an upright posture. Support the weight of the vertebral column and internal organs of the body. The two occipital condyles, right? Occipital condyles, so your head would not be upright, right? So for your skull to rest on the vertebral column properly, the occipital condyles are needed. Okay. So the occipital condyles and the foramen magnum are located inferiorly at the base of the skull, close to the center. In the upright posture, this arrangement permits proper balancing of the skull on the vertebral column. Right. Okay, so the axial skeleton is done. ඒක ඉවරයි. තේරුණාද? Right? So I hope you got it. So let's do some questions and then go to the appendicular skeleton. Appendicular skeleton එක එච්චර අමාරු නෑ, but there are some things that you need to remember. Right? There are some things like the movements and all that. එච්චර තියෙන, right? Let's do some questions ඒක නිසා. Right, okay. Past paper questions වලින් fifth එක 5 past paper questions වලින් 5. I'll upload the due to the Zoom chat. So 5 from the past paper questions, 5, 8, 9, 19, 21 and model paper questions වලින් 8, 9, 10, 15, 26. 26. Arne? So do those questions. Basically every question that we didn't do related to the axial skeleton. Right? So do those questions and we'll discuss them in 10 minutes. ඇතිනේ? 10 minutes. එච්චර ඕනෙත් නෑනේ. Right, okay, let's see. මම past papers 5 වලින්ද පටන් ගන්න කිව්වේ. පහින්නේ. In a typical vertebra of man, two processes that originate from the vertebral body project laterally, forming the transverse processes. Is that correct? Is that correct? From the body, do we get processes? No, right? Only from the vertebral arc or the neural arc, right? So from the body, we don't get processes. Each transverse process bears an articular surface. No, that's not in the typical vertebrae. Then in what vertebrae do we get that? Each transverse process bears an articular surface in which vertebrae? In the thoracic vertebrae, right? In the thoracic vertebrae, the transverse process articulates with what? Articulates with the facet of tubercle, right? The articular surface in the transverse process articulates with the facet of tubercle in the rib cage, right? Or in the rib, sorry, in the rib. Okay. Two pairs of articular processes are present in the neural arc. Two pairs of articular processes are present in the neural arc. In a typical vertebrae, you get two superior articular facets and two inferior articular facets, right? The superior articulates with the vertebra above, the inferior articular facets articulates the vertebra below, right? So you do get two pairs of articular processes. So ඒක තමයි answer වෙන්න ඕනේ. බලමු. Each transverse process contains a foramen for the vertebral artery. No, that's in what vertebrae? In the vertebral artery කියන්නේ කොතනින්ද? මෙන්න මේ දිගේ, right? So it's in the cervical vertebrae. It's in the cervical vertebrae. That's wrong. The neural spine is bifid. No, that's again in what? In the cervical vertebrae, right? Cervical vertebrae, you get a bifid spine. So the answer is the third one. Is that clear? Right? Third one is the answer. ඊට පස්සේ මම මොකක්ද දුන්නේ? 8th. 8 නේ. Tell the correct statement regarding human vertebrae. The body of axis vertebra has a superior process. The body of the axis vertebra has a superior process. It has a superior process. Does it? Does it have a superior process? The body. අපි පොඩ්ඩක් තියලා යමුකෝ ඊට ටිකට. Atlas vertebra has a rudimentary spinous process. Atlas vertebra has a rudimentary spinous process. So Atlas vertebra has no distinct body or spinous process, right? It has no distinct body or spinous process. So according to our syllabus, this is wrong. Sacrum is formed of 6 vertebrae? No, that's 5, right? That's easy. Thoracic vertebra has a bifid spinous process? No, that's the cervical vertebrae. Largest vertebral foramen is found in the lumbar vertebrae? No, largest body is found in the lumbar vertebrae, right? Mokada, as the vertebrae, as it goes down, the body bears more weight, right? So the body should increase. So from the cervical to the lumbar vertebrae, the body increases, the size of the body increases. But the size of the spinal cord increases as it goes up, right? So here the vertebral foramen is involved in giving passageway for the spinal cord, right? ඒක නිසා spinal cord එක පාස් vertebral foramen එක නිසා the vertebral foramen size increases as it goes up. හරිද? So එහෙනම් the body of axis vertebrae has a superior process. What is it? Odontoid process, right? The odontoid process. Okay. So first one is the answer. Say the correct statement regarding. Go ahead. Oh, it's like මෙහෙම හිතන්නකෝ. මෙහෙම හිතන්නකෝ. නූල් ගොඩක් ගන්නවා, right? You take lots of strings. හරිද? නූල් ගොඩක් ගන්නවා and you hold it in one end, right? Then it needs for it පල්ලෙහාට තියෙනවානේ. So you separate each strand from 1 centimeter to 1 centimeter, right? You take a bunch of threads and separate the strands from 1 centimeter to 1 centimeter, right? Take a centimeter and centimeter, you take 2 strands out, right? So what would happen to the thickness of the bunch? There's a bunch of threads, and from 1 centimeter to 1 centimeter, you take the threads out, right? ටික threads ටික එළියට ගන්නවා. මේ කියන්නේ මෙහෙම දෙයක්. You have a bunch of threads like this, and then මෙතනින් මේ නූල් ටික එළියට ගන්නවා එක එක 1 centimeter to 1 centimeter, right? මොම එළියට ගන්නවා. So what would happen to the thickness? ටික අඩු වෙනවානේ. අඩු වෙනවානේ. So ඒ වගේ දෙයක් තමයි final code එකේ වෙන්නේ. You have so many nerves coming, and all those nerves exit between the vertebrae. Then what happens at the lowermost part? ඒක නිකන් එකපාරට නිකන් මෙන්න මෙහෙම එකක් හැදෙනවා අන්තිමට එකේ නම්. Anyway, so anyway, all of these should pass to the initial part. So the initial part is large. Okay, the initial part is large. තේරෙනවද ඒක? Right. Okay, that's why the cervical vertebrae have a large vertebral foramen. So medicine is appaවෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේ ටික. Basically they ask you the roots. They ask you roots, right? හිතන්න they ask you the root for this area, as in මේ area එකට එන nerve එක පටන් ගන්නෙ මොන vertebrae දෙක අතරින්ද, right? So you should know. මෙන්න මේ මම දැන් මතකත් නැහැ. පාඩම් කරා මට මතක නෑ දැන් කොහොමයි. So ඉතින් නිකන් example එකට this area is supplied by the C5 spinal nerve, this area by the T1, this area by the C4. ඔන්න වගේ you should know which area is supplied by which nerve root, which nerve root, right? More the nerve starts from spinal cord, right? So එකයි කියන්නේ ඔය මේ neurobiology is the hardest. Neurobiology is the hardest. It's difficult to become a neurosurgeon. That's the highest paid field in a doctor, right? So I think it's very hard, right? You have to study a lot, right? Say the correct statement regarding human ribs. They are short and curved bones. Are they short? They are long, elongated, curved bones, right? Not short, right? The floating ribs are short, but you don't consider them generally to be short. Superior surface of the ribs is deeply grooved. එහෙම එකක් තිබ්බේ නෑනේ අපේ syllabus එකේ. අපේ resource වල තිබ්බේ නෑනේ. මං හිතන්නේ තිබ්බා කියලා. මේක පොඩ්ඩක් තියමුකෝ අපි. There are 14 pairs of ribs. No, that's wrong. 12 pairs. The first 8 pairs of ribs articulate directly. No, the first 7. First 7. All ribs articulate posteriorly with the vertebral column. Yes, all ribs articulate the vertebral column posteriorly to the thoracic vertebrae. Right? Each thoracic vertebrae bears each pair of ribs can okay. ඇත්තටම එහෙම නෙමෙයි වෙන්නේ. Even when you see this, you can clearly see it. Usually ගත්තොත් මේකේ පේනවත් දන්නේ නැහැ. The rib, when you take the rib, it articulates between the vertebrae, right? So this rib articulates with this vertebrae and this vertebrae, right? මේ rib එක, this rib articulates with this vertebrae and this vertebrae. So it's actually in between. But ඔයගලන්ට මතක තියාගන්න ඒක ඔයගලන්ට අදාළ නැහැ LS වලට. මතක තියාගන්න ලේසි වෙන හිතන්න each thoracic vertebrae articulates with each pair කියලා, right? හරි. Okay. So 8, 9, 10 නෑනේ. එච්චර past paper questions. තමන දුන්නද? 19 and 21 නේ. Okay. Which of the following statements regarding the axial skeletal man is correct? Question number 19. 3 pairs of ribs articulate the sternum indirectly. 3 pairs of ribs articulate the sternum indirectly. No? Why is it wrong? So you get 10 pairs of ribs articulating with the sternum, 7 pairs directly, known as true ribs. The remaining 3 articulate indirectly. 2 do not articulate at all, right? And now you have 3 pairs which do not articulate directly. Zygomatic arch provides surface of muscle attachment for the movement of upper jaw. Movement of lower jaw. Your upper jaw does not move, right? It's the movement of the lower jaw. What's the lower jaw bone called? Mandible. Sacrum is formed from 7 fused nemae. It's 5 fused. Sinuses are located in the nasal and temporal bones nemae. It's the frontal, ethmoid, sphenoid, and the maxillary. Until the development of lumbar curvature, child cannot hold the head upright? No. From the cervical curvature, the child can hold his head upright. Right. 21. So 90 තේරෙනවද? අවුලක් නැහැ නේ? තේරුණා? Some features of three vertebrae of man labeled as PQR observed by students are given below. P. A large body and a prominent spinous process. So what again? Which type of vertebrae has the largest bodies and the largest spinous process? The lumbar. Right? The lumbar has the largest bodies and the largest spinous process. Q. No distinct body or spinous process. That's of course the cervical. Right? The cervical. R. Articulation facets on the body and transverse process. Q earth monkey, that's the thoracic. Right? Articular facets on the body and transverse process. Now that's thoracic, which articulates with the ribs. So it's lumbar, cervical, thoracic. මෙතන තියෙනවා first cervical කියලා, right? First cervical කියන්න ඕනේ මොකද the rest of the vertebrae or the rest of the cervical vertebrae have somewhat bodies, right? But first එකට no distinct body or spinous process. හරිද? තේරෙනවද ඒක? A large body and a prominent spinous process තියෙන්නේ දෙකම තියෙන්නේ අපි කියන්නේ lumbar වලට, right? The thoracic, they do have a large body, but it's not the largest. Okay? කොහොමද ඉතින් එහෙම ආන්සර් එකකුත් නැහැ. So the thoracic vertebrae ගත්තොත් they have bodies which are larger than the cervical. අපිට කියන්න බෑ large bodies කියලා, right? මම එව්වනේ එවන්නත් ඇති. So thoracic vertebrae have bodies but not the largest, right? Large body එකක් කියලා අපි define කරන්නේ only for lumbar, right? Lumbar. Right, was it clear for the online students as well? Any questions? Was it clear? Was it clear for the online students as well? Any questions? There another. Neural arch means the vertebral arch. So this is what you call the neural arch. This part. This part is the neural arch, right? The vertebral arch is the same as the neural arch. Right, okay. Model paper questions මොනවද QA? 8. Atlas vertebrae differs from axis. Atlas vertebrae differs from axis vertebrae as axis vertebrae. Okay. Atlas vertebrae differs from axis vertebrae because okay, has a transverse process. Does the axis vertebra have a transverse process? No. Both of them have a transverse process, right? Both of them have a transverse process. What's missing? The missing part is basically Atlas you don't get a body or a spinous process, right? But transverse process both of them have transverse foramens, right? Transverse foramens which are pathways for the vertebral artery. So both of them have transverse processes. As transverse foramen, yes. As an odontoid process. So Atlas vertebrae differs from axis vertebrae, right? Atlas vertebrae doesn't have an odontoid process. Axis does. Okay, so that's wrong. Contains facets for nearby vertebra. It has, ne? Every vertebrae has facets for the nearby vertebrae. Articulate right? Has a vertebral foramen. Both of them have vertebral foramen also. Ne? What? ඉතින් ඇට්ලස් එකටත් ඇක්සිස් එකටත් vertebral foramen තියෙනවා. හරි ඇක්සිස් vertebral එක තියෙන්නේ මොකද කියලා නේ. හා නේ okay okay. Right right okay. Has the odontoid process yeah. Correct. My bad. So atlas vertebrae refers to an axis vertebrae as axis vertebrae has an odontoid process. Yeah. හරි okay. ඊළඟට 9 නේ. Which of the following features is common to all cervical vertebra? It's the මොකද්ද? body common හැමෝටම. කාටද නැත්තේ? atlas ට නෑ. Right? Transverse foramen තියෙන්නේ කාටද? only cervical. Right? Only cervical to allow passageway for the vertebral artery. Right? මතක තියාගන්නකෝ. හරි. ඔයගොල්ලෝ මෙහෙම හිතන්නකෝ. vertebral artery යන්නේ neck එකේ විතරයි කියලා හිතා ගන්න. vertebral artery එක යන්නේ neck එකේ විතරයි කියලා හිතා ගන්න. හරිද? To study it better. හරිද? vertebral artery එක යන්නේ neck එකේ විතරයි කියලා හිතා ගන්න. Right? neck එකේ විතරයි. හරිද? Then of course only the cervical vertebrae should have a transverse foramen, right? ඒ නිසා එහෙම හිතා ගන්න. Okay? Then spinous process. කාටද spinous process නැත්තේ? atlas. Odontoid process තියෙන්නේ axis vertebrae එකට, right? Yes, okay. ring shape එක තියෙන කාටද? හැමෝටම නෑ. It's the atlas, right? මං ඉතින් අර පෙන්නුවා ring එකක් වගේ. That's not a ring ඉතින්. That's just vertebral foramen නේ. ring shape එක තියෙන්නේ only to the atlas, right? දැන් මේක it's like a ring නේ. This one it's like a ring, right? You can see it's clearly like a ring නේ, right? මේක මේ ring එකක් වගේද? It just has a vertebral foramen ඉතින්. This is like a ring, the lumbar vertebrae. It's like a ring. එහෙම මුදු දාන්නේ කවුද අප්පා? It's like අර අතර තමයි මම මෙන්න මෙතන නිකන් ජම්බෝල ගෙඩියක් වගේ. Diamond. ඔච්චර ලොකු ඒවා නම් හම්බෙන්නේ ලංකාවේ කෙනෙක්ගෙන් බය වෙන්න එපා. Imitation යන්න හම්බෙයි. Right, okay. So 9 hari 10. So මේ ring shape it's given in the resource book, right? Resource book දීලා තියෙනවා atlas vertebrae has a ring shape කියලා. හරිද? So ඒක නිසා ඒක විතරක් ගන්න. හරිද? Okay. මොකද? answer එක oh right. මොකුත් නෑනේ. Transverse foramen is common cervical vertebrae නේ හරියට. Common to all cervical vertebrae transverse foramen. So මම දැක්කේ මම question එක කියුවේ common to all vertebrae කියලා. So what's common to all vertebrae? What's common to all vertebrae? Vertebral foramen, yeah. What else? Come on. That's a good question. Vertebral foramen, yeah. තව transverse process. Every vertebrae has a transverse process, right? ඇයි නැත්තේ? Atlas has a transverse process. නැත්නම් transverse foramen එකක් කොහෙද තියෙන්නේ? It has a small transverse foramen එක කොහෙද තියෙන්නේ transverse process එකේ. හරිද? Transverse process එකක් නැත්නම් transverse foramen එකක් තියෙන විදියක් නැහැ. Right? So every cervical vertebrae has a transverse foramen. ඒකේ මොකද කියන්නේ? Every cervical vertebrae has a transverse process. Got it? So transverse process එක highly reduced, but they do have a transverse process. Resource පොත දීලා තියෙනවද නැහැ කියලා? නැහැ කියලා තියෙනවද? නැහැ කියලා නැහැනේ. අර තියෙන්නේ it has two short transverse processes. So it is a ring shaped vertebra with no distinct body or spinous process. It has two short transverse processes, right? Una? Yeah, the vertebral foramen. The vertebral foramen can vertebral foramen, sorry, transverse foramen. Yeah, transverse foramen තියෙන cervical වල විතරයි. No, transverse foramen is not common to all. Transverse process is common. ඒ කියන්නේ මේක ගත්තොත් now මේක ගත්තොත් these are transverse processes නේ. මේ තියෙන transverse process, right? Every vertebrae has a transverse process, but only the cervical vertebrae has a transverse foramen which allow the passageway for the vertebral artery. හරිද? Right. Yeah. Facets. You get articular facets, right? In every vertebrae, you get articular facets, right? That's a good answer. Someone had the answer. Nah. Right. See the correct statement. Sacrum has a convex anterior surface. So එහෙම කිව්වම හැම වෙලාවම මතක තියාගන්න sacral curvature එක. Sacral curvature is anteriorly concave or convex? Concave. එහෙනම් the sacrum is anteriorly concave. එහෙනම් මේක වැරදි. Coccyx consists of 4 fused rudimentary vertebrae. වැරදි. 3 xiphoid process gives attachment to the muscles of the posterior abdominal wall නෙමෙයි. Is the anterior abdominal wall and the diaphragm. Thoracic vertebrae are the largest type of vertebrae. No, it's the lumbar. Right? Lumbar. Sternum gives protection to the lungs. Yes. මොකද එතන මේක මෙතනනේ තියෙන්නේ. So it gives protection to the lungs. මොකද මන් දුන්නේ? 15. Okay. Say the correct statement regarding the ribs. Ribs only form the lateral walls of the thoracic cage. Is that correct? Yes, it's correct. Right? Posterior හදන්නේ කවුද? What forms the posterior walls of the thoracic cage? The 12 thoracic vertebra. 12 thoracic vertebra. Lateral, it's the ribs. Anterior, it's the sternum. All ribs articulate thoracic vertebra and sternum. All ribs articulate with the thoracic vertebra and sternum. No, right? You get 2 floating ribs. They do not articulate the sternum, right? But all of them articulate with the thoracic vertebrae. Head of the rib articulates with vertebral bodies, facets of tubercle and transverse process vertebrae. Head of the rib articulates with the vertebral bodies, yes. Right. Facets of tubercle with the transverse process of the vertebrae. Facets of tubercle with the transverse process of the vertebrae. It's correct, right? ඒක හරියටම පළවෙනි එක වැරදි වෙන්න ඕනේ. බලමු ප්‍රශ්නේ. All true ribs are articulated with the body of the sternum. All true ribs are articulated with the body of the sternum. No, right? Not the body, because some articulate with the manubrium as well, right? The first two ribs articulate with the manubrium. The other five true ribs articulate with the body. හරිද? ඒක තේරෙනවද? 7 වලින් දැන් 7ක් true ribs නම් දෙකක් පළවෙනි දෙක manubrium එකේ articulate වෙනවා නම් ඊට ටික articulate වෙන්නේ body එකේනේ. Right? So that's correct. So this is wrong. What I said was correct. 35 bones are used to form the rib cage. 35 bones. You get 12 vertebra. Ribs කීයක් තියනවද? Ribs 24ක් තියෙනවා. එතන වැරදිනේ. So එතන මේක වැරදින්න පුළුවන් කොහමද? If you take each pair of ribs as one bone, right? එහෙම ගන්න ඉන්නවනේ. Thoracic vertebrae 12ක් තියෙනවා. If you take each pair of ribs as one bone, then you get 12 pairs. So that's 24. With the sternum, it's 25. Right? So ඒක වැරදින්න පුළුවන් විදිහ එකක් හදලා තියෙනවා. නෑ 35 කියලා තියෙනවා. 35 කියලා තියෙනවා. එහෙනම් කොහොමද වැරදින්නේ නැහැ. So එහෙනම් total එන්නේ කීයද? That's 12 and 24 and 1. That's 37, right? So 12 and 24 and 1. 12 thoracic, 24 ribs, and you get the sternum. Yeah, that's 37. 37. Okay, අපි බලමු first statement එක මේ resource පොතේ කොහොමද දීලා තියෙන්නේ කියලා. So in the resource book, it says the 12 pairs of ribs form the lateral walls of the thoracic cage. So first එකත් හරිනේ. First එක හරි ඉතින් වරදී කියන්න බෑ ඉතින්. Right? resource book දීලා තියෙන විදිහට it's correct. Third එක ගත්ත third එකත් හරිනේ. Head of the rib articulates with the vertebral bodies. Head articulates with the vertebral bodies. Passes the tubercle with transverse process of the vertebrae. ඒකත් හරිනේ. So 1 and 3 දෙකම හරිනේ. තේරෙනවනේ ඒක තමයි. 1 එක directly දීලා නැහැ, but in the resource book the 12 pairs of ribs form the lateral wall of the thoracic cage කියලා දීලා තියෙනවනේ. but මෙතන අර නිකන් only කියලා තියෙද්දි නිකන් sure නැති ගතියක් එනවා. Yeah, they don't. But ඉතින් අපි ඉතින් එහෙම වෙනස්කම් කරන්නේ නැහැ. Right? So we take that into consideration as well. හරිද? right, තාම මොකද මන් දුන්නේ? Is that it? 24 8 26 right, which of the following statements regarding feature to identify the following vertebrae are incorrect? Atlas vertebrae, the spinous process is bifid. No, you don't get a spinous process in the atlas vertebrae, so that's wrong. Right, that's wrong. Axis vertebrae, facet for articulation with the occipital condyle. No, that's present in the atlas, not the axis. It's in the atlas. Thoracic vertebra, facets for articulation with the ribs. That's correct. Yes, that's correct. Lumbar vertebra, size of the body is larger. That's correct. Cervical vertebra, transverse process have a foramen for vertebral artery. That's again correct. So A and B. Third one is the answer. Right? Is that it? It's right. Right. Okay. Then we'll move on to the next section. Appendicular skeleton. Right? The appendicular skeleton. Right. So now the axis vertebrae is over. Appendicular skeleton can basically your upper limbs and your lower limbs, which are joined to the axial skeleton. So the manner in which the points or the place at which your upper limb bones are joined to the axial skeleton is called the pectoral girdle. Right? Pectoral girdle. Your upper limb bones are joined to your axial skeleton by the pectoral girdle. This region is called what? May region again? Pectoral region. Right? This region is called the pectoral region. So in this region, you have the pectoral girdle. Right? The bones which connect your lower limb bones to the axial skeleton is called the pelvic girdle. May area again? This is called the pelvis. Right? Pelvis. So it's called the pelvic girdle. Right. So first we go to the pectoral girdle. Pectoral girdle like gathama, you have two major bones. Two major hatarak තියෙනවා, two pairs. Right? A pair of clavicles and a pair of scapula. Right? Clavicle like you can feel it. Right? You can feel it. This is a clavicle. Right? Clavicle. Scapula like you can feel that as well. Right? So you feel the scapula. Right? What you feel is the scapula. මෙතන නෙමෙයි අර කොන්දේ අර දැනෙන නිකන් process එකක් spine එකක් වගේ දැනෙනවානේ කොන්දේ. Right? That's the scapula. Okay? So here you get the clavicle. Here you get the clavicle. And here you get the scapula. ඔගලන්ට දැනෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේක. This is what you feel. Right? This is what you feel. මෙන්න මේකයි. මේකයි තමයි ඔගලන්ට දැනෙන්නේ. හරිද? So you get the two scapula and the two clavicles. Right? So one end of the clavicle articulates with the manubrium of the sternum. At the other end, where does it articulate with? With the scapula. Right? So one end articulates with the sternum, the other end with the scapula. ඒක දැනෙන්නේ නැහැ මේ හරියට යද්දී හැබැයි shape එකේ දැනෙනවා. Right? මේ හරියට යද්දී දැනෙන්නේ නැහැ මොකද you get your shoulder joint here as well. Right? ඒතර හිතා ගන්න බෑ clavicle එක shoulder joint එකකටද scapula එකකටද attach වෙන්නේ. But this point මේ මෙතන දැනනවනේ ඔයගොල්ලන්ට. Right? This process we call it the acromion process. Right? You get your shoulder joint below this point. මේ දැනෙන point එකක් තියෙනවනේ මෙතන. This point. That point is not your shoulder joint. Right? You get your shoulder joint below that point. මෙතන තමයි shoulder joint එක තියෙන්නේ. You get this process which covers the shoulder joint. That's what you feel. Right? Not your shoulder. මේ shoulder හිතනවා කියලා මෙහෙම කළා ගන්න නෑ. ඒක shoulder එක නෙමෙයි. Right? මේ shoulder joint එක නෙමෙයි. Sorry, shoulder joint එක නෙමෙයි. Because you get a process from the scapula. Right? Which you don't need to know. Right? So the clavicle and the scapula is there. Clavicle is actually a curved bone. Right? ඔය clavicle fractures දෙකක් තියෙනවද? clavicle fractures දෙකක් තියෙනවද? නෑ? clavicles නැති මිනිස්සු දෙකක් තියෙනවද? There's a condition where some people don't have clavicles. Then what would happen? Try moving your arms towards you, your shoulder joint towards your chest. After a certain point, you can't move it, right? I was starting the bag, right? It's starting the bag. So clavicle. So people don't have clavicle. They can almost bend in two again, right? There are conditions there. Some people don't have clavicle, right? So due to the clavicle, the shoulder joint will not move beyond a certain point. Okay. All right. So even in the resource book, you can see how the clavicle has a facet for articulation with the scapula and a facet for articulation with the sternum, right? එතකොට අපි ගත්ත scapula එක මේක මොනවද දන්න scapula එක? Yes, we have a scapula. Okay, yeah. So, a very smooth curved surface. A very smooth curved surface. Even online students can see it. Yeah, a very smooth curved surface. Right. So this is where your shoulder joint is formed. Right. Basically, what happens is now this is something like this. That is something like this. Right? So this actually deepens. Deepen when you get cartilages which deepens the socket, right? So the bone is like this and this actually deepens. Okay. Deep where the cartilage grows from the edges. So you get a giant hole there. Got it? So basically, make if the borders extended up, you would get a giant hole. So the bone is still here, but you get cartilages growing from the sides so that you get a giant socket. Got it? All right. So this is the place where the humerus attaches to, right? So pectoral girdle like that. What are the bones in the pectoral girdle? Clavicle and the scapula, right? Clavicle and the scapula. Through the pectoral girdle, the upper limb attaches to the axial skeleton. So upper limb back gum. Right, Miti. So this is called the humerus, right? Humerus. Humerus. This is the femur. Humerus and thigh bone is called the femur. Femurus and humor, right? It's humerus and femur. Okay. So basically, you get the scapula, and this is the left scapula. Yeah, prashna nahi. Manika explain karna. So this humerus has a bowl-like structure, right? Every humerus has a bowl-like structure, right? This is like a bowl. Make a full bowl, right? It's not a complete bowl. It's like a hemisphere. Hemisphere, right? So this can articulate with this surface, right? This surface, or a cartilage will grow and a cavity is formed. That cavity is called the glenoid cavity, right? We call it the glenoid cavity. This cavity is called the glenoid cavity. glenoid cavity. The ball of the humerus joins with the glenoid cavity. Then what's formed is a ball and socket joint, right? Ball, socket, ball and socket joint, right? So අපි දැන් joints හරි දෙකක් ඉගෙන ගත්තා. නෑ තුනක් ඉගෙන ගත්තා. So දෙකයි ඔයගොල්ලන්ට මම කිව්වේ තාම. පළවෙනි එක මොකද්ද? Hinge joint. කොහෙද තියෙන්නේ? Between the atlas and the skull or the occipital bone of the skull, right? Then you get a ball and socket joint here between the glenoid cavity of the scapula and the humerus. The humerus, right? හරි. තව එකක් තියෙනවා ඒක මම කිව්වේ නෑ ඒක පස්සේ තියෙනවා කොහොමද? Pivot joint. The odontoid process of the axis forms a pivot joint, right? It's like a pivot නේ. The axis rotates around that pivot නේ. The axis මතකද odontoid process කියලා දෙයක් මතකද? කන දෙයක් දන්නෙත් නැහැ කියලා හිතනවා දන්නේ. Right? So odontoid process of the axis forms an atlas with the atlas vertebrae. It forms a pivot joint. Pivot එකක් වගේ නේද? Right? Okay. So those are the three types of joints that you mainly have. So in the arm, you have this ball and socket joint. හරිද? මේකට we call it an incomplete ball and socket joint. Let me show you the femur. Right. So the femur, it has a complete ball-like structure, right? Sampurna, it's like a ball, right? It's completely like a ball. So this is the humerus. This is the femur. Okay. So you can see the balls of the humerus and the femur. The femur has a complete one, right? It's completely round. This is like a hemisphere. So what happens is this cannot form a complete ball and socket joint with the scapula. Okay. Right. So it cannot form a complete ball and socket joint with the scapula. Okay. So since this is an incomplete ball and socket joint, you can move your arms than your legs. Right? But basically it's much more easier to move your arm around than your leg, right? I mean, it's more flexible. Like your arm can like almost do anything, but can your leg do that easily? No, right? You have to put an effort. So since the humerus forms an incomplete ball and socket joint with the glenoid cavity of the scapula, it will permit a wide range of movements for the hand, okay, or the arm. Right. So according to our resource book, then පල්ලහැට ගියාම තියෙනවනේ upper limb කියලා. Right, පල්ලහැට ගියාම තියෙනවා upper limb කියලා, and you see the adaptations of the upper limb for movement through a wide range, right? Structure of the upper limb is adapted for grasping, weightlifting and movement of wide range. So ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ අහුවොත් the adaptations of the upper limb are for what කියලා? ලියන්න ඕනේ තුන මොනවාද? Grasping, weightlifting and movement over a wide range, right? Movement over a wide range කියද්දී there are 6 movements that you need to know. Six movements, right? Starting with extension. Extend කරනවා කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? Extend කරා, right? Extension. What's the opposite of extension? Flexion. Flex කරනවා කියන්නේ අර, right? Yeah. Flex කරනවා කියන්නේ I mean, yeah, okay. Right? So flexion, extension, right? Flexion, extension. Then මේ දෙක තුනට පැටලෙන්නේ. Abduction, adduction. Abduction කියන්නේ එළියට. එහෙම අද තියාගන්නකෝ. Adduction කියන්නේ මේ ඇතුළට එන එක, right? Towards your body. Adduction means towards your body. Abduction means away. ඒ මතක තියාගන්න තමයි when your hand is moving towards your body, it adds to your body weight, right? It adds to your body. හම්බුණා මේ චුල්ල. මේ පොඩ අතෝසන් මේ so මොකද කියේ? Okay. Adduction, right? Adduction. Let me write down the word. Adduction, right? Adduction. Adduction වල තියෙනවානේ add කියන එක. You get the word add. right? adduction එක තියෙන add කියන එක. so basically මොකද්ද වෙන්නේ මෙහෙම කරාම you add stuff to your body වගේ නේ. it comes closer නේ. එකතු වෙනවා වගේ. නිකන් පොඩ්ඩක් මතක තියාගන්න ලේසි වෙන විදිහට කියන්නේ not at that actually you get a new arm or something, right? නිකන් add වෙනවා වගේ නේ. දුරට ගියා දැන් ළඟට ආව නේ add වුණා වගේ. right? so that's adduction. abduction is away. okay? හරිද? so what's this? extension. what's this? flexion. this abduction. this is adduction. okay, not adoption. It's adduction. then there are two other movements, rotation and circumduction, right? rotation කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? නිකන් අත rotate කරන එක. කොහොම මෙහෙම එකක් මොකක්ද ඒ කරන්නේ? this is rotation, right? this is rotation. හරිද? මේක rotation. මේක මෙහෙම එකක් නෑ. හරිද? නිකන් rotation. then circumduction කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? now ඔක දන්නන්නේ rotational motion, circular motion, right? so rotation එකක් කියන්නේ in and around an axis මෙහෙම. circular motion එක එන්නේ කොහමද? මෙහෙම. so this is circumduction, right? this is circumduction. okay, basically around one point it circles around, right? this is circumduction, this is rotation. okay, so those are the 6 movements that you need to know, right? okay, hari, let's move on. so මේකත් මතක තියාගන්න. a point that you need to know that is that every limb as in your both your arms and both your legs, as in the right arm, right leg, left arm and left leg has a total of 30 bones each. 30 each. හරිද? 30 each. එකකට 30යි. හරිද? එකකට 30යි. right? so this is the humor. හරිද? humor. humerus. ඕක මේ අපි ෆැකල්ටි එකේ ගොඩක් උන්ට පැටලෙනවා. ඒක කියලා කියනවා මේ humor එක ගැන කියන ඊට femurus එක ගැන කතා කරනවා. right? so this is the humerus. okay, humerus. හරිද? humerus. then you get two bones here called the radius and the ulna, right? radius, ulna, right? radius and ulna. so මේක මෙහෙම මතක තියාගන්න පුළුවන්. mostly ඔයගොල්ලෝ දැන් ගොඩක් අය right handed නේ. left hand. හරි. කොහොම හරි right hand එකනේ prominent වෙන්නේ ගොඩක් වෙලාට, right? so right hand එකේ right side එකේ තියෙන්නේ radius එක. right hand එකේ right side එකේ තියෙන්නේ radius එක, but ඔක මාරු වෙන්න පුළුවන්. හරිද? know this. so keep your arm like this. මෙහෙම තියන්න. මෙහෙම තිබ්බහම මෙහෙම තියෙද්දි අපි usually කියන්නේ define කරන්නේ මෙයාගෙන් පෙන්වන්න පුළුවන් මට. this is making පෙන්වන්න බෑ. right? so මෙහෙම තියලා මේක online වලට page දන්නේ. මෙහෙම තියලා මෙහෙම ඉන්නවනම් like this. this is what we call the anatomical position of the body, right? anatomical position of the body. හරිද? මෙහෙම තියෙද්දි the radius is found outside. ඒ කියන්නේ radius එක මේ පැත්තේ, right? radius is found on this side and the ulna is towards the body. හරිද? අද තියාගන්න right arm එකේ right side එකේ. හරිද? right arm එකේ right side එකේ you get the radius. හරිද? right arm එකේ right side එකේ. left arm එකේ right side එක කියන්න එපා. හරිද? left arm එකේ left side එකේ. හරිද? right. ඕක මාරු වෙනවා මොකද you can move your hand like this, right? then those bones overlap. so it can change. ඒක නිසා තමයි මෙහෙම තියාගන්න කිව්වේ. right? so අනිත් එක තමයි always know that the radius is connected or joined or is in the side of the thumb. the radius is in the side of the thumb, right? ඉතින් thumb එකනේ you get the radius on that side, right? මෙහෙම කරත් basically radius එක කියන්නේ මෙහෙම. හරිද? then you get the ulna. හරිද? හරි. so humerus, radius, ulna. then you get something called මේකේ පෙන්නන්නම්මා. you get something called what? දන්නවා? phalanges තියන තපල්ලා. you get 8, right? in the arm it's 8 but පල්ලහැට යද්දී වෙනස් වෙනවා. you get 8 carpals meter carpals. කාපල්ද මෙටකාපල්ද? නෑ ඊළඟට අපිට හම්බෙන්නේ after the radius නාලා carpels. Sure. Metacarpals නෙමෙයි. 8 carpels then 5 metacarpals. හරිද? So you get 8 metacarpals here. No, sorry, carpels. Right? 8 carpels. And each of those 8 carpels have a name actually. Even එක ගාන නමක් තියෙනවා. I can't remember all of them now. All I know is මට මතක කොහොම හරි xiphoid. We call the carpal near the thumb the xiphoid bone. Right? Xiphoid bone එක fracture වෙනවා කියලා අහලා තියෙනවද? When you hit your wrist, what's mostly fractured is your xiphoid bone. Right? Our wrist එක fracture කරගෙන තියෙනවා. හරිද? So මෙතන තියෙන්නේ xiphoid bone එක, right? So ඒ වගේ there are different names for them. And there's one small bone as well. එන පොඩි bone එකක් තියෙනවා called the pisiform. Right? So ඒක විතරයි මට මතක. Right? Pisiform. Pisiform, right? So you get 8 carpels, then now you have 5 fingers. Does everyone have 5 fingers? Okay, right? No one has polydactyly or syndactyly, right? Polydactyly කියන එකපාරට මෙතනින් තැඟිල්ලක් එන්නේ. Syndactyly කියන්නේ you have less fingers, right? Okay, so for each finger you have a metacarpal, right? For each finger you have a metacarpal. So how many fingers? 5. You know how many metacarpals? 5. Okay, right? Then in your hand the longest are these 4 fingers. Thumb එක නෙමෙයිනේ. These 4 fingers are the longest, right? Those 4 fingers have 3 phalanges each. 3 phalanges each, right? එකකට 3 ගානේ, right? 3 phalanges each. Right? The longest fingers have 3 phalanges each, and the short finger, the thumb, has 2 phalanges. Okay? මම මේ මතක තියාගන්න විදි කියන්නේ. Okay? So you have 8 carpal bones. Then each metacarpal for each finger, 5 metacarpals. Then the longest 4 fingers have 3 each, 3 phalanges each, and the thumb has 2 phalanges. හරිද? So let's just make a sum බලමු කොච්චරක් එනවද කියලා. So you get the humerus, එකයි, radius එකයි, ulna එකයි, carpal 8යි, metacarpal 5යි, phalanges ගත්තොත් 14ක් එනවා කොහොමද? 3 each, 3 into 4, 12, 13, 14, right? 14. Okay, now let's add. So 1, 2, 3, 11, 16, and you get 30. And that's how you get the 30. So now that the bones in your hands, right? Those are the bones that you have in your hands, right? Okay, I hope that was clear then. You can generally the bones in your hand, right? What about the online students? What about the online students? Was it clear? The bones in your hands, was it clear? Right, okay. So බලමු එහෙනම් කියවල මොනවද තියෙන කියලා resource book එකේ. Structure and functions of the human appendicular skeleton. Appendicular skeleton. The appendicular skeleton consists of the upper limbs with the pectoral girdle and the lower limbs with the pelvic girdle. Through the pectoral girdle, the upper limb forms the joints with the trunk. The pectoral girdle connects the upper limbs with the axial skeleton. Pectoral girdle consists of two scapulae and two clavicles. The lower limb forms a joint with the trunk and the pelvic girdle. Pelvic girdle is formed from the two hip bones and it is associated with the sacrum. Right. Upper limb. The upper limb consists of the humerus, bone of the upper arm, radius and ulna, bones of the forearm, 8 carpal bones, wrist bones, 5 metacarpal bones in the palm, 14 phalanges, bones in the digits. Right. So total 30. Right. Okay. Then on the the adaptation of the upper limb for movement through a wide range. Right. So structure of the upper limb is adapted for grasping. Grasping කියන්නේ අල්ල ගන්නවා කියන එක. Right. Grasp කරනවා. Right. Then weightlifting, the arm is used for weightlifting and movement over a wide range, right? You get flexion, extension, circumduction, rotation, adduction, abduction, right? Head of the humerus, the bone of the upper arm, forms an incomplete ball and socket joint in the glenoid cavity of the scapula, permitting a vast range of movements. The joint allows for flexion, extension, adduction, abduction, rotation, and circumduction. The distal end of the humerus has two articular surfaces, right? Right, so extend your forearm extend kara. You can't extend beyond this, right? ඉතින් පල්ලයට දාන්න බෑනේ. right ඕනනම් මෙතන එක්කෙනෙක්ට අල්ල ගන්න කියලා තද කරලා ගලවන්න. right එච්චරයි පුළුවන්. right so ඒක වෙන්නේ basically now this is your ulna, right? This is your sorry. This is your radius, sorry. Okay, so what happens is when you extend, right, this is your forearm bend, right? This is the back elbow joint එක, right? මම නිකන් පෙන්නන්නේ මේක ලොකුවට ඕනේ නැහැ. This is just interesting නිසා. So this is bent, and when you extend it, what happens is this part gets into this, we can get a fossa, right? Fossa is something like a hole wage, it's like a whole cavity wage, right? We call it the olecranon fossa, right? So it goes here and gets locked, right? Right? If you want, you can break it. Right? So that's why you can't move your arm more, right? So the humerus articulates with the radius and the ulna, right? It forms two articular surfaces here, right? Then radius and ulna, it articulates with each other, right? It articulates with each other at the two ends as well. The radius and the ulna form a joint, right? So bones karaddi, you should know the distal, right? You should know the distal and proximal ends, right? What's distal? What's distal? Trunk is the upper part of the body. Trunk is the upper part of the body. What's distal? Distal කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? ඈතට වෙන්න. Proximal කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? Proximal came from the Latin word proxima. Proxima. Proximity නෙමෙයි proxima. Right? Proxima. Right? So proxima කියන්නේ origin කියන එක. Right? So ඔයාගෙන් ඇහුවොත් where is the proximal part of the humerus connected to? කොහෙද? Proximal part of the humerus is the origin of the humerus. Where does it originate? Here. It's connected to the glenoid cavity. Then in the distal part, it's connected to the radius and the humerus, right? Ulna, radius and the ulna. Sorry. Humerus is connected to the humerus. Sorry. Right. Okay. So this is the radius and the humerus. So you get two joints here, right? So මේකට අපි කියනවා proximal radio ulna joints. Proximal radio ulna joint. Radio ulna. This is called the distal radio ulna joints, right? And in between you get a very strong fibrous tissue, right? You get a very strong fibrous tissue. We call it the interosseous membrane, right? Interosseous membrane කියලා කියන්නේ it's a very strong fibrous tissue. Okay? හරි. අර මතකද මම මෙතන මේ තියෙනවා කියව radial artery කියලා එකක්. Do you know why now it's called the radial artery? Because it's found on top of the radial bone. right? That's why we call it the radial artery. And you have an ulnar artery coming from this side, right? The distal end of the humerus has two articular surfaces. Through these surfaces, radius and ulna articulate with the humerus at the elbow joint. So, what are the bones which are present at the elbow joint? What would be your answer? Humerus, radius, ulna, right? Humerus, radius, ulna. ඔය ටිකම තියෙනවා in the elbow joint. So, what type of joint is the elbow joint? Hinge, right? It's a hinge joint. Hinge එක වගේනේ. Only flexion and extension, right? එතනින් පුළුවන් flexion extension විතරයි. හරිද? Rotation එක එතනින් නෙමෙයි wrist එකේ. Right? එතනින් පුළුවන් flexion and extension විතරයි. Okay? That's a hinge joint. Okay. They articulate the carpal bones at the wrist joint. Further, ulna and radius are articulated with each other at the proximal and distal radio-ulnar joints. මම පෙන්වන්නේ කොහෙද තියෙන්නේ කියලා. Proximal කියන්නේ towards the origin, distal කියන්නේ towards the wrist or towards the end කියන එක, right? In addition, a fibrous joint connects the bones along their shafts, which stabilizes their association and maintain the relative position in spite of the forces applied to the elbow wrists. So, ඒක මම කිව්වේ අර interosseous membrane කියලා එකක් තියෙනවා කියලා. That's what they're talking about, right? So, you get a fibrous tissue which runs between the radius and the ulna, right? That will keep them connected, right? They'll keep them connected. මොකද arm එක මෙහෙම තියෙන්නත් පුළුවන්, මෙහෙම තියෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. So, during these movements, the radius and the ulna cross over, right? They cross over with each other, right? But their relative positions do not change, right? Relative positions do not change, but they cross over. So, this fibrous tissue helps to maintain that position. තේරෙනවද? තේරෙනවද? ඒක මම ලොකුවට නිකන් හිතන්න යන්න එපා මේ කොහොමද තැන් මාරු වෙන්නේ කියලා. මේ you will have enough time to think about it when you get selected to medicine, right? අපි තාම හිතනවා. Right. In addition, a fibrous joint connects the bones are the QA. The elbow joint acts as a hinge joint which permits only flexion and extension of the forearm. ඒක දන්නවනේ හරි. මේක මොකද්ද? Extension, right? Extend කරනවා, right? You extend your arm. This is flexion. Flex karna. Right. The carpal bones which are arranged in two rows, proximal row and distal row. Again, you get a proximal row and distal row, right? So, මෙහෙම මෙතන row එකක් තියෙනවා, right? You get one row here and another row here. මෙතන එක row එකක් තියෙනවා, මෙතන එක row එකක් තියෙනවා. Which row is the proximal one? This or this? A or B? A or B? Proximal. මෙතන තියෙනවා A කියලා set එකක්. මෙතන තියෙනවා B කියලා set එකක්. Which is proximal? A, right? They are found towards the origin. This is the distal. තේරුණානේ? හරි තේරුණා? So proximal කියන්නේ towards the origin කියන එකනේ. So these are found towards the origin. Now this originates in the arm, right? So this end is called the proximal end of the humerus. This end is called the distal end of the humerus. So again, carpal bones are arranged in two rows. The row which is towards the body is called the proximal row. The row which is towards the outside is called the distal row. Is it clear? මොකද අපි ගත්තොත් distal end එක distal කියන්නේ මොකද? Away කියන එකනේ. So the row which is found away from the body is the distal row. The row which is found towards the body, towards the site of origin, is called the distal row. Proximal row. Sir. Got it? Right, okay. The carpal bones which are arranged in two rows are closely fitted together so that there is limited amount of movement between them. You can't move like carpal bones දෙකක් අතර you can't see movement නේ. පුළුවන්ද කරන්න? මේ phalanges, right? These are your phalanges. These are your phalanges and මේ මොනවාද? Those are your මේ වෙන්නේ phalanges move වෙන්නේ. මෙතනින් මේ කියන්නේ මෙතන තියෙන interphalangeal joints. මේ movement එක එන්නේ between your metacarpals and phalanges, right? හරිද? So ඒ වගේ you can't move the two carpal rows, you can't move the joints between them, හරිද? So proximal row bones are associated with the wrist joint and distal row bones are associated with the metacarpal bones. හරිනේ. Proximal එක කියන්නේ towards the body, towards the origin, right? Proximal towards the body, towards the origin. එහෙනම් it's associated with what? With the radius and ulna, right? Radius and ulna is found towards this side. එහෙනම් proximal නම් it's associated with the radius and ulna. Distal නම් it's associated with what? The next layer of bones, which is the metacarpal bones. හරිද? Right. No, no, elbow joint is not a pivot joint, right? Pivot එකක නම් you should be able to rotate. In a pivot joint, you should be able to rotate. There's no rotation at the elbow joint. Right. So wrist joint is present between the distal end of the radius and three proximal carpal bones. Sorry. Now this is very important. Wrist එකේ now in the wrist. So this is the wrist නේ. Right. මේ අද එහෙම දාගන්නද මම? කවන්නේ නැහැ. So this is the wrist නේ. This is the wrist. Right? So you get the radius and ulna. Right? So the important part is three proximal, right? Now පේනවනේ මෙතන you get a proximal layer, a proximal row and a distal row. Right? Proximal row found towards the body and a distal row. Right? Both the radius and the ulna do not articulate at the wrist joint. Right? දෙන්නම articulate වෙන්නේ at the wrist joint. Now radius and ulna articulate with each other, but only which bone articulates with the wrist? කවුද? ඔය radius and ulna හරි තමයි. දෙන්න එක්කනේ කවුද? radius කියන ulna කියන කවුද? පොත බලලා හරි කියන්නේ. radius කියන ළම තප්පරය ulna කියනවා. ඊට පස්සේ humerus උත් කියන්නේ. Right? So it's given in the book. It's the මට මතක නැහැ. නේ බලන්න. It's the radius. Okay, radius. So radius articulates at the wrist joint, right? Radius articulates at the wrist joint between what? Three proximal carpal bones. හරිද? දැන් මේක තමයි පැටලෙන්න පටන් ගන්න. හරිද? So ඒක නිසා පොඩ්ඩක් order එකට මතක තියාගන්න. Remember the bones in order. Humerus, radius, ulna. Then you get the carpal bones, metacarpals and the phalanges. එහෙනම් wrist joint එකේ අනිවාර්යෙන් ඉන්නෝනේ carpal bones නේ. Right? එහෙනම් what happens is the radius articulates with what? Radius articulates with the three proximal carpal bones. හරිද? That's what forms the wrist joint. Wrist joint එක මොනවද කරන්න පුළුවන් ඔයාලට? You can do flexion extension. Pull flexion extension, right? And you can do abduction adduction, right? This is pain online right? So basically this is adduction, this is adduction, this is abduction, this is abduction. Got it? Circumduction ගන්නේ නෑ අපි එතනින්. right? ඔතනින් circumduction මෙහෙම එකක් පුළුවන් වුණාට ඒක circumduction නෙමෙයි. right? You can't take a full rotation, right? triangle band full rotation එක ගන්න බෑ. ඒක full rotation නෙමෙයි. එතනින් අන්තිම end එකෙන් කැඩෙනවා. end එකෙන් චුට්ටක් කැඩෙනවා. right? It's not a full rotation. full rotation නෙමෙයි. full rotation එනවද කාට හරි? මට නම් බෑ. right? අපි circumduction ගන්නේ නැහැ එතනින්. right? දැන් කියන්නේ මෙහෙම rotation තියනවා කියලා. මේ rotate වෙන්නේ කොතනින්ද? right? so ඒක නිසා එතන අපි ගන්නේ ඉතින් so wrist joint is present between the distal end of the radius and the three proximal carpal bones, right? Distal end of the radius and the three proximal carpal bones. හරිනේ. This arrangement allows pronation supination. ඒකට කලින්. right? ඒකට කලින් ගමුකෝ. In addition the wrist can be flexed, extended, abducted and adducted. right? Pronation supination. මොකද්ද pronation supination කියන්නේ? මේකද pronation, මේකද sorry මේකද pronation, මේකද pronation. so මේකද pronation, මේකද supination. supination කොහොමද මතක තියාගන්නේ? එහෙමද? මේක pronation. හරි කොහොමද මතක තියාගන්නේ? proposal මෙහෙම දාන්න පුළුවන්. Right, so ගෝමාරි ඕක මම YouTube video එක බැලුවා. ඒකේ තියෙන්නේ අර if you are holding a cup of soup, if you are holding a cup of soup, it's supination. Right? If you are holding a cup of soup, it's supination. අනිත් එක ඉතින් common pronation නේ. එක්ක මේකාරි supination, right? So if you are holding a cup of soup, that's supination. This is pronation. හරිද? Okay. ඔයගොල්ලෝ කැමති විදිහට මතක තියාගන්න ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. දැන් ඒ ලෙවල් වල ගිහිල්ලා අර ප්‍රොපෝසල් එක ගැන හිතලා අර අලි ඩයමන්ඩ් රින් එක ගැන හිතන්න පටන් ගන්න එපා. Right. This arrangement allows pronation. Pronation is turning the palm down. Supination is turning the palm up of the lower part of the upper limb. In addition, the wrist can be flexed. Make a flexion. Now make extension. Extension, flexion. Name what? Adduction. It adds, right? Adds to your body. Adduction, abduction. Adduction, adduction, abduction. හරිද? ෂුවර් නෑනේ දෙකටම adduction කියන එකක් හරි හරිනේ කියලා හිතන්න. Right, okay. The proximal ends of the metacarpal bones. මොනවද මේ proximal ends of the metacarpal bones, right? So, right, okay. Now these are the carpal bones, right? So you get 8 carpal bones. This is the proximal row and you get the distal row. Right? These are the metacarpals within bigger bones. Just after the carpal bones, you get the metacarpal bones. Right? Metacarpals, right? So metacarpals form the palm actually. It's found in the palm. Right? Metacarpal sticker, it's found in your palm. Right? So proximal end of the metacarpal bone can this end. Right? This is the proximal end of the metacarpal bone. This is the distal end. Is that clear? This is the proximal end. This is the distal end. Okay. So the proximal end of the metacarpal bones articulates with what? With what? With what does it articulate? Proximal end. Proximal end. කියන්නේ මොකද? Origin towards the body. Towards the body. එහෙනම් it's the carpals. Distal end away from the body. එහෙනම් phalanges. තේරෙනවද? Right. Okay. The proximal end of the metacarpal bones in the palms articulate with the carpal bones. Right? It articulates with the carpal bones. And that distal ends articulate with the phalanges. Always ඉතින් proximal නම් body එක පැත්තට වෙන්න site of origin. Distal නම් it's found in a distant manner. Right? Distantly. Right? Again during. Okay? So here it's found away from the body. Okay? Just ways to remember. Okay? The joints between the metacarpals and phalanges allow movement of the fingers and permit the power grip. Now, right? Okay. So this is unique to mammals. This is unique to humans. Right? This is unique to humans. The power grip. Right? No, sorry. No, this is in anyone. Make animal with you. ඊළඟට කියන එක තමයි unique වෙන්නේ. Right? Power grip කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? මේක. Right? මෙන්න මේක. Power grip කියන්නේ using the 4 fingers you can hold it. May angle right? It's not there, right? So using the 4 fingers you can hold this. Precision grip you can precisely hold this because you have the thumb which is opposable thumb එකක් තියෙන්නේ, right? What's the opposable nature of the thumb? It can oppose the other fingers, right? දැන් මේ ඇඟිලි දෙක මෙහෙම කරලා නිකන් අම්බරලා ගන්න බෑනේ, right? අම්බරලත් කරන්න අමාරුයි, right? But the thumb can oppose the other fingers, right? It can oppose the other fingers. So the opposable nature of the thumb gives man and woman also basically humans gives humans the precision grip, right? It precisely grips. Okay? Power grip එක ඕනි කෙනට තියෙනවා. Right. So the joints between the metacarpals and phalanges. So basically inside your fingers you get the phalanges, right? Inside your fingers you get the phalanges. දැන් මෙතන දැනෙන joint එක. මෙන්න මෙතන දැනෙන joint එක. මෙන්න මෙතන දැනෙනනේ joints. Your knuckles are joints. Okay? Your knuckles are joints. හරිද? දැනෙනනේ joints. that joint is basically your knuckles. Those joints are the joints between the phalanges and the metacarpals, right? The metacarpals are joined with the phalanges at your knuckle joints. Right? So එතනින් උඩ තියෙන මොනවද? Phalanges, right? Phalanges. Right. The joints between the metacarpals and phalanges allow movement of the fingers and permit the power grip. Right. The joints between metacarpal and phalanges allow movement of fingers and permit the power grip. Fingers may be flexed, extended, adducted, abducted, and circumducted. You can rotate a finger. පුළුවන් මේක rotate කරන්න. Try rotating your finger. That's circumduction. This is circumduction. මතකනේ rotation කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? මේක rotation. This is circumduction. Right? This is not rotation. This is circumduction. Can anyone rotate their finger? පුළුවන්ද මේ drill එකක් වගේ බෑනේ. Right? No, you can't rotate your fingers. Okay, you can't rotate your fingers. You can circumduct it. Right? So basically, this is extension. Yeah, you extend your finger. Right? I know this is not the finger that you are used to, but you extend your finger. Okay. Then this is flexion. Right? Extension and flexion. Okay. What's adduction and abduction here? Adduction can what? Adduction, abduction. Right? Circumduction can make it. This is circumduction. හරිද? rotation එකක් තියෙනවද නැහැ? හරිද? so exam එක වෙලාවේ පොඩ්ඩක් ඇඟිල්ල කරකවලා බලන්න rotate කරන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා. හරිද? question එකක් ආවොත් rotate කරන්න පුළුවන්ද බලන්න. බැරි නම් ගහන්න එපා rotation. හරිද? right. Okay. So flex, extended, adducted, abducted, and circumducted with the first finger more flexible than the other. Right? First finger more flexible than the other. Right. So now you get your first metacarpal, right? Then මෙහෙමනේ metacarpals අපි ගණන් කරන්නේ from the thumb to the little finger. Okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the joint between your thumb or the phalanges in the thumb and the first metacarpal is very flexible, right? පේනවද? මේ finger එහෙම විතරයි ගන්න පුළුවන්. But the thumb joint is very flexible, right? It's very flexible. Right? It's very flexible, right? That gives the precision grip or the opposable nature of the thumb. හරිද? Okay. The joint present at the base of the thumb between a specific carpal bone and the first metacarpal bone. Sorry. මම කිව්වේ phalangeal and metacarpal. මම කිව්වේ phalangeal metacarpal. නෑ නේ මම phalangeal metacarpal නේ කිව්වේ. හරි. Carpal and metacarpal. Sorry. Okay. Carpal and metacarpal. So the joint present at the base of the thumb between a specific carpal bone and the first metacarpal bone allows more mobility to the thumb than other fingers, right? You get the first metacarpal here, so that carpal bone along with the metacarpal bone will give more mobility, right? Lots of mobility. පේනවනේ ඒක අර phalanges වලින් නෙමෙයි එන්නේ එතන එන්නේ. ඒක එන්නේ මෙතන ඉන්නේ. The opposable nature comes from here, right? මෙතන එන්නේ. Not from here. Right? මේ දැන් හිතන්න if now this is මෙතන තියෙන joint එක මොකද්ද? Carpal and metacarpal, right? Then you get the carpal and metacarpal. You get the metacarpal and the phalange joint here, right? If this joint was also rigid, so it's rigid. Then can your thumb oppose? No, right? Your thumb can't oppose, right? Phalanges and metacarpals atara, you don't get that very opposable nature or flexibility, right? So it comes from where? It comes from here, right? It comes from here between the carpal bone and the metacarpal bone. Okay, so here you can oppose the thumb. Got it? So අර ඒක මම කියන අර මේවා පාඩම් කරනට වඩා always අර practically try to remember them because you have enough and more to study නේ. So ඒ ටික ඉවර වුණාට පස්සේ මේක ඉතුරුයි නම් ඕන්න මේක පාඩම් කරගන්න. Right? But it's better if you can practically learn these stuff where you can easily remember them. Right? දැන් මේ වගේ දේවල් මම පාඩම් කරෙත් නැහැ. Scale system මම පාඩම් කරෙත් නැහැ level වලට. Right? Bones ටික මතක තියාගත්තා එච්චරයි. Right? Basically you can practically remember these stuff. Right? මෙතන මොකද්ද තියෙන්නේ? You get the metacarpal and the carpal, and due to that the thumb gets a very flexible nature. Right? This leads to the opposable nature of the thumb, which permits the thumb to move perpendicular to the other fingers, right? The opposable nature of the thumb it can move perpendicular to the other fingers. Okay. දැන් මේගොල්ලෝ කොහෙද යන්නේ? මේ පැත්තට. right? මේගොල්ලෝ යන්නේ මේ පැත්තට. thumb එක කොහෙද යන්නේ? මේ පැත්තට. මෙයා මෙහෙට එද්දි thumb එක මෙහෙට යනවා. perpendicular. They move to this side. මේගොල්ලෝ යන්නේ මේ පැත්තට. thumb එක යන්නේ මේ පැත්තට. perpendicular. right? perpendicular කියන්නේ මොකක්ද දන්නවද? 90 degrees. මේගොල්ලෝගේ movement එක මේ පැත්තට. thumb එක මේ පැත්තට යන්නේ. perpendicular to their movement. Is that clear? Right. This articulation permits a precision grip which is unique to man. What they mean is humans. Okay, what they mean is humans. You guys can also do that. Pull on me. Okay. Right. So that's the end of the hand, as in the upper limb. Is it clear? Right? Was it clear? Right. So just try to study it. Metanama padang karan try karan. As in not by heart. Use these practical learning methods. Okay. What about the online students? Is it clear? What about the online students? Is it clear? Right. Okay. Alright, okay, let's go through the movements again. So in the pectoral girdle, what do you have? The clavicle and the scapula, right? The clavicle and you get the scapula, right? The clavicle and the scapula. Then the shoulder joint is formed by what? The head of the humerus and the glenoid cavity, right? Right. So that's the proximal end of the humerus. Then you come to the distal end, right? What's the distal end? Distal end is articulated with two bones. What are the two bones? You get the radius and the ulna, right? Radius, ulna. Okay. Then the radius and the ulna form two joints with each other. At this end, it's called the, it's towards the body. It's called the proximal, right? Towards the body, it's called the proximal radio-ulnar joint. Then this end, it's called the distal radio-ulnar joint. Okay, distal. Right. In between, you get a fibrous tissue. Okay. Hari. Then we come to the wrist, right? Wrist. So in the wrist joint, what are the bones that are articulating? Yes. Specifically keyword, it's the right, okay. It's the radius or the distal end of the radius with the three proximal carpal bones, right? So you get 8 carpal bones. How are the 8 carpal bones? 8 carpal bones and 3 are arranged in 2 rows, and in the wrist 3 proximal carpal bones are articulated. How are the so movement ටික ගැන කිව්වොත් තාපල්ලට යන පස්සේ movements ටික ගැන කිව්වොත් this forms what type of joint? The humor with the humerus with the glenoid cavity, ball and socket joint, right? That allows 6 types of movements, right? What are they? Flexion, extension, adduction, abduction, circumduction, rotation, right? Then this is the elbow joint. What type of joint is this? It's a hinge joint, right? Hinge joint. That is a hinge joint. So hinge joint you get 2 types: flexion, extension, right? Then wrist එක ගත්තොත් ඒකේ type එක ඕනේ නැහැ. What are the movements you get? Extension, flexion, abduction, adduction, right? Then ඊළඟට we have the carpal bones and මං කිව්වා for each finger there is one metacarpal. So how many fingers do we have? 5. එහෙනම් 5 metacarpals, right? 5 metacarpals. So the proximal ends of the metacarpals articulate with what? Proximal end of the metacarpal? Carpal bones. Good. Distal end of the metacarpals? Phalanges, right? Proximal end with the carpals. Distal end, the phalanges. Okay? Hari. So there are 5 metacarpals. Then get the longest 4 fingers. Then each finger has 3 phalanges. The thumb has 2, right? The thumb has 2. Each long finger has 3 phalanges. So that adds up to how many phalanges? 14 phalanges in total, right? 14 phalanges in total. Okay, right. So ඕනනම් කියන්න පුළුවන් ඉතින් අර මේවා movements උත් flexion, extension, abduction, adduction ඒවා and circumduction, right? No rotation. මත තියාගන්න මේක මෙහෙම මත තියාගන්න. Anyway you know only 6 types of movements නේ. Fingers වලට rotate කරන්න බෑ කියලා මත තියාගන්නකො. Right? You can't rotate your fingers කියලා මත තියාගන්න. ඒ කියන්නේ ඉතුරු පහම පුළුවන්. Right? Wrist එකට flexion, extension, adduction, abduction. Yeah. Right? Pronation, supination thing, right? So this is holding the ball of soup. So supination, this is pronation, where you put it down. Okay. So that's the upper limb. Did I miss anything? ඔය ටික තමයි තියෙන්නේ, right? ඔය ටික තමයි තියෙන්නේ. And do you need a break? Break එකක් ඕනේ. But the thing is හයිඩ් ඉවර ගන්න වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ප්‍රශ්න නැහැ. හයිඩ් ඉවර ගන්න නැහැ. ඉතින් 8 විතර නම් ඉඳලා යන්න. ප්‍රශ්න නැහැ. Right, okay. It's 7:20 නෙමෙයි 5:20. රැයට කන්න මට අරන් දීපන්. Right, so it's 5:20. Be back in 50 minutes, right? Definitely be back in 50 minutes by 5:35, right? By 6 hopefully. By never 8 වෙනකන් ඉන්න වෙන්නේ. Right, the online students can also take a break and join again in 15 minutes, right? Right, okay. Let's start again. Ayo barang kamu. Hi, now almost it's done, right? Almost done. One more hour probably. එච්චර යන්න ගියොත් නෑ සමහර විට. Right? Right. Lower limb. Lower limb. Okay. ගමු බලන්න කකුලක්. Lower limb. මේක බලය ඔක්කොටම වඩා. Right. So if you know the upper limb, basically it's easy to learn the lower limb, right? Basically, from the bones that you know in the upper limb, you can relate it to the lower limb. Okay. So in the upper limb, what was the uppermost bone? It's the humerus, right? Humerus. Then the uppermost bone in the lower limb is the femur, right? Femur. Okay. So in the upper limb, there was the shoulder joint, right? You had the shoulder joint. The shoulder joint was formed between the scapula. Scapula and clavicle was part of what? Scapula and clavicle was part of the pectoral girdle. Like that, in the lower limbs, or the way the lower limbs are connected to the exoskeleton, you have the pelvic girdle. Okay, pelvic girdle. So, මේ තියෙන්නේ pelvic girdle එක පෙන්නලා ඉන්න. Right. So this is the pelvic girdle, right? This is the pelvic girdle, and these are called the hip bones, right? මේකට නමුත් තියෙනවා. We call them ඒක ඕනේ නැහැ කමන්නේ. There are three sections for each pelvic bone, and just know that these are called the hip bones, right? ඒකට කියන්නේ hip bones කියලා. හරිද? Okay. So මම කියවනේ මේකට male female බලන්නේ කොහොමද කියලා. If this part is wide like this, it's a female. If that part is narrow like this, it's a male, right? Okay. So you get the two pelvic bones. The two pelvic bones. The pelvic bones articulates with what other than the femur? With the sacrum. Okay. Know that the sacrum is also involved in articulating with the pelvic bones. අපි usually කියන්නේ sacrum is part of the pelvic girdle කියලා, right? Pelvic girdle එකේ part එකක් විතර කියන්නේ නැහැ. But know that the hip bones can articulate with the sacrum as well. All right. Now, with the pectoral girdle, the humerus formed an incomplete ball and socket joint, but the femur forms a complete ball and socket joint. It's a complete ball and socket joint, right? So this is the ball of the femur, and ඒකනේ මම වෙන එකක් ගන්න ඕගුස්සන් ඉන්න බෑ. Right. Maybe so this is the pelvic bone, right? මේක pelvic bone එකක්, and this is the socket. This socket is called the acetabulum, right? මොකද කියන්නේ? acetabulum ලියන්න පුළුවන් එච්චර, right? So acetabulum කියලා මේකට කියන්නේ. මෙතන තියෙන එකට මොකද කියන්නේ? The socket in the scapula is called the glenoid cavity, right? Glenoid cavity. This is called the acetabulum. You can clearly see how this is deeper than the glenoid cavity, right? This is very deep than the glenoid cavity. So it permits this the ball of the femur to be fixed to the hip bones. Okay. So may joint මොනවා එකක්ද? What type of joint? Ball and socket joint. But since this is a complete ball and socket joint, it has less wide movements than in the arm, right? A movements ටික අඩුයි because this is a complete ball and socket joint. Okay. But still the leg has all 6 as well: flexion, extension, abduction, adduction, circumduction, rotation. Okay. හරි බලමු මේ movements ටික මම මේකෙන් පෙන්නන්න මම කකුල පෙන්නේ නෑ නේ online එකට. Okay. Right. So now when talking about the lower limb, extension කියන්නේ now this is the rigid leg. Extension කියන්නේ පිටිපස්සට කරන එක, right? You extend your leg back. That's not flexion, right? That's not flexion of the leg, right? Flex කරනවා කියන්නේ ඉස්සරහට කරනවා කියන එක, right? මේක තමයි flexing. This is flexing, right? This is extending your leg, right? You are extending your leg back. හරිද? So extension, flexion. Okay? What's adduction? Adduction කියන්නේ මෙහෙම තියෙන එක ළඟට ගේන එක. Adduction. You add to the body. Right? Adduction. ළඟට ගේනවා. Abduction කියන්නේ දුරට. මේක මේ පැත්ත නේ මේ පැත්ත යන. So this is abduction, right? This is abduction. This is adduction, right? මේක මේ left එකක් නේ. You can see how the ball is on the right side නේ. So it gets connected like this. මෙන්න මේ හරියට ඔයගලගේ joint එක තියෙන්නේ. Not here, okay? මෙතන පල්ලහැනේ තියෙන ඔක තියෙන්නේ මේ හරිය. Right? Like this area, okay? So this is abduction. This is adduction, right? Rotation is you can rotate your leg නේ. කකුල rotate කරන්න පුළුවන් නේ. මෙහෙම නෙමෙයි. It rotates in one side, okay? This is rotation. Circumduction is this, right? You can rotate your leg around a fixed point, right? That's circumduction. So you get all 6 movements, okay? So this is the femur. The femur is the largest, heaviest, strongest bone of the body, right? You've eaten chicken legs, ne? So you seen the femur of the chicken, ne? Right? So again, this is the femur of a human. Okay, so it's the largest, longest bone. Okay, right. So again, now from the arm, let's relate it to the arm. So you have the humerus, and in the forearm there are 2 bones, the radius and the ulna, right? Our radius se මත තියාගන්න එකක් කියන්නද මම විදියක්. මට අමයක් දෙන්න අතක් දෙන්න කවුරුනේ. right. මම දැක්ක සනුචරි මෙහෙම අල්ලන් ඉන්න. Right, okay. So the radius, right? Radius එක ගත්තොත් you can see like this is perfectly round, right? This bone, in this bone, this part is perfectly round, right? Right? So you get almost a perfect radius, right? Throughout that circle you get a perfect radius, right? මොකද මේ along the bone ගත්තොත් that changes, but in the initial part the radius is constant, right? So ඒක radius එකක්, right? Radius එකක්. අන්න එහෙම මතක තියාගන්න පුළුවන්. So that bone which has almost a circular part, right? Circle එකක් වගේ part එකක් තියෙන එක, let's call the radius, okay? No offense, ඉතින් ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ ඉතින්. එයා හිතුවේ කවුරුත් දැක්කේ නැහැ කියලා. ඒත් මම දැක්කා ඉතින් එයාගේ අවාසනාව. Right, okay. So like that, in the leg also, the femur articulates with 2 bones, right? So මේකට අපි කියන්නේ thigh bone එක. This is the thigh bone, right? මේ මොකද්ද? මේ bone එක මොකද්ද? This is the shin bone or calf bone කියලා කියනවා, but shin bone, okay? So this is called the මතක තියාගන්න, the big that one is called the tibia, right? It's called the tibia. The large or the big fat long one has the shorter name, okay? මතක තියාගන්න, there's the tibia and the name, right? නෑ මුකුත් නෑ, right? So the larger bone has a smaller name, okay? Tibia, it's in the larger bone, and the smaller bone has the longer name, fibula, right? Fibula and tibia, okay? So this is the tibia, this is the fibula. You can actually feel your tibia, right? මෙහෙම ඇල්ලුවාම you can feel the tibia, right? මෙතන අර දැනෙනවනේ නිකන් triangle එකක් වගේ එනවනේ මේ මැදට in your leg. That's the tibia, okay? That's the tibia. So this part is what you feel, right? ඒකයි මේක ගිල්ලන මේ සෙල් දුනහම තරු පේන්නේ, right? That's the bone, okay? This part is the tibia, this is the tibia, and this is the fibula. Know that in the අපි ගත්තොත් between the femur, the fibula, okay? The fibula only articulates with the femur, right? The fibula කියන්නේ sorry මේකනේ fibula එක වැරදා. The tibia only articulates with the femur. The fibula does not articulate with the femur, okay? You can see the fibula is connected to the tibia, right? Tibia is connected to the femur. Is that clear? So you get the femur, you get the tibia and fibula. The tibia is what articulating with the femur, right? You don't get the fibula articulating with the femur. It's just connected to the tibia, or connected නෙමෙයි, articulates with the tibia. This does not form the knee joint. Knee connected tibia is not connected to your knee joint. Okay, it's only the tibia, the femur, and this bone. What nigga? It's the patella, right? Patella, right? Patella. It's the patella. So, in the hand, there were 8 carpal bones, right? So, in your leg, you have tarsal bones. Tarsal, carpal, tarsal. Okay. You have only 7 tarsal bones. So, you had 8 carpal bones. So, you are supposed to have 8 tarsal bones as well. But one has come about to become the patella. Okay. So, you get the patella here, right? The patella is basically, this is held in the knee joint by ligaments mainly. That's why you can move it around. But you can move your patella around, right? Because it's mainly connected by ligaments, right? It's mainly connected by ligaments. Okay. So you get the patella, right? Patella. So what are the bones that form the knee joint? Patella, femur, patella, and tibia, right? Tibia, fibula එක නැහැ. හරිද? Fibula එක නැහැ. Tibia, patella, and femur. හරිද? Okay. So මම කියවනේ every limb has 30 bones each කියලා. Right? So එතන මම කිව්වා හරි. මේකත් arm එකේ humerus එක වගේ. This is like the radius and ulna. And next you have the carpal bones in the arm. So ඒ වගේ you have the tarsal bones, right? These are the tarsal bones. Right, okay. These are the tarsal bones, okay? So you have 7 tarsal bones. Okay, you have 7 tarsal bones. Right. There are separate names for these tarsal bones as well. We call them navicular, then calcaneus. Right? Cuneiform. So you can count 7. 1. This large one, that's 1, right? That's your army. Heel, right? The heel is made up of mainly this bone. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So you get 7 tarsal bones. 7 tarsal bones. They form the ankle joint. Right? Ankle joint. Ankle joint. So the ankle joint is formed when basically tibia joins with one tarsal bone and the fibula joins with another tarsal bone. You don't need to know which one. Just know that the ankle joint is formed when the tibia is joined with one tarsal bone and the fibula joins with another tarsal bone. Joints can articulates. Okay, that's how the ankle joint is formed. So the movements in the ankle joint are basically rising in tiptoe and moving your fingers towards the leg. Right? Making medicinal terms plantar flexion and dorsiflexion කියලා කියන්නේ ඒක. Just know what it means is you can stand on your fingers and move your fingers towards the leg. Okay, so those are the movements in the ankle. හරිද? තේරුණාද? Any issue? හරිනේ? හරි. Then metacarpal bones වලට පස්සේ මොනවද අපිට හම්බුනේ? Sorry, carpal bones වලට පස්සේ මොනවද හම්බුනේ? Metacarpal bones. So ඒ වගේ tarsal bones වලට පස්සේ we have the metatarsal bones. Okay, so each finger has one metatarsal bone each. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 metatarsals. Then just like in the hand, there are 14 phalanges. 14 phalanges. What was the only difference? Tarsal bones 4. අරගේ carpal bones 8යි. මේකේ tarsal bones 7කුයි patella එකයි. Right? That's the only difference. So it's easy to remember. Okay. අපි කියවලා බලමු resource book එක ගැන. Was it clear for the online students as well? What about the online students? Was it clear? තේරුණාද? Lower limb consists of the femur, the thigh bone, tibia, the shin bone, and fibula. Patella, the kneecap, right? Danis pol katiya kneecap එක. Kneecap. 7 tarsal bones, which are the ankle bones. 5 metatarsal bones, bones of the foot, and 14 phalanges, toe bones. 40 phalanges, right? Hari. Femur is the longest, heaviest, and the strongest bone of the body. Head of the femur forms the hip joint, right? It forms the hip joint. What does the head of the humerus form? Head of the humerus forms what? Head of the humerus forms the shoulder, right? Head of the humerus, shoulder joint. Head of the humerus forms the shoulder joint, right? Head of the femur forms the hip joint, right? Hip joint. Good. Okay. Right. Head of the femur forms the hip joint with the acetabulum of the hip bone of the pelvis, right? So acetabulum is like the socket which joins with the head of the femur. So the head of the humerus joins with what to form the shoulder joint? What's the cavity? Glenoid cavity. Glenoid. What's present here? Whether here socket මොකද? Acetabulum. කවුද මොකක්ද කියන්නේ? Tibia කියලා කියන්නේ.
Sir can't hear.
We can't hear you.
Okay, okay. Right, okay. So I'll read that part again anyway. Right. So what I was explaining is the locking of the knee, right? I was muted for a time, put that. Sorry, yeah. So um, what I was explaining is the locking of the knee, right? So okay, the femur is now moving on the tibia, right? It's articulating on the tibia. Then at the final moment, this rotates slightly. Chuttak rotate na, and that will not allow to move your leg, right? It locks it from the knee joint. මෙතනින් rotate වුණාට පස්සේ move වෙන්න දෙන්නේ නැහැ. හරිද? ඒක move වෙන්න there's a muscle which goes from here to here. A small muscle called plantaris, I think. Plantaris. Yes, small muscle එකක් තියෙනවා. That muscle involves in rotating the femur to where it was before. කලින් මේ පැත්ත rotate වුණා නම් මේ පැත්ත rotate කරලා දෙනවා. Then you can bend the knee again. Right? So ඒක නිසා එතන පොඩි mechanism එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒක නිසා the knee joint locks. Right? So you can't move your leg when it's fully extended. You can't move your leg. It's locked. Okay? That will allow you to stand for a long period of time. Right? That locking mechanism will allow you to stand for a long period of time. තේරුණාද? Right. බොරුවට ඔළුවනක් දන්න. Right, you can hear me now, right? මා දැන් එහෙනම් right, okay. So head of the femur forms the hip joint with the acetabulum of the hip bone of the pelvis. This hip joint is very sturdy and powerful as it bears all the body weight when standing, right? So the hip joint is very powerful, my QR, the hip joint. Okay. The lower limb can be extended, flexed, abducted, adducted, rotated, and circumducted at the hip joint. Lower end of the femur articulates with the tibia and patella to form the knee joint, right? patella එක ගහම කකුල ඉස්සරහට යන්නේ කිව්වේ. ගහන්න. ඔව් ඒතර මොකක්ද වෙන්නේ? ඒ රිෆ්ලෙක්ස් ඇක්ෂන් එකක්. just a reflex action. නිකන් රිෆ්ලෙක්ස් එකක් ඉතින් මෙතන රිදෙනවනේ ගහද්දි. රිදෙන්නේ ඒක තමයි රිෆ්ලෙක්ස් එකක් කියන්නේ. නෑ ඉතින් අර ගහද්දි මෙතන it's a reflex action that happens. මම හිතන්නේ එතන nerves මොනාරි ඇති. not exact no but it's a reflex action. ඒකයි වෙන්නේ. එතන nerve එක stimulate වෙන ඇති සමානයි. Right? Right. So all the body movements are possible at the hip joint. Lower end of the femur articulates with the tibia and patella to form the knee joint. Tibia is the medial of the two bones. Right. That's also important. That's important. Tibia is the medial කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? මම කියවනේ ඔයගලන්ට අර medial lateral කියලා දෙකක්. Medial is towards the center of the body, lateral away from the body, right? So what is medial? Which one? Fibula, the tibia, the fibula, the tibia. Tibia, medial. Tibia, the fibula. tibia is medial, right? Tibia is medial. හරිද? So ඒක මේකේ බලා ගන්න පුළුවන්. Basically this is the left leg, right? ඕක එන්නේ මෙතනටනේ. So you can see how the tibia is found in the middle side, right? Tibia is found in the middle side and the fibula is found in the lateral side. මෙයා lateral පැත්තට, මෙයා medial පැත්තට. තේරෙනවද? හරි. continue ඔරවගෙන ඉන්නවා දැන්. විනාඩි 30ක් විතර ඉස්සිනා. Right, okay. Tibia is the medial of the two bones. So possible movements at the knee joint are flexion, extension, and rotatory movement that locks the joint when it is fully extended, right? So at the knee joint, the rotatory movement locks the knee joint. When this joint is locked, it is possible to stand upright for a long period of time. Long period of time. Okay. Femur transmits the weight of the body through the bones below the knee to the foot. Basically, upper body weight okkoma is to the femur. Femur transmits that weight to the bones below, which are the fibula and the tibia. Okay. Then tibia and fibula transfers them to the foot. Tibia and fibula. Tibia and fibula. Tibia and fibula නෙමෙයි. Tibia and fibula. Right, okay. All the lower ends of the both tibia and articulate. මම කිව්වේ both the lower ends of the tibia and fibula. So tibia and fibula, the lower ends articulate with a specific what bone? What's found after the tibia and fibula? Tarsal bone, specific tarsal bone. Okay, good. The specific tarsal bone to form the ankle joint. The ankle joint allows rising in tiptoe and lifting toes towards the calf, right? Lifting toes towards the calf can make it. The arrangement of bones in the foot supported by associated ligaments and muscles give the sole of the foot an arched or curved shape. ඒක නම් මේකේ පේනවද? Right. Shape එකේ පේනවනේ. බලමු. Basically in your foot you have a curved shape or arched shape. පේනවද මෙතන නිකන් it's slightly curved. එහෙම curve වෙලා තියෙන්නේ, right? So there are two curves, right? One goes from this side to this side. ඒ කියන්නේ මෙහෙම curve එකක්. එන්න මේ පැත්තට curve වෙලා තියෙන්නේ මෙහෙම. Right? මෙහෙම. Right? මෙහෙම and මේ පැත්තටත් curve වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. තේරෙනවද? Side curve from left to right and from posterior to anterior. හරිද? පිටිපස්සේ ඉඳන් ඉස්සරහටත් curve, මේ පැත්තේ ඉඳන් මේ පැත්තට curve. Right? So this is called the longitudinal curve, right? It's longitudinal, right? Longitudinal curve එක. Transverse curve එක කියන්නේ මේ පැත්තට යන, right? මේ පැත්තට යන එක it's the transverse curve. This is called the longitudinal curve, right? Those curves will actually help you stand upright, right? They will help you stand upright for longer periods of time. හරිද? Right, so ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ question එකක් අහන්න පුළුවන්. What gives the sole of the foot an arched or curved shape? What gives the arch of the foot a curved or what gives the sole of the foot an arched or curved shape? It's the arrangement of the bones in the foot supported by associated ligaments and muscles, right? That should be answer. සමහර අය ඔකට ලියලා එනවා associated ligaments and muscles in the foot කියලා, right? No, you might not get marks for that answer. So ලියද්දි ලියන්න arrangement of bones in the foot supported by associated ligaments and muscles. The bones of the foot are arranged in two arches, the longitudinal arch and the transverse arch. Curve running heel to toe, right? Heel එකේ ඉඳන් toe එකට යන එක it's called the longitudinal arch, and the curve running across the foot is called the transverse arch. In the upright position, these arches of the foot are important in distributing the weight of the body evenly, whether stationary or moving. Right. හරිද? තේරෙනවද? Right. ඔබ දන්නවද Achilles tendon එක? අද Achilles tendon එක අහලා තියෙනවද? අහලා නැහැ Achilles tendon එක? What's the Achilles tendon? It's found here. Behind බලන්න, at the back of your leg you get the Achilles tendon. මෙන්න මෙතන. මෙන්න මෙතන, right? Basically you get your calf muscles here නේ. You get your calf muscles here. Metan muscles, two big muscles called soleus and gastrocnemius කියලා. Right? There are big muscles, bulky muscles called soleus and gastrocnemius කියලා. Right? So those are connected with one large tendon to this bone. Right? To this bone. So imagine the Achilles tendon broke. There are tendons break during sports. Tendons break. What happens is the muscles are held and stretched by that tendon. So then කැඩුනා මේ මස්ලි උඩට යනවා. Right? Even in your biceps, sometimes during workouts, the biceps tendon can break. Right? Can break. Right? Basically, මෙතනින් කැඩුනොත් what happens? මෙතනින් කැඩුනොත් the biceps goes up. Right? So that happens. Huh? What? What's that? What was the question? What tendon again? That's not the tendon. That's the muscle. Right. Okay. So we are done with the skeletal system actually. You were right. Was it clear? Right. Okay. ගෙදර යන්න බෑ පොඩ්ඩයි. Right. තව චූටි sections දෙකක් තියෙන්නේ. We'll first finish off the type of joints. Right. ඉතින් දන්න ටිකනේ. Right. There are three types: ball and socket, hinge and pivot. Right. Ball and socket. In these joints, ball-shaped head is connected with the cup-shaped socket and allows for wide range of movements such as flexion, extension, adduction, abduction, rotation, circumduction. There are two ball and socket joints available in the human body: shoulder joint and the hip joint. And එක දන්නවා. Hinge joints. The articulating ends of the bone fit together in such a way so it looks like a hinge of a door. This allows only restricted movements such as extension, flexion. Right? Examples of hinge joints are elbow joints. Right? මෙතන ඔයගොල්ලෝ කලින් කරපු නැති examples තියෙනවා මම කිව්ව නැති ඒවා. Elbow joint එකක්, knee joint එකක්. Joints between the phalanges of the fingers and toes. Basically, you get one phalange here, right? You get one phalange here and you get another phalange here. So this is flexion and extension, right? Right? Flexion and extension. So between the phalanges, you get hinge joints. Again, you get another phalange here and one phalange here. So that's flexion and extension, right? That's the hinge joint. Got it? So even in your toes, you have phalanges. Between those, also, you have hinge joints. Is that clear? Right, okay. Then pivot joints. One bone fits into a hoop-shaped ligament that holds it close to another bone and allows it to rotate in the ring formed by the ligament. In the axis vertebrae, you get a hoop-shaped ligament and the odontoid process of the axis, right? Atlas loop at hoop-shaped ligament is there, and the odontoid process of the axis fits into that ligament, right? These joints allow a bone or limb to rotate. For example, head rotates by the pivot joint formed by the atlas vertebrae within the transverse ligament ring and odontoid process of the axis, right? So the ligament ring is called the transverse ligament ring. Okay, know that name, transverse ligament ring, right? You get the atlas and the axis. The odontoid process of the axis is here, right? Maybe odontoid process. You get a ligament like this, right? Make a cover ligament. That's called the ligament transverse. Good. Okay. Right. Okay. Vertebrae within the transverse ligament ring and odontoid process. That's also done. Right. Disorders. Right. But before going to that, any questions? Was it clear? Right. What about the online students? Is it clear? Was it clear? Was it clear? Was it clear? Right, okay. Disorders: osteoporosis, osteoarthritis, and slip disc. Osteoporosis, right? Osteoporosis කියන්නේ now අපි ගත්තොත් in your bones you have minerals, right? What are the minerals that you have? Calcium, phosphorus, okay, and yeah, phosphates, sorry, okay, and yeah, magnesium as well, right? Magnesium උත් තියෙනවා, right? So basically calcium is the main type of mineral which is found in your bones. හරිද? එතකොට now in your body there is an equilibrium, right? An equilibrium basically right? So there's an equilibrium. Basically, ඔයාගේ bones වලින් sometimes calcium is taken out and sometimes calcium is deposited, right? Calcium is deposited while sometimes calcium is taken out. Okay. But again, what is the enzyme that is involved in increasing your blood calcium levels? Hormones. Sorry. Parathyroid, the calcitonin. Okay. So the hormone involved in increasing your blood calcium levels is the parathyroid, right? Calcitonin involves in decreasing your blood calcium levels, right? So calcitonin කරන්නේ මොකද්ද? මේකද calcitonin කරන්නේ. blood calcium levels අඩු කරනවා යා, right? blood calcium levels අඩු කරනවා කියන්නේ blood වල තියෙන calcium ටික deposit කරනවා. එහෙනම් absorption of sorry මේක two bones වෙනවා sorry මම දෙකම එකම ලියලා right? So when absorption of calcium to bones, right? To bones. Right? Blood වලින් bones වලට calcium දෙනවා. හරිද? Then අපි ගත්තොත් parathyroid hormone එක වැඩි වුණොත් it increases the blood calcium level, right? It increases the blood calcium level. එහෙනම් what it does is breaks down the calcium 2 plus on the bones. Okay? So ඔයගේ equilibriums maintain වෙනවා, but once those equilibriums are disturbed, right? Disturbed, and what happens is osteoporosis හැදෙන්නේ කොහොමද? Basically bone degradation, right? What happens is the breakdown or calcium reabsorption. Bones වලින් calcium absorb කරන part. Bones වලින් එළියට, right? The amount of calcium absorbed out of the bones would be higher than the amount of calcium absorbed into the bones, right? Then what happens is the bones would degrade, right? That's what you call osteoporosis. Right? Okay. ඒක කියවලා බලමු. Osteoporosis is a condition associated with the reduction of bone density due to the exceedance of the bone reabsorption rate or the deposition rate. ඒ කියන්නේ bone reabsorption කියන්නේ reabsorption of calcium from the bones. Deposition rate කියන්නේ depositing calcium into the bones, right? So when the rate of breaking down calcium from the bones increases, that can lead to osteoporosis. Okay. This gives in fragility to the bone tissue. This condition leads to immobility in joints and may cause fractures because the bones are weak now, right? They are weak. Skeletal deformities and bone pain. Factors causing osteoporosis include hormonal imbalances, right? At menopause, usually hormonal imbalances are there. So එකක් ඔය calcitonin and parathyroid hormone imbalances තියෙන්න පුළුවන්, right? So ඒක වෙන්න පුළුවන් මේ osteoporosis කියන එක, right? And calcium deficiency and environmental factors, right? Basically හිතන්න, if you have less calcium in your blood, right? Calcium නැත්තම් in your diet you don't have calcium. That means in your blood also you don't have calcium. Now කොහෙන්ද calcium ගන්නෙ? Your body takes calcium from your bones. So your bones would grow weaker. හරිද? තේරෙනවද ඒක? Is that clear? Right, okay. Then osteoarthritis. So අපි immunity වල කරානේ rheumatoid arthritis. Right? Rheumatoid arthritis කරා. So ඒක උනේ මොකක්ද? Antibodies came, immunity දන්නේ නැහැ anything ඔයගොල්ලෝ. Right? So antibodies came and attacked the joints or the cartilage surfaces of the joints. හරිද? basically අපි ගත්තොත් between two bones දැන් මෙහෙම මොකක් හරි තියෙනවා කියලා bones දෙකක් you get a cartilage surface at the joint නේ where it articulates. So rheumatoid arthritis වල antibodies came and attack, right? So osteoarthritis වල වෙන්නේ මොකද්ද? This cartilage would start to degrade, right? Antibodies කතාවක් නෑ එතන. It starts to degrade. එකක් තමයි excessive use, right? Excessive use. When you get older, all the joints are used a lot, right? So the cartilage thins up. Like cartilage ටික ටික degrade වෙලා thin වෙලා යනවා. right? එතකොට මොකද්ද වෙන්නේ? Finally the two bones meet, right? When the two bones meet, they start rubbing against each other, right? When they start rubbing against each other, it hurts, right? It hurts a lot. So it's very painful because in your bones you have blood vessels and nerves, right? So when the bones are rubbing against each other, due to the friction, those nerves are damaged and the blood vessels are broken, right? So it leads to a lot of pain. Okay, so that's osteoarthritis. Say another. Right. Osteoarthritis is a degenerative non-inflammatory disease that causes pain and restricted movements in the affected joints. Articular cartilage at the joints gradually become thinner so that the articular surfaces of the bones come into contact and eventually the bones begin to degenerate. So this articular cartilage thins up, it degenerates. These bones will meet and they will start rubbing against each other, which leads to pain. Okay, that's what they mean by the bones begin to degenerate and the outcome is pain. The cause of osteoarthritis is unknown, but risk factors include excessive use of affected joints, female gender, and aging, heredity, and obesity. Right? Aging, heredity, and obesity. Right. Okay, that's osteoarthritis. Then slip disc. So slip disc nang ichna amaru naha. Any questions on Delhi naha? Avulak naha. Okay. So slip disc kiyanne basically now have you heard when lifting weights they ask you to bend your knees. Ne? When lifting weights they ask you to bend your knees always, right? Or else what happens if you don't bend your knees? දැන් හිතන්න අපි ගන්නතොත් barbell එකක් තියෙනවා කියලා කියමු. Barbell එක මොකක්ද දන්නවද? dumbbell කියන එක අතට දාන එකනේ. barbell කියන්නේ දිග එක. බර උස්සන්නේ. weight lifters උස්සන්නේ දිග barbell එක. bar එකක. දන්නවද? දන්නේ නැහැ කිව්වේ? Right. So basically if you lift that without bending your knees, all the strain goes to your vertebral column. If you bend your knees are also getting some kind of strain. So it's balanced. But if you don't bend your knees when lifting weights, all the weight goes to your vertebral column. Right? A vertebra might slip. So these are like articulating with each other with the cartilages. One vertebra might slip. Right? So now make actually in the vertebral column, you get the spinal cord like this. You get the spinal cord like this and the vertebra found surrounding it. Right? So imagine like normal and vertebrae is like this, right? How many vertebrae? So imagine one vertebrae getting to this side. It would compress your spinal cord, right? It would compress your spinal cord and some spinal nerves are compressed, right? So it can be cured, some only, right? Some can be cured, but some might lead to permanent sensory loss in an area, right? Itan me hari මොකක් හරි nerve එකක් compress වුණොත් that might lead to loss of sensory area below your right. ඉතින් පල්ලහැට දැනෙන්නේ නැහැ මොකද, right? I think the spinal cord is blocked නේ, right? So ඒක නිසා that's a very dangerous one, right? Slip disc කියන්නේ basically අර මතකනේ මම කිව්වා in the intervertebral column you get the outer fibrous layer which is the annulus fibrosis and the inner jelly like layer which is called the nucleus pulposus, right? So what happens is when the vertebra now they are like මෙහෙමනේ තියෙන්නේ ඔක ලස්සනට we take two vertebra now දීපු vertebra ටිකෝ බෑග් එකට දාගත්තා මන් දන්නේ මැරිච් එක කෙනා පස්සෙන් එන්නේ right. Okay, So the vertebra are articulated like this නේ. මේක වැරදි දෙකක් තියෙන්නේ කමන්නේ. මම තාම කපේයි. So it articulates like this, right? So ඔවගේ you get the vertebral column. So this moves slightly towards this side. හරිද? එතකොට මොකද්ද වෙන්නේ? The intervertebral disc gets displaced. When it gets displaced, this jelly-like substance protrudes out, right? But the main issue is the compression of nerves. When it compresses the nerve, it can lead to sensory loss, right? The bodies of the adjacent vertebra are separated by the intervertebral disc, which serves as a shock absorbers. These intervertebral discs consist of an outer ring of cartilage and a central core of These intervertebral discs consist of an outer ring of cartilage and a central core of soft gelatinous material. An injury or weakness can cause the inner portion of the intervertebral disc to protrude through the outer ring. This condition is called a slipped disc. This leads to pain and discomfort. If the slipped disc compresses a spinal nerve, there can be numbness and pain along the affected nerve. Slipped disc condition can arise when lifting heavy weights without bending knees. Right? So that's it. So was it clear? The disorders and the total human skeletal system. Was it clear? Clear not? What about the online students? තාම ඉවර නෑ පොඩ්ඩක් ඉන්න. What about the online students? Is it clear? Right. Questions ටිකක් කරලා යන්නේ. නැත් questions ටිකක් කරලා යන්න. කරලා නැත්නම් මේ theory උගන්න ලින් අපරාධනේ. We'll do 5 questions. That's 6. කයි වැඩි වෙන්නේ bio MCQ එකකට වෙලා යනවද? නෑනේ. තප්පර 10ක් වැඩි වෙන්න. We'll do 7. Right, okay, let's quickly try these questions then. Past paper questions are 16, 18, 16, 18. Past paper questions are 16, 18, 11. Model paper questions are 11, 12, 14, 18. Right, try those questions and we'll discuss it and then you can go home. See, even I can go, I want to go home with Marat. Now, even the other, I was supposed to do the seminar on the 22nd. 22nd was a free day for me. I had about 3 lectures. But other I actually had some practicals and small group discussions which attendance was marked for, which I could not attend. But and also we have our Medfest. Medfest is basically interbatch games. Interbatch between batches, you get different sports and games. And I was supposed to play in the chess team. So ඒකට යන්නුනේත් නෑ. හරිද? So ඉතින් මාත් ඉන්නවා මෙතන ඕගොල්ලෝ නිසා. හරිද? එහෙනම් ඕගොල්ලෝ නිසා නෙමෙයි. But ඉතින් ඉන්නවා. හරිද? ඉතින් ඕගොල්ලෝ පොඩ්ඩක් ඉන්න විනාඩි 10ක් විතර. Right? Right, let's see. So what were the questions that I gave you? 16 no, no. 11. 11 in the morning. Ah, okay. Right. Select the correct statement regarding the human skeletal system. Elbow joint formed by humerus. Right. Elbow joint again. Right. Elbow joint formed by humerus, radius, and ulna permits only the flexion and extension of the forearm. Is that correct? No. Why not? Joint forms. Huh? Is it correct? Elbow joint, rotation, flexion and extension joint. It's a hinge joint, right? So it's flexion and extension, right? I balloon kitru tika. Hinge joint formed by the femur, fibula, and patella permits standing upright for a longer time. Is that correct? Tibia, right? It's tibia, not fibula. Arches of the foot are important in distributing body weight only while standing. Then standing, sitting as well. Secondary curvatures in the thoracic and sacral regions of the vertebral column helps to maintain erect posture. Secondary curvatures තියෙන්නේ කොහෙද? Cervical and the lumbar, right? Cervical and lumbar, right? Cervical and lumbar. Okay, so ඒක වැරදි. An uninflammatory degenerative disease called osteoporosis may osteoarthritis, right? So the answer is the first one, right? This only allows flexion and extension, right? Hinge joints නම් extension flexion විතරයි. දැන් දොරක තියෙන hinge එක දොර කරකවන්න පුළුවන්ද? බෑනේ නා hinge joint එක විතර hinge එක දාලා නැහැනේ, right? So you can only open and close the door, right? Okay, ඊළඟට දුන්නේ 16th. Say the correct statement regarding the human skeleton. Articulation of the axis vertebra with the occipital bone permits nodding movements of the head. Articulation of the axis vertebra with the occipital bone නෙමෙයි atlas. All carpal bones in the upper limb contribute to form the wrist joint. No, it's the 3 proximal carpal bones, right? 3 proximal carpal bones only. Osteoarthritis is a condition associated with reduction in bone density. No, that's osteoporosis. Arthritis they are talking about the cartilage. Okay, even in rheumatoid arthritis, it was the cartilage, right? It's the cartilage. Okay, patella articulates in the lower end of the femur. Is that correct? Yes, right? Patella between the tibia and the femur, right? So you get the patella which articulates in the lower end of the femur and the upper end of the tibia, right? Okay, maxilla is the only movable bone in the skull. Is the maxilla movable? No, it's the mandible, right? Mandible is movable. Okay, mandible is movable, right? So fourth one is the answer. Yeah, fourth one is the answer. 18. In the human skeleton, frontal bone contributes to form the cranium and face. ඔය තියෙන ඒ වගේ අර අහපු question එකක් නේ මම අර කිව්වේ frontal bone contributes to form the cranium and face. Did you take it as correct? Right, it's correct. 12 pairs of ribs form the lateral walls of the thoracic cage. Yes, 12 pairs form the lateral walls of the thoracic cage, right? That's correct. Lumbar curvature of the vertebral column develops at about 3 months. No, 7 to 8 months. 3 months in a cervical curvature. Special joint between the first metacarpal and a carpal bone permits precision grip of man. Is that correct? First metacarpal and carpal. I always think practically. So you get the metacarpal and the carpals here. So when moving the thumb, may joint right? So it's the metacarpal and the carpal bones. That's correct. Arches of the foot are important in distributing the body weight evenly over the lower foot only when stationary. No, right? OL statement එකනේ අර කලින් අවුරුද්ද 2019. අපි බැලුවේ only when standing කියලා. කොහෙද ඒක තිබ්බේ? Yeah, so 11th question third statement එකයි 18th question එකේ last statement එකයි එකමයි. Right? So that's why they say to do the past paper. Right? So it's important to do the past papers. So A, B, and D, right? A, B and D, it's first one. Right? Pass away question dunna nahi. Pass away question dunna nahi. Model paper questions. මොකේද පටන් ගන්න ඕනේ? 11. Correct statement regarding human upper limb. It is made up of 29 bones. No, 30. Right? 30 bones. Humerus bone. Make deep ball and socket joint in the scapula. No, it's not very deep, right? The head of the femur with what will form the deep ball and socket joint? The acetabular, right? Glenoid cavity is here in the shoulder joint. Okay, the acetabulum is found in the between the femur, the head of the femur and the hip joint. Okay, the acetabulum is a socket in the hip joint. Sure නැත්නම් ඒක රහසින් කියන්න ඕනේ. Right. Its ulna is found outside. මොකද්ද ලියන් තියෙන්නේ? Radius ulna, radius ulna. Radius is found outside. Okay, right side of the right hand. Right, so it's found outside. Thumb makes joint with its first and second metacarpal bones. It's the first metacarpal, right? First metacarpal. Movements are restricted in between wrist bones. Movements are somewhat restricted. මොනවද wrist bones කියන්නේ? What are the wrist bones? අපි ඉගෙන ගන්නේ. අපි ගත්තොත් මේක මොකද්ද? මේක මම දීලා නැතුව ඇති මොකක් හරි. මෙතනින් පටන් ගන්න. The femur is the thigh bone. The tibia is the shin bone, right? Then the tarsal bones are the ankle bones, right? So ඒ වගේ what are the wrist bones? Wrist bones කියන්නේ මොකටද? The carpal bones, right? The carpal bones, right? It's given in the resource book, right? Resource book A within brackets it's given. And let me show you in page number. Arvind, you get it in page number 81. Upper limb එකේ. You can see humerus is the bone of the upper arm. So ඔයගොල්ලන්ට humerus කියන්නේ නැතුව they might give you the bone of the upper arm, right? ඒක තමයි මෙතන වෙලා තියෙන්නේ, right? The radius and ulna bones in the forearm, so they might not give you radius and ulna bones in the forearm කියලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්, right? Then 8 carpal bones, right? Carpal bones කියලා කෙලින්ම දෙන්නේ නැතුව wrist bones කියලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්, right? එතකොට it's the carpal bones that they're talking about, right? 5 metacarpal bones දෙන්න නැතුව bones in the palm කියලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. Right, so you need to know the words in the brackets as well. හරිද? That's also important. So ඒක තමයි question එකේ දාලා තියෙන්නේ. නැත්තම් ගොඩක් අය wrist එකේ bones ටික කියලා හිතුවාම they think about the wrist joint. It's not the wrist joint they are talking about, right? It's the wrist bones which are the carpal bones. And it is said that the carpal bones, between the carpal bones there are no movements, right? So that's the answer. Movements are restricted in between wrist bones. 11 එක හරි. ඊට පස්සේ 12 12 නේ. Which of the following statements is correct regarding human lower limb? Lower end of femur articulates with fibula and patella to form the knee joint? No, tibia. Lateral tibia and medial fibula forms the calf. Medially it's the tibia, laterally it's the fibula, right? Varadi. Lower ends of tibia and fibula articulate with the tarsal bone to form the ankle joint? With a tarsal bone? With the tarsal bone. හරිද ඒක? With a tarsal bone. Yeah, නේ with a specific tarsal bone කියලා දීලා තියෙන්නේ. Yeah. නෑ මම මේක බලලා නිකන් එතන meaning එකක් කියනවානේ both of them articulate with one tarsal bone කියලා meaning එකක් කියනවානේ පොඩ්ඩක්. right? එහෙම නෙමෙයි එතන ඒගොල්ලෝ mean කරන්නේ tibia articulates with one tarsal bone and fibula articulates with another tarsal bone. Right? That's what they mean. හරිද? Okay, so that's also that's correct. That's correct. Curve running heel to toe is called the transverse arch. No, it's called the longitudinal arch, right? අකුල මෙහෙම දිනනවා නම් this is the longitudinal arch, this is the transverse arch, right? Longitudinal transverse. හරිද? Only rotational movements can be performed at the hip joint. No, any movement is possible of those 6 movements, right? Flexion, extension, abduction, adduction, rotation, circumduction. 14. . 12 එකට 5. ඉතින් in between the carpal bones you don't get movements නේ. In between carpal bones as in එතන mean කරන්නේ wrist bones කියලා මේ carpal bones ටික, right? The carpal bones, right? ඔයගොල්ලෝ 12 එකේද? 12 third එක answer කියන්නේ. 12 එකේ third එකක්. lower end of the tibia and fibula articulate the tarsal bone to form the knee ankle joint. ඊට පස්සේ මොකද මම කිව්වේ? 15 14. Identify the correct statement. Possible movements at the knee joint are flexion, extension, rotation, and circumduction. Knee joint flexion පුළුවන්, extension පුළුවන්, and a rotatory movement that locks the knee. That's all, right? It's a hinge joint. අද දැන් hinge නම් flexion, extension විතරයි. හරිද? Thumb moves perpendicular to the other fingers, permits the power grip of man. No, it permits the precision, right? Even in women. Only tibia articulates at a specific tarsal bone to form the ankle joint. No, both tibia and fibula articulate. Wrist joint is present between the distal end of the ulna and 3 proximal carpal bones. Distal end of the ulna, the radius and 3 proximal carpal bones. Femur transmits the weight of the body through the bone below the knee to the foot. That's correct, right? So answer 5. හරිද? තේරුණාද? 18 දුන්නද මම? okay. මම ඉතින් ඉවරයි කියලා. ගෙදර යන්න දෙන්නෙත් නැහැ. Right. Following statements are related to the knee joint. It is formed by articulation of proximal end of femur and patella. Knee joint formed by the articulation of proximal end of femur and patella. No, right? Proximal end of femur is here, right? At the hip joint. It's formed by the distal end of femur and the patella. Distal end, okay? It is located at the joint where fibula articulated with the femur. It is located at the joint where fibula articulated with the femur. Does the fibula articulate with the femur? No, it's the tibia that articulates with the femur. Wrong. When knee joint is locked, it is possible to stand upright for a long period of time. Yes, is correct. So fourth one is the answer. Right. Was it clear? Right. What about the online students? Was it clear? What about the online students? Was it clear? Okay, good. Right, so දැන් ගෙදර ගිහිල්ලා නිදා ගන්න නැතුව just go through what we did today, okay? You don't need to study what we did. දැන් අද ගෙදර ගිහලා පාඩම් කරන්න ඕනේ අපි කරපු ටික. But කියවන්න, right? Read it. Read the resource book and try to check if you understood it. And පොඩ්ඩක් කියවද්දි බලන්න, right? When you're reading the resource book, just check whether you can remember them as well, right? We did different methods to remember the stuff, ne? So just check whether you can remember them as well. So read the resource book, then study these sections quickly as possible because the knowledge is fresh in your mind. So you know these sections. මේ ටික පාඩම් කළා. I have given these short questions නේ. Short questions කියලා දීලා දෙනවා list එකක්. Answer those short questions. If you can answer those short questions, I'm sure skeletal නම් වරදින්නේ නැහැ. Right? skeletal වරදින්නේ නැහැ. So ඒක නිසා read the resource book today and study it as soon as possible and answer the questions. තව past paper structure disease උත් තියෙනවා for you to answer and කරපු නැති MCQ ටිකත් කරන්න. Right? Okay, so we are done and another thing well මේ සතියේ නැහැ. ඊළඟ සතියේ. දාන්න ඕනේද? ඒක දැම්මොත් ලේසි නේ. No? Yeah. So what I wanted to say was okay, applied biology, right? ඊළඟ මාසේ applied biology කරනවා online. genetics කරේ මම. genetics කරේ දවස් 4න් session 4ක් free දාලා. So ඒ වගේ applied biology I'll be doing the same and එතනින් එහාට ඉවරයි theory 25ට. Right. So it's also on Tuesday. It's also on Tuesday at අදගෙන මම කීයද දැම්මේ කියලා. 7 to 9:30 I think. 7 to 9:30 or 7:30 to 9. පුළුවන් නේ ඔයගලන්ට වෙලා? හරිද? ඉතින් මම තියරි කරේ තේ වෙලාවට. පුළුවන් ඒ බය වෙලා වගේ බය right okay හරි then I'll end the meeting for the online students as well. Okay, thank you for your comments and I'll end the meeting for you guys as well then. I'll upload the recording. If you want to watch it, you can watch it. මගේ මූණාය බලන්න ඕන නම් බලන්න. So I'll be uploading it to the website and to YouTube as well, right? So ඕනි එකකින් තෝරලා බලන්න. Right, I'll end the meeting for the online students then. Good night.